I tapped the light screen and carefully checked the crafting requirements. Metal block X2, plastic X1, rubber X1. I had the plastic and rubber, but the metal blocks had all been used up when crafting the vehicle frame. I need to find another supply crate quickly and see if I can get some metal blocks to make the air conditioner. I wiped the sweat from my forehead. The temperature inside the car was stifling, and the air blowing in from outside was hot. If I kept going like this, even if I wasn't attacked by monsters, I'd be dehydrated and exhausted by the heat. This survival game is so complicated. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. Aren't plastic and rubber just industrial waste? Why divide them so finely? Complaining aside, I didn't slow down my movements at all. I opened my wristband warehouse and moved all the water and food inside to the back seat of the vehicle in one go. Although the vehicle had been upgraded to a brand new Level 2 standard van, with a completely refreshed interior and exterior, the back seat remained empty. It lacked the seats a regular van should have, featuring only a bare, flat, hard floor, as if it were specifically designed for storing supplies. The entire box of instant noodles I had just opened, the 5 bottles of mineral water, and the remaining compressed biscuits were all piled haphazardly in the corner of the back row. It wasn't neat, but it was easy to see at a glance and convenient to grab. After organizing the supplies, I sat back in the driver's seat and started the vehicle to continue forward. With less than an hour left until the novice period ended at 12 p.m., every minute and every second was incredibly precious. I maintained a steady speed, my eyes fixed intently on both sides of the highway, not daring to miss any reflective objects. After driving for about half an hour like this, a gray-black ordinary supply crate finally appeared on the otherwise empty and monotonous roadside. It wasn't particularly eye-catching, but in my eyes, it was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I slowly pulled over to the side and stopped. Instead of rushing out, I first observed the surroundings through the crystallized bulletproof glass. Confirming it was safe, I pushed the door open, stepped out, and walked quickly to the supply crate, placing my hand on the box. Ding! Ordinary supply crate detected. Open it. Open. The light screen flickered, and 3 notifications popped up in sequence. Obtained, metal block ×5. Obtained, goggles ×1, white quality. Obtained, chocolate bar ×1 box. The moment I saw the metal blocks, I let out a long sigh of relief. It was exactly what I needed, almost as if it had been precision dropped for me. Could it be? Is this gold quality lucky pendant actually working? I looked back at the gourd pendant hanging from the center console. I had been skeptical before, but this series of coincidences made it impossible for me to ignore. Regardless of whether it was the pendant or not, the materials were now complete, so I decided to make the vehicle air conditioner first. I got back into the vehicle, closed the door, and immediately took the vehicle air conditioner blueprint out of the warehouse. Ding! Vehicle air conditioner blueprint, green quality, detected. Production requirements: metal block ×2, plastic ×1, rubber ×1. All materials met. Confirm production? Yes. Ding! Vehicle air conditioner production complete. Vehicle air conditioner, green quality, type, vehicle accessory. Effect: once installed, it can regulate the interior temperature between 16 degrees Celsius and 30 degrees Celsius, supporting cooling and ventilation. Side effect: vehicle fuel consumption increases by 10% after installation. Installable accessory detected. Install immediately. I looked at the prompt, my finger hovering in midair, not clicking it immediately. No. I let out a soft breath, leaned back against the seat, and fell into a brief moment of hesitation. Should I use my talent to upgrade this air conditioner? Theoretically, a green quality air conditioner was already sufficient. 16 degrees was enough to bring the interior temperature down and handle the current heat without any problems. But if I upgraded it, it might become blue quality or even higher, with lower energy consumption and stronger effects. The problem was, my talent uses were limited. I had already used my talent once today to upgrade the vehicle frame. Was it worth using the remaining uses on a comfort accessory, like an air conditioner? If I saved it for food or items that could directly boost my attributes, it would be more beneficial for long-term survival. I remained silent for a few seconds, my gaze gradually hardening. No rush to install, no rush to upgrade. Anyway, There's only half an hour left before the novice period ends. I'll wait until 12 o'clock and decide based on the situation. I put the green vehicle air conditioner back into the warehouse and started the vehicle to continue forward. For the next 20 minutes or so, the highway returned to its empty state. Forget high-quality crates. Not even a single ordinary supply crate appeared. The time on my wristband inched closer to 12 o'clock. I slowly stepped on the brake, bringing the vehicle to a steady stop in the middle of the highway. I killed the engine, and the surroundings instantly fell into a deathly silence. Heat waves poured in from outside the vehicle, but I didn't care at all. I took a deep breath and retrieved the blue quality energy core from my wristband warehouse. This was the most core and precious item I had obtained from the silver supply crate. It was also my greatest trump card at this moment. I stared at the core, emitting a faint blue glow in my hand, my heart rate accelerating slightly. I hadn't forgotten my talent, Rule Breaker. Effect 2 could directly promote an item by 3 tiers. I hadn't used it yesterday because the cooldown was too long, but using it on a vehicle core accessory like the energy core was definitely worth it. Time to gamble. My eyes narrowed as I whispered to myself. Use talent. Effect 2 on the energy core. Ding. Talent, Rule Breaker. Effect 2 activated. Target detected. Energy core, blue quality. Executing. 3-tier consecutive promotion. Promotion successful. Energy core, blue quality. Vehicle nuclear reactor, orange quality. A light, more dazzling than any I had seen before, flashed across my palm and vanished. The item panel popped up, the information glaringly clear. Vehicle nuclear reactor, orange quality. Type, vehicle accessory. Requirement, level 2 or higher vehicle. Effect, provides infinite, stable energy. Note, some loss will occur when paired with high-tier accessories. I stared at those words, my pupils constricting slightly. Infinite, stable energy. Holy, I couldn't help but curse under my breath, my voice trembling. Is this orange quality? It just gave me infinite energy. I gripped the slightly warm nuclear reactor, which was emitting a faint orange glow, feeling a tingle of excitement throughout my body. I had been anxious about fuel before, but now I had solved one of the most fatal resource issues on the road to survival in one go. As for the note at the end, I didn't care at all. High-tier accessories weren't a concern right now. This wasn't just highway survival anymore. This was a legendary start. I took a few deep breaths, forcibly suppressing my surging emotions. The time on my wristband had jumped to 12 o'clock. Ding, highway survival officially begins. Ding, novice protection period officially ends. Highway survival mode is fully enabled. Congratulations to all survivors who have successfully survived. Keep going, and you will gain everything. Notice, extreme high-temperature weather has officially started. Temperatures will continue to rise. The next stage will begin in 7 days. Please be prepared. System function updates. 1. Trading channel opened. Each person can trade 3 times per day. 2. Friend function opened, supporting private chats. 3. Friends can view basic personal and vehicle information. You can choose whether to make this public. 4. Some highways will have overlapping sections. Monsters will spawn. The announcement wasn't long, but every point was critical. I read it word for word and was about to open the communication channel when I noticed something wrong with the wristband interface. The original time display had disappeared, replaced by a bright red 3-minute countdown, which now showed 2 minutes remaining. A countdown. My heart tightened. Before I could think, the heat inside the vehicle rushed at me again. The temperature had already approached 40 degrees Celsius over the past 2 days. The air was so dry and hot it was suffocating. My clothes were soaked with sticky sweat, and even breathing felt painful. If this wasn't considered high-temperature weather, then the official heat to come would be even more terrifying. I couldn't wait any longer. I immediately took the green quality vehicle air conditioner out of the warehouse, my eyes firm. Use talent, Rule Breaker, Effect 1, Promotion. Ding, talent, Rule Breaker, Effect 1 activated. Target detected. Vehicle air conditioner, green quality. Triggered 30% chance for 2-tier promotion. Success. Vehicle air conditioner, green quality. Vehicle air conditioner, purple quality. Vehicle air conditioner, purple quality. Type, vehicle accessory. Effect, can regulate interior temperature between 12 degrees Celsius and 32 degrees Celsius. Cooling/heating speed significantly increased. Real-time display of precise interior and exterior temperatures. Includes air purification function. Side effect: energy consumption increases by 15%. Requirement: level 2 or higher vehicle. It actually jumped 2 tiers. I was both surprised and delighted. The 30% probability had worked again. Ding! Installable accessory, vehicle air conditioner, purple quality, detected. Install. Install. Installation successful. Automatically adapted to the level 2 standard van. Almost instantly, cool air poured from the vents, quickly sweeping through the entire cabin. As for the line about energy consumption increasing by 15%, I just scoffed. Do you know what nuclear energy is? An air conditioner wants to drain my infinite energy. I rolled up all the windows and set the air conditioner to a constant 25 degrees Celsius. The coolness spread slowly, wiping away the stuffiness, stickiness, and irritability, and my skin felt dry again. After enduring the scorching heat for a day and a night, I finally experienced what true comfort was, and my tense nerves finally relaxed completely. I didn't have time to think about anything else, my eyes fixed on the countdown on my wristband. 3, 2, 1, 0. The next second, I felt a blur and distortion before my eyes, as if space had been gently folded. In a brief moment, the dizziness vanished, and my vision cleared. I was stunned. The world around me had completely changed. It was no longer that endless, dead, yellow sand desert. The highway was still straight, but vegetation finally appeared on both sides. Clusters of deep green shrubs I didn't recognize, and scattered trees in the distance. Although it was still an endless wilderness, it had a bit more signs of life. Did the map change? I muttered to myself. I subconsciously glanced at the temperature display on my wristband and was slightly taken aback. Interior, 25 degrees Celsius. Exterior, 28 degrees Celsius. This is high-temperature weather? It's cooler than before. Although puzzled, I didn't let my guard down. The announcement clearly stated that temperatures will gradually rise, so the current comfort was likely only temporary. In the coming days, this place would likely turn into a true purgatory. Thinking of this, I didn't hesitate and opened the regional chat channel. New version, new map, new functions, and monsters. I had to see immediately what the situation was for other survivors. I opened the regional chat channel. Almost instantly, a flood of messages poured in like a broken dam, scrolling so fast it was hard to see complete sentences. The speed of my fingertip scrolling couldn't keep up with the frequency of the messages. I quickly adjusted the message refresh speed to the slowest setting, finally managing to see the content of each message. Is anyone alive? Type 1 to let me know I'm not the only one. After the novice period ends, are we all going to be teleported together? Does anyone else feel like it's gotten cooler? So much for high-temperature weather. That was sudden. Has anyone seen a car shadow in the distance? I think I caught a glimpse of a car driving past at the end of the highway. It was too fast to see clearly. Is it someone else? Brothers, are you all still there? I used to work at a company in XX City. My name is Zhang Wei. I was suddenly teleported here, and now I'm alone and terrified. Looking for a companion. Emergency request for fuel. Fuel. I'm almost out of gas. Anyone with extra fuel. I'll trade anything. Water, food, materials, anything. Same here, looking to trade for fuel. I only have enough for 50 kilometers. If I don't find fuel, I'm done for. Can anyone help? Can someone tell me, after the novice period ends, when will the monsters appear? The system only said they would spawn, but didn't say where. Has anyone encountered any monsters? Does any big shot know where we are now? It was yellow sand and Gobi Desert just now, and now the roadside is full of strange shrubs. The map change is too sudden. It's definitely cooler. The system said the high temperature will last for 7 days. Will the temperature keep rising? This piece of junk car doesn't even have an air conditioner. Is anyone willing to spare me some fuel? I have a common dagger blueprint. It's not very useful, but it's still a blueprint. Trade for 10L of fuel, anyone? It seems fuel has become the fatal bottleneck for most survivors, I thought. Looking at the chaotic information, my expression remained calm. I knew very well that in this life-or-death survival game, everyone was looking out for themselves, so I had to take care of myself first. I didn't waste time in the regional channel. I didn't ask for help, nor did I show off my supplies. With a flick of my finger, I switched to the trading channel. What I wanted most now was to see if there was anything to improve my strength or upgrade my vehicle. Upon entering the trading channel, my eyebrows rose slightly. Looking around, the entire trading interface was almost monopolized by water and food. Out of 9 items per page, 7 were basic survival supplies like water and food, and the remaining 2 were just basic materials like metal blocks and plastic, all being traded for fuel. I flipped through a few pages, but couldn't see anything of value. Are there any blueprints or equipment? I felt a stir in my heart and tapped the search bar in the trading interface to search for weapons. Although I had a blue-quality automatic hand crossbow and a white-quality military tactical dagger, the crossbow relied on accuracy. In my past life, I was just an ordinary office worker and had never practiced shooting. My aim was terrible, so it might not be very effective against monsters. As for the dagger, it required close-quarters combat, and I had never fought anyone since I was a child, let alone had the courage to kill. If I were in real danger, the dagger might not be of much use. If I could find a firearm in the trading channel, even just a common quality pistol, it would greatly increase my sense of security and give me more confidence when facing monsters and other survivors. But the results that refreshed left me completely disappointed. The weapons displayed on the page were all basic white quality. Not a single one was green quality or higher. There were wooden sticks polished to be somewhat sharp, common iron short knives with thin blades that rusted easily, the same military tactical dagger I had, and a few iron wrenches that could barely be used as weapons. I flipped through a dozen pages, all of which were basic weapons without any surprises, not even a single green quality weapon, let alone the firearms I was hoping for. It's all trash, nothing useful. It seems my hand crossbow is actually high-end gear, I thought. Suddenly, I realized this wasn't the web novel I used to read, nor was it a virtual game. This was real life or death survival. Weapons are the capital for survival. Those who have good weapons will keep them hidden to defend against monsters and guard against other survivors. They would never easily trade them. I guess the weapons willing to be listed in the trading channel are either ones the owners don't need, or they are of extremely poor quality. The real good stuff will never appear here. Thinking of this, I stopped wasting time on weapons and started searching for blueprints. After all, if I couldn't find weapons, finding some practical blueprints, like vehicle accessory blueprints or equipment blueprints, could also greatly improve my survival ability. The trading interface refreshed instantly. There were less than 10 pages of items, with 9 items per page. Are blueprints that hard to find? Less than 100 blueprints for a region of 100,000 people? A 1 in 1,000 chance to get one is a bit exaggerated, I thought. After flipping through a few pages, my face gradually darkened. These blueprints were almost all useless household items, which were no different from trash in the current desperate situation of high heat, monster infestation, and fuel shortages. A simple wooden table blueprint required wood materials, and making it would only serve to hold things, having no survival value. There was a small storage box blueprint, but it could only be used to store small items, which wasn't as convenient as just putting them in the back seat of the car. The only thing that caught my eye was a mini fridge blueprint, white quality, requiring metal block ×1, rubber ×1, and plastic ×1. It required a stable power supply and increased vehicle fuel consumption by 5%. Its function was singular, only capable of keeping a small amount of food fresh at low temperatures. Without a stable power source, it was just a decoration and a waste of precious production materials. Other players must be worried about energy, but I'm not. Should I trade for it? I thought, noticing the seller was asking for 20 L of fuel. Let's see if there's anything else good before deciding. I thought, patiently flipping through the pages, when suddenly, reinforced off-road tires blueprint, green quality. I immediately clicked to enter and view the detailed information, reading every line carefully. Reinforced off-road tires blueprint, green quality. Type: vehicle accessory, production requirements, metal block ×2, rubber ×4. Effect: after production, it can directly replace the original tires of a level 2 or higher vehicle. The tire material is upgraded to high-strength wear-resistant rubber, slightly improving puncture and wear resistance, speed +10. Seller's request: fuel ×50 L. There really is something good. My level 2 car still has the initial tires, and I don't know if they will get damaged. Besides, I don't need fuel right now, and this thing can increase the speed limit. It's useful, I thought, feeling a surge of joy. But seeing the seller's exchange condition, 50L of fuel, I frowned, a helpless smile appearing on my lips. This price was indeed too high. Even with the blessing of the gold lucky pendant, the fuel I had collected along the way, including the system gift and what I opened from supply crates, only totaled 50L. If I hadn't obtained the vehicle nuclear reactor, this 50L of fuel would have been my entire fortune, the guarantee for me to continue driving and finding supplies. I would never have traded it for a blueprint. But now, I had promoted the blue quality energy core into an orange quality vehicle nuclear reactor using the effect 2 of my rule breaker talent. I possessed infinite, stable energy. Fuel was no longer important to me. It was just idle supplies I didn't need. Trading idle fuel for a blueprint that could significantly improve vehicle safety was definitely a profitable deal. I didn't hesitate anymore and clicked the private chat seller button below the blueprint, quickly editing a message. 20L of fuel for your reinforced off-road tires blueprint. After sending the message, I waited for the reply, no longer worrying about it. Basic resources are not enough. Water and food are not lacking in the short term. I need to hurry up and set off, I thought, checking the material inventory in my wristband warehouse. Metal block times 3, plastic times 3, rubber times 2, plus the 50L of fuel gifted by the system when I upgraded to the level 2 car. I closed the trading channel, took a deep breath, and started the vehicle. The upgraded level 2 standard van's engine emitted a low and steady roar without any noise. The infinite energy provided by the vehicle nuclear reactor meant I had no fuel consumption worries, unlike other survivors who had to worry about running out of fuel at any moment. I subconsciously glanced at the temperature display on my wristband, and my pupils shrank slightly. The external temperature had risen from 28 degrees Celsius to 29 degrees Celsius. In less than an hour, the temperature had risen by 1 degree. I rolled up the windows. Is this the extreme high temperature weather the system mentioned? It's only the first day, and the temperature is already rising. At this rate, how high will it go in the next 7 days? 50 degrees Celsius would be enough to kill someone, I thought, and set off. Now that the car is level 2, I don't have to worry about energy, and I have weapons. I need to consider the quality of life. I'll trade for that mini fridge blueprint after I get the tire blueprint, I thought, leaning back in the seat and calculating silently. The infinite energy provided by the vehicle nuclear reactor left me with no worries, and my vehicle had become increasingly sturdy after its upgrades. However, the journey had been so smooth that I almost forgot this was a life-or-death survival game. How come I haven't encountered any supply crates yet? I glanced at my wristband. The numbers 13 verse 40 stood out starkly. I had been driving at a steady speed for over half an hour, my eyes never leaving the sides of the highway, yet the road remained empty. Aside from the dark green shrubs along the roadside, there wasn't even a glimmer of metallic reflection. Could it be that I'm driving too fast and missing them? I immediately eased off the accelerator, dropping my speed from 70 kilometers per hour to 50 kilometers per hour, relying on the fact that I didn't have to worry about fuel consumption. I had been driving quite fast previously. Now, I straightened my back, staring intently at both sides of the highway, terrified of missing a supply crate hidden near the bushes. Time drifted by slowly, and the wristband time approached 1,500 hours. Has my luck run out? I glanced at the gourd. Just then, I saw it. About 50 meters ahead on the left side of the highway, a solitary dead tree stood there. Its thick trunk was bare, and the cracked, dark brown bark looked exceptionally desolate under the scorching sun. In the shadow of the dead tree, a gray-black metal box lay quietly. It was the supply crate I had been searching for. However, lying next to the supply crate was a wolf-like creature, a size larger than an ordinary wolf. I stopped the car to observe and noticed that the wolf remained in a prone position. Is this the monster the system mentioned? It looks bigger than a tiger. How am I supposed to get that? As a 30-year-old office worker, I had spent my life from 9 to 5 squeezing on his subways and rushing to finish reports. I had never even killed a chicken. The wolves on television were nothing compared to the terror in front of me, and that raw, wild aura made me shudder. No, I can't go. It's too dangerous. I instinctively turned the steering wheel, wanting to drive closer along the highway to use the vehicle as cover to grab the supply crate. But before the car could even leave the highway, a cold system notification rang out. Warning: vehicles are prohibited from leaving the highway. Violations will trigger a penalty mechanism. Damn it, it's not giving me any chance at all. Wait, I have the automatic hand crossbow. There's no need to risk getting out of the car. It shouldn't be able to break the bulletproof glass, right? I looked at the automatic hand crossbow on the passenger seat. The blue body of the weapon gleamed with a cold light, and its attribute of inflicting massive damage to large beasts gave me a shred of confidence. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to stay calm, and picked up the automatic hand crossbow. To check it, the 20 bolts were intact. I parked the car on the side of the highway closest to the dead tree, trying to minimize the distance to the supply crate while ensuring the vehicle stayed on the road to avoid any violations. I opened the car window just enough to stick the hand crossbow out. Stay calm. From this distance, even if I miss, there shouldn't be any danger, I thought to myself. After taking aim, I pressed the trigger. Whoosh! The bolt struck the tree dead center. There's still a chance. I can't possibly miss with all 19 remaining bolts, I thought. Just then, the wolf seemed to smell a strange scent. It suddenly lifted its head, its amber eyes locking onto the vehicle. It let out a hoarse, ferocious growl, stood up, arched its back, and assumed an attack stance. Holy crap! I was so scared I immediately rolled up the window. Looking through the glass, I saw the wolf slowly lie back down, seemingly having no intention of attacking. Calm down, calm down. There's a chance. Come on, you can do this, I encouraged myself, but missing 5 shots in a row made me feel like I was on the verge of a breakdown. Damn it, this is so hard to use. There are 15 bolts left. I refuse to believe I won't hit it once, I said, feeling annoyed. I aimed again and pulled the trigger. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. The bolt whistled through the air, heading toward the wolf's back. The bolt moved with incredible speed, accurately striking the wolf's back and burying itself deep into the fur. Blood instantly began to seep out. Awoo! The wolf let out a shrill, miserable howl. Completely enraged, it lunged toward the highway, covering half the distance in an instant, and charged madly at the van. I instinctively recoiled, quickly rolling up the window and leaving only a small gap to observe. The wolf reached the edge of the highway and began slamming into the car door frantically. Its sharp claws left harsh scratches, and the vehicle swayed slightly. I forced myself to stay calm. Taking advantage of a gap in the wolf's assault, I stuck the hand crossbow out again, aimed at the wolf's belly, and pulled the trigger. The second bolt hit. The wolf's momentum weakened, but it wouldn't give up. It circled the car, growling and slamming into it, its claws occasionally swiping at the gap in the window. Suddenly, the wolf leaped up, its claws swiping viciously at the window gap. I instinctively pulled the hand crossbow back, but my arm was grazed by the wolf's claws, and a sharp pain flared. Enduring the agony, I took advantage of the moment the wolf landed to aim at its eyes and pull the trigger. The bolt hit accurately, and the wolf let out a heart-wrenching scream, twitching a few times before going still. I waited for nearly 20 minutes to confirm the wolf was dead. I let out a long sigh, my strength completely drained. I slumped into the driver's seat, gasping for air. My heart was pounding, and my whole body was trembling. The thrill of the encounter still left me shaken. I looked down at my arm. The wound wasn't too deep, only oozing a bit of blood. I won. Is this what a real survival game is like? I calmed myself down, pushed open the car door, and scanned the surroundings vigilantly. After confirming there was nothing unusual, I walked quickly to the supply crate. My fingertips touched the cold metal, but I didn't rush to open it. I bent down, picked up the crate, and hurried back to the van. Leaning against the seat, looking at the wilderness, the wolf's carcass, the wound on my arm, and the supply crate in the back seat, I felt a whirlwind of emotions. Because the start of my journey had been so smooth, I had grown complacent and developed a sense of luck. Now, this struggle had completely woken me up. This was a cruel battlefield of life and death. You only have one life. There is no room for luck. I was just an ordinary office worker with no exceptional skills or survival experience. I had only survived this long thanks to luck, my talent, and my vehicle. But luck wouldn't always be on my side, and no matter how strong a talent is, carelessness leads to failure. If I had been even slightly less careful just now, I would have been the one lying on the ground. I can never be careless again, I warned myself in my heart, my gaze growing firmer. This game was more cruel than I had imagined. I had to be vigilant at all times and use resources to improve my strength. I must survive. I will live better than anyone else. After calming down, I stepped out of the car again to look at the carcass lying outside. It was a size larger than an ordinary wolf, covered in dark gray fur that was coarse, messy, and stained with bits of mud and grass. Its limbs were thick and powerful, and its claws were sharp and lethal. Ding! Decomposable item detected. Do you wish to decompose it? I, who had just reached out to examine it, was shocked by the interface popping up on my wristband. So it really is just a game. Decompose. Obtained, wolf meat X80. Wolf meat, green quality. Consuming it can slowly restore physical strength and mental state. P.S. 1 unit is approximately equal to 1 gene. The vehicle air conditioner continued to blow cool air, completely isolating the heat from outside. I leaned back in the comfortable driver's seat, and in this rare coolness and sense of security, my pounding heart finally began to slow. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes for a moment of rest. When I opened them again, the panic had faded, and my usual clarity had returned. The struggle from earlier was still fresh in my mind, and the wound on my arm was still throbbing, but those things were in the past. Now, it was time to reap the rewards. Let's see what I've gained this time. I raised my hand to open the wristband's warehouse interface, my eyes immediately landing on a pile of fresh meat. This was the loot dropped after the wolf-like monster was killed, and its quality was clearly displayed as green. Green quality wolf meat. I rubbed my chin with my fingertips, immediately thinking of the blue constitution booster I had drunk earlier. Just one bottle had raised my permanent constitution from 8 to 9. I still remembered the feeling of strength and the improvement in reaction speed that single point had brought. In this survival world where one could face monsters at any moment, attributes were the foundation of survival. My constitution was only 9 points, not even reaching the 10-point baseline of an average adult. If I encountered danger again, relying solely on the vehicle and weapons wouldn't be nearly enough. Blue quality potions can add attributes. After my talent enhancement, this green wolf meat should at least reach blue quality, and maybe it can also improve my constitution. Thinking of this, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in my eyes. As long as I could steadily improve my constitution, my chances of surviving in this wilderness would increase exponentially. However, I didn't act immediately. My gaze shifted to the metal box in the back seat. I turned and pulled the box into my arms. The heavy, solid feel was incredibly reassuring. This was the loot I had risked injury to obtain. I had been too tense during the fight, and it was covered in dust and blood, so I hadn't had a chance to look at it closely. Now, I wiped the dirt off the surface, and the edges of the box faintly revealed a pale, silver-white luster. Thinking about how I had been wounded for this box, I felt both expectant and nervous. I whispered to myself, if I don't get anything good out of this, this injury will have been a huge loss. I took a deep breath to suppress my emotions and lightly touched the box. Ding! Silver supply crate detected. Do you wish to open it? Yes. As the word left my lips, the silver supply crate instantly dissolved into countless points of light, and 3 items appeared steadily in my warehouse slots. Obtained, Energy Core X1, blue quality. Obtained, Shadow Blade Pistol X1, green quality. Obtained, All-Purpose Seasoning Powder X1, white quality. Only 3 items? I was slightly stunned. The quantity was less than I had expected. But when I saw the second item, my pupils suddenly contracted, and my breathing quickened involuntarily. A pistol, a real firearm. On this doomsday highway where monsters ran rampant and human hearts were unpredictable, the significance of a firearm far exceeded any cold weapon. The automatic hand crossbow I had before was decent, but it was bulky, and responding to close-range threats was extremely inconvenient. A pistol, however, was a trump card that could instantly turn the tide of life and death. I immediately opened the details. Shadow Blade Pistol, green quality high-precision semi-automatic pistol, includes magazine X1, 15 rounds per magazine. My safety is finally guaranteed. I let out a long breath, my clenched fists trembling slightly. With this pistol, if I encountered a single monster or even a small group, I would have the capital to maneuver and counterattack, instead of just relying on the vehicle for passive defense. I quickly calculated my talent uses in my head. I had already used it twice today, once for the vehicle frame and once for the air conditioner. I had 3 rule breaker uses left. The Shadow Blade pistol was green quality with huge potential, so it had to be enhanced. The wolf meat was related to constitution improvement, so I couldn't pass that up either. I decided to save the last use for the evening, depending on the situation. Having made up my mind, I didn't hesitate and focused my mind on the pistol in the warehouse. Use talent, rule breaker. Promotion. Ding, talent, rule breaker, activated. Target item detected, triggering 30% probability for second-tier promotion. Success. Item, Shadow Blade Pistol, has been promoted to Ghost Shadow Pistol, purple quality. A deep purple light flashed across the interface, and the pistol icon underwent a complete transformation. I couldn't wait to check the new attributes. Ghost Shadow Pistol, purple quality high-precision semi-automatic pistol, equipped with an advanced silencer, includes magazine X1, 15 rounds per magazine, recovers 1 bullet every hour. Doesn't this mean infinite ammunition? I couldn't help but exclaim. After calming down, I turned my attention to the pile of wolf meat. Wolf meat, promotion. Ding, talent rule breaker, activated, item promoted by 1 tier. Item, wolf meat, has been promoted to reinforced wolf meat, blue quality. I opened the details, and a line of text made my heart race again. Reinforced wolf meat, blue quality, consuming 1 unit permanently increases constitution by 1 point. Limited to 1 consumption per day, no usage limit. Exactly as I thought. A surge of intense joy erupted in my eyes. Permanently +1 constitution, once a day. I had a full 80 units in my warehouse. Although I couldn't eat them all at once, as long as I had time, I could eat them for dozens of days in a row, and my constitution would easily surpass all other ordinary survivors, truly becoming a superhuman step by step. 80 points of constitution. As long as I play it steady, I will be the powerhouse on this highway. It's a pity I can only enhance 1 unit of wolf meat at a time. If only I could enhance it all at once. Finally, I checked that all-purpose seasoning powder, white quality, is seasoning developed by the 13 Spices Group. Excellent in color, aroma, and taste. Remaining uses, 50. Good stuff. Just what I need to roast the wolf meat. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to suppress my excitement. I knew very well that the more excited I was, the more I needed to stay calm. I glanced at the wristband time, 16:20. I had actually stayed here for over an hour. I sat up straight, realizing the danger. After the novice period ended, the danger level at night skyrocketed, and monster activity increased dramatically. I had to find a safe place to spend the night before dark. I checked the temperature again, 24 degrees Celsius inside the car, but it had already soared to 35 degrees Celsius outside. It was only 28 degrees Celsius when I first entered this area. It had jumped 7 degrees in just half a day. I couldn't imagine how terrifying the extreme heat would be in 7 days. Can't delay any longer. Let's go. I started the car, and the vehicle nuclear reactor hummed almost silently, providing a constant stream of infinite power. I gently gripped the steering wheel. The wound on my arm throbbed slightly, but it kept me alert. This injury was worth it. I placed the Ghost Shadow pistol, which I had just promoted to purple quality, on the passenger seat. The gun body shimmered with a faint purple light, low-key yet exuding an intimidating pressure. The blue, automatic hand crossbow that had accompanied me through the most dangerous moments was gently placed in the corner of the back seat. Old friend, it's not that I don't cherish our memories, but times are changing too fast. I patted the steering wheel, my tone light and teasing. With this thing around, you can officially retire with honor. It seems that supply crates mostly spawn in relatively open and conspicuous locations. As long as I observe carefully, I shouldn't miss them, I summarized in my head while driving steadily. Now that I had a gun, a car, and infinite energy, I felt much more confident than before, and my mindset had slowly shifted from tense survival to a bit more composure. The car drove forward for about 20 minutes when a familiar metallic luster flashed in the bushes by the road. I gently stepped on the brake, brought the car to a steady stop, and observed the surroundings carefully through the crystallized bulletproof glass. This area was unusually quiet. I couldn't even hear the sound of insects, and there were no signs of any monsters guarding the area. So polite this time, not even a guard. I raised an eyebrow with a smile, pushed open the car door, and walked over quickly. Ding! Ordinary supply crate detected. Do you wish to open it? Open. With a flash of light, 4 items appeared in my warehouse slots. Obtained, frozen dumplings 500 GX1. Obtained, self-heating rice X1. Obtained, Pepsi Cola 500 milliliters X12. Obtained, metal block X5. Seeing the cola and frozen dumplings, my throat moved involuntarily. I had been in this doomsday world for less than 2 days, and I had been surviving on compressed biscuits and purified water. My mouth felt so bland I had almost lost my sense of taste. Seeing normal food and drinks now, an uncontrollable wave of excitement surged in my heart. Heavens, the system finally had a conscience. I sighed in my heart. What I had before could barely be called survival. These things were what normal people should eat. I must treat myself tonight. Roasted wolf meat with self-heating rice, and a can of cola. Just thinking about the scene made the corners of my mouth lift. This is what you call living. Back in the car, I began to organize my supplies. The food wasn't very bulky, so I stacked it in the back seat, not taking up valuable warehouse slots. I opened the wristband warehouse and counted my current inventory. Metal block X8, plastic X3, rubber X2, wolf meat, green, X89, reinforced wolf meat, blue, X1, energy core, blue, X1. 6 out of the 10 warehouse slots were already used. The warehouse slots were clearly starting to get tight. If I opened up equipment or something later, I might face the awkward situation of not having space. I hadn't found a way to expand the warehouse yet, so I had to clear space myself. I need to clear out the basic materials, I decided decisively. With a thought, I took out all the metal blocks, plastic, and rubber. The next second, a magical scene occurred. The large amount of materials that had been taking up slots in the warehouse automatically compressed into cube-sized blocks after being taken out, stacking neatly in the back seat. This system even has compression technology. I picked up a block and weighed it, feeling amazed. If this technology could be used in daily life, it would be so convenient. After freeing up 3 slots, I had 7 empty spaces left. I calculated that the supply crates I opened usually contained at most 4 or 5 items, so 7 slots were enough. After finishing the organization, I continued on my way. To my surprise, the spawn frequency of the supply crates was even more exaggerated than I had expected. After driving for less than 20 minutes, another ordinary supply crate appeared by the road. I skillfully parked, opened the crate, and collected the supplies. Time crept toward 1800 hours, and I had encountered 4 supply crates in a row. Although they only contained ordinary supplies like water, food, and basic materials, this steady supply rhythm was particularly reassuring. The sky gradually darkened. I glanced at my wristband, 1740. It's about time to find a place to spend the night. I slowed down and scanned the surroundings. The view was still an endless wilderness, rolling shrubs, and the highway stretching forward. There were no buildings, no safe zones, just pure wilderness. No safe point. Then I'll set up my own defenses. I chose a stretch of road with an open view, parked the car steadily in the middle of the highway, and turned off the engine, leaving only the air conditioner running. I picked up a can of cola and pulled the tab with my fingertips. PSSSH. The sound of rising bubbles was exceptionally clear in the quiet cabin. I tilted my head back and took a large gulp. The cold liquid slid down my throat, and the heat and fatigue were instantly dispelled for the most part. After a satisfying burp, I looked at the setting sun outside the window, my expression turning slightly solemn. The night is coming. Even with the Ghost Shadow pistol, a level 2 vehicle, and infinite energy, I still didn't dare to underestimate the night. On the first night after the Novice period ended, over 6,000 people had disappeared from the regional channel. That cold string of numbers was the most cruel warning. But tonight, it's different. I patted the pistol on the passenger seat and looked back at the food in the back seat. a confident smirk playing on my lips. With guns and food, a car and air conditioning, even if monsters dare to come, they'll have to ask my bullets if they agree first. I checked the temperature, 24 degrees Celsius inside, 40 degrees Celsius outside. The sun was setting, but the temperature was still rising. I checked the supplies I had just obtained. Obtained, electronic components X6. Obtained, flour 500 GX1. Obtained, mineral water 500 milliliters X12. Obtained, glass X3. Obtained, metal block X10. Obtained, rubber X5. Obtained, set of kitchenware. New materials have appeared, glass and electronic components. It seems the demand for these materials will be high later on. What surprised me most was the set of kitchenware. I had just been wondering how to handle the wolf meat. As usual, I put everything in the back of the car and took out the kitchenware. So this is a set of kitchenware. I looked at the pots, pans, bowls, and a pair of chopsticks and a fork in front of me, feeling a bit speechless. After putting everything away, I checked the time. It was only a few minutes from 1800 hours. I locked the car doors and prepared to wait for the night. However, as time passed, it was already 1810, and the system still hadn't popped up a notification. The weather outside didn't turn dark quickly like it did yesterday, after 1800 hours either. I could still see the road clearly. Is there no danger tonight? Or is it just? I felt a bit confused as I glanced at the communication channel, where everyone was discussing the situation. What's going on? Has it gone dark for you guys? It's still the same as daytime here. The system hasn't given any notifications either. Is there no danger tonight? Is it possible that the system only let us adapt during the novice period yesterday? I bet danger will definitely appear at night. Everyone, protect yourselves. Could some kind-hearted brother help me out? Please, give me some food and water. Could this be the most realistic survival game? Will even the danger warnings gradually become fewer in the future? I wondered to myself. Everything was quiet during the first half of last night, and it wasn't until the second half that there was any movement outside. Even if monsters attack tonight, I have enough confidence to handle it, I thought, glancing at the ghost shadow pistol resting on the passenger seat. With the vehicle air conditioner continuously blowing cool air, keeping the temperature at a constant 24 degrees Celsius, combined with ample food and a vehicle with infinite energy, my sense of security at this moment was enough to crush over 99% of the survivors in this region. I shook my head, choosing not to focus on the rustling outside the window. For me, the most important thing right now was to treat myself to a proper, hot meal. I need to find some firewood to roast meat. I picked up the ghost shadow pistol, pushed open the car door, and carefully checked the surrounding environment. After confirming there were no traces of monster activity within 100 meters, I walked to the side of the road and bent down to pick up dry shrub branches. In no time, I had gathered a large bundle of dry twigs and piled them up by the highway. That should be enough. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and looked up at the temperature display on my wristband. The outside temperature was still as high as 40 degrees Celsius. The road, baked by the scorching sun all day, would normally be around 70 degrees Celsius, but whether due to the materials or the nature of this other world, I estimated it was around 50 degrees Celsius. Even so, standing outside for just a few minutes gave me a suffocating feeling of being steamed. But the high heat didn't dampen my mood for a good meal. After so many years as an office worker, I had long realized one truth. No matter how much environmental pressure you face, you must learn to relax appropriately. If your mind stays tense and pressure builds up to a certain point, the eventual breakdown will only be more catastrophic. In this life-or-death survival game, maintaining a stable mindset is just as important as having powerful strength. Besides, if I can't even eat a good meal, what's the point of this survival? I comforted myself. I took out the mini lighter I had opened earlier, flicked my fingertip, and a pale blue flame ignited instantly, quickly setting the dry brushwood ablaze. I took the blue-quality reinforced wolf meat from my warehouse, cut it into uniform pieces with the military tactical dagger I had obtained earlier, carefully skewered them on the blade, and sprinkled on some all-purpose seasoning powder from a common supply crate. I set the skewered wolf meat by the fire to roast slowly, while simultaneously opening the self-heating rice I had just acquired, adding water according to the instructions to let it heat up. Between the high ambient temperature and the roasting fire, The heat outside was terrifying. Sweat constantly seeped from my forehead, and the clothes on my back were already soaked through. It took a full 30 minutes for the wolf meat to be roasted until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Grease dripped slowly from the meat into the fire, making a sizzling sound, and the rich aroma of meat instantly filled the air, whetting my appetite. If I stay out here any longer, I'll be roasted by the heat myself. I quickly picked up the steaming self-heating rice and the roasted wolf meat, hurried back into the cool car, and let out a long sigh of relief the moment I closed the door, as if I had just escaped from a sauna. Sitting in the driver's seat, enjoying the comfortable air conditioning while eating the fragrant roasted meat and hot rice, I felt exceptionally relaxed. The sense of happiness brought by this contrast was more intense than any material enjoyment. While eating dinner, I casually opened the regional chat channel to see how the other survivors were doing. As soon as I entered the channel, an unread private message notification popped up. It was the seller of the reinforced off-road tires blueprint I had messaged earlier. My eyes lit up, and I immediately put down my rice to open the chat box. 40 units of fuel. I worked hard to get this. There's no way I'm giving it to you for 20. 30 units of fuel. That's my highest offer. You haven't sold it all day, so you should know that even though this item is useful, nobody is going to trade fuel for it right now. I replied. After sending the message, the other party didn't reply for a long time, so I stopped paying attention and browsed the information in the communication channel instead. By the time I finished eating and tidied up the car, I checked my wristband and saw that the other party had replied. 30 units is fine for the trade, but I hope that if you have extra fuel later, you can prioritize trading with me. I can trade other blueprints. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly. Everything was within my expectations. The other party had compromised and was even trying to establish a long-term connection. Building a stable trading relationship was a good choice. Fine, let's trade. Without the slightest hesitation, I confirmed the trade. Trade successful. Obtained. Reinforced off-road tires blueprint ×1. The moment the system notification popped up, the blueprint appeared in my warehouse. I checked the requirements. Metal block ×2, rubber ×4. I had enough materials, so I crafted it without hesitation. Crafting successful. Use talent, rule breaker, to promote the reinforced off-road tires. Ding, talent, rule breaker, activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Reinforced off-road tires have been promoted to heavy-duty explosion-proof off-road tire, blue quality. With a flash of light, the new attributes appeared before my eyes. Heavy-duty explosion-proof off-road tire, blue quality. Type: vehicle accessory. Effect: tire strength significantly increased, immune to common punctures and cuts, can withstand small firearms, reduces the impact of extreme heat and cold, speed +30. Although it didn't promote to Tier 2, it should be enough for now. I nodded with satisfaction. Vehicle accessory detected that can be installed directly. Install immediately. Yes. As soon as I finished speaking, the blue tire accessory turned into a stream of light and instantly merged into the vehicle's chassis. The whole process was vibration-free and silent. In just 1 second, the system notification sounded again. Installation complete. Heavy-duty explosion-proof off-road tire has been equipped to the vehicle. Vehicle, Level 2 Standard Van. Top speed, 150 km per hour. Vehicle accessories/items. Lucky pendant gold. Vehicle engine, blue. Crystallized bulletproof glass, blue. High-strength alloy frame, blue. Heavy-duty explosion-proof off-road tire, blue. Vehicle air conditioner, purple. Vehicle nuclear reactor, orange. This should meet the upgrade standards for a Level 2 vehicle, but I don't know when I'll get the upgrade blueprint. I thought, then pushed open the car door to step out and inspect it carefully. The newly installed tires were noticeably different from the previous ones. The tread was wider and thicker, the patterns were deeper and denser, and the shiny black rubber material had a hard texture, looking incredibly secure. After the inspection, I returned to the car, satisfied. I remembered the mini-fridge blueprint I had been eyeing earlier. It was a key item for improving quality of life. Since I wasn't short on fuel, I might as well trade for it now. I opened the trading house, found the seller of the mini-fridge blueprint, and sent a direct message. 10 units of fuel for your mini-fridge blueprint. If you want to trade, message me. Almost instantly after the message was sent, the other party replied, their tone sounding exceptionally respectful. Okay, big boss, let's trade now. Good. I didn't hesitate at all. I knew very well that at this stage, something like a mini fridge was useless to the vast majority of survivors and would only increase fuel consumption. With most people lacking fuel, it was unlikely anyone else would be interested. Only someone like me, who didn't worry about energy consumption at all, would be willing to trade fuel for such a luxury item, which was why the seller didn't hesitate. Trade successful. Obtained. Mini fridge blueprint ×1. Only 10 units of fuel left. I didn't even find any fuel today. Looking at the new blueprint in my warehouse, I didn't choose to craft it immediately. I had a lingering question. If I use my talent to enhance a blueprint before crafting it, can I enhance the finished product again? This mini fridge blueprint was the perfect test for this crucial question. Use talent, rule breaker, to promote the mini fridge blueprint. Ding, talent, rule breaker, activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Mini fridge blueprint has been promoted to refrigerated fridge blueprint, green quality. Effect, vehicle item, includes 10 slots of refrigerated storage space, limited to food and drinks. Fuel consumption increases by 10%. Crafting requirements, metal block ×5, rubber ×1, plastic ×1, electronic component ×1. It only promoted by 1 tier? That's fine, it's just for testing anyway. I'll keep it for now and test it once I have enough resources. I put the blueprint away. With the reinforced tires in hand, the vehicle upgraded again, and the mini fridge blueprint secured, I was set. All goals achieved. Leaning back in the comfortable seat, I checked the time. 20:03. I picked up the ghost shadow pistol, gently wiped the gun body, and waited quietly for the arrival of night. The night grew thicker, and the highway looked like a black ribbon, completely swallowed by the boundless darkness. Sounds occasionally came from the bushes in the distance, reminding me that murderous intent lurked beneath the calm. With the ghost shadow pistol at my side, I leaned back in my seat. Just as I opened the regional channel, I received a friend request from the player I had traded the tire blueprint with. Player Suan Wan requests to add you as a friend. I tapped to accept. In this survival world, a stable source of blueprints was far more important than temporary supplies. Big boss, thank you for being willing to trade with me. I'm Suan Wan. You're welcome, we both got what we needed. If you have more blueprints, I can buy them long term. I replied. Meanwhile, in a broken van, Suan Wan was curled up on her seat. She had just turned 20 and was a college student. She was pretty and sweet-looking, with clean almond eyes, fair skin, a delicate nose, and soft long hair draped casually over her shoulders. She was recognized as the department beauty at her school. But in this apocalypse, her good looks offered no advantage. Suan Wan looked at the chat, feeling a mix of bitterness and sourness. She had been posting all afternoon, and while many people asked, the highest offer anyone was willing to give in fuel was 10 units. Wu Di was the only one who offered 20. She had been prepared to negotiate the price further, but she hadn't expected Wu Di to only reply at night. As a girl with no strength to truss a chicken, her only advantage was being able to consistently find blueprints. But blueprints couldn't be traded for safety. They were just a pile of waste paper. She hadn't expected to close the deal at 30 units. Suan Wan took a deep breath. Big boss, I can consistently find blueprints. If you can keep providing me with fuel in the future, I will prioritize trading all my blueprints to you. After sending it, her heart pounded with nervousness, fearing she would be rejected. I saw the message, and my eyes lit up slightly. A stable source of blueprints? This was fantastic news. I replied immediately, sure. As long as the blueprints are suitable, fuel is not a problem. Fuel was useless to me anyway. Being able to trade it for a steady stream of blueprints was a huge profit. Seeing the reply, Suan Wan's tense body instantly relaxed. Thank you, big boss. After a brief exchange, I closed the chat interface. People are unpredictable. Cooperation is one thing, but I couldn't let my guard down. I checked the time. It was nearly midnight. According to yesterday's pattern, the second half of the night was when monsters were most active. I sat up straight, eyes alert. I picked up the ghost shadow pistol, checked the magazine, and waited quietly. Midnight arrived. After waiting for a long time, there was no movement at all in the darkness. Is tonight safe? I was full of doubt. I just opened the communication channel to see what the situation was for others. Suddenly, a private message popped up from Suan Wan, her tone filled with despair and panic. Big boss. Help. I'm being attacked by monsters. I don't have any weapons, and I can't hold on much longer. Please help me. I'll give you my next blueprint. Please. Message after message followed, the fear almost overflowing from the screen. I frowned, falling into hesitation. I could indeed give her the hand crossbow, but we were strangers, just trading partners who had just met. However, according to what Suan Wan said, she could consistently find blueprints. Although I wasn't sure if she was telling the truth, that green quality blueprint was indeed rare. In just a few seconds, I struggled internally. Finally, I took a deep breath and made a decision. I picked up the idle blue, automatic hand crossbow, and the remaining 10 bolts, and traded them to Suan Wan for free. Here's the hand crossbow. Use it sparingly, and aim before you shoot. That was all I could do. The rest was up to her. At the same moment, in Suan Wan's car, the vehicle was shaking violently as the monsters rammed it, the deafening noise making her tremble all over. Tears streamed down her face, and she thought she was dead. Just then, the system notification sounded sharply. Ding! Player Wu Di is trading with you. Automatic hand crossbow ×1, blue quality, with 10 bolts. Suan Wan was completely stunned. No conditions, no demands, no threats. The other party just gave her a high-quality weapon for free? A warm current instantly washed away all the fear in her heart. In this world where everyone only cared about their own survival, someone was actually willing to extend such a helping hand to a stranger they had never met. She looked at my avatar, and tears welled up in her clear almond eyes again. This time, tears of gratitude. Thank you, big boss. I definitely won't die. Suan Wan gritted her teeth, clumsily but firmly raising the hand crossbow, aiming toward the car door. 10 minutes later, she narrowly killed the monster and collapsed on the seat, gasping for air, feeling like she had survived a catastrophe. The look in her eyes as she stared at my avatar was filled with gratitude, reliance, and a quietly budding affection. I didn't know what Suan Wan was thinking. After the trade was completed, I just continued to keep watch vigilantly until I drifted off to sleep. The roars of the night gradually subsided. The most dangerous period had finally passed. Dawn broke. At 5:40 a.m., as the sky just began to turn a faint white, I woke up with a start. This can't go on. I have no time to rest during the day, and I can't sleep well at night. I'll collapse sooner or later. I have to find a way to solve this, I thought. I sat up slowly, subconsciously stretching my limbs and rotating my neck. Based on past experience, spending the night in the cramped space of a car, no matter how comfortable the seat was, usually left me with stiff muscles and a sore back upon waking. But today, that expected soreness was completely absent. In its place was a sense of lightness and abundant energy surging through my limbs and bones, as if every cell in my body had been reactivated. Is this the effect of the Constitution increase? I couldn't help but compare the difference between before and after the transmigration. Before, I had been a long-term office worker, lacking exercise. Stiff shoulders and neck were the norm. I'd be panting after climbing 3 flights of stairs, and one night of staying up late would leave me exhausted for days. But now, after just one night of rest, in an environment that wasn't even perfect, my mental and physical state was fuller and more energetic than after any long vacation in the real world. I immediately tapped the wristband screen. The personal attributes interface appeared clearly. Name, Wu Di. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 13. Seeing those numbers, the corners of my mouth curled up slightly, revealing a subtle smile. Sure enough, my constitution had steadily increased from 9 to 10. That portion of reinforced wolf meat I ate yesterday certainly didn't disappoint. At this rate, as long as supplies kept up, my physical fitness would sooner or later far exceed the limits of an ordinary human. Constitution 10 finally reached the baseline for an ordinary adult male. I whispered to myself, closed the light screen, and pushed open the car door to step out slowly. The morning air carried a hint of coolness, but it couldn't hide the rising temperature. I walked around the car, carefully inspecting every detail. The car body was intact, the metal shell gleaming with a cold luster in the morning light. Not even a single new scratch from yesterday's exploration. The ground was clean and tidy, with no blood, no monster remains, and no claw marks. I frowned slightly. Strange, Suan Wan was clearly attacked last night, and the regional channel was full of wailing. Why was there no movement here at all? According to the system's previous announcement, after the novice period protection ended, monster activity at night would increase significantly, and the danger level would skyrocket geometrically. The regional channel lost over 10,000 people overnight, which meant that the vast majority of survivors had encountered fatal attacks in the dark. As for me, apart from hearing a few distant, strange noises in the first half of the night, I slept soundly for the second half, without even waking up once. Is the lucky pendant's danger avoidance effect working? I quickly deduced in my mind, but couldn't reach a definitive answer. This extraordinary stability didn't make me lower my guard. Instead, it made the tense string in my heart pull even tighter. In highway survival, only by constantly becoming stronger, hoarding resources, and improving one's strength can one guarantee survival. After the inspection, confirming that the vehicle and surroundings were temporarily safe, I returned to the car, closed the door, and shut out the gradually warming air. I didn't set off immediately, but instead tapped on the regional channel. I needed to know what the situation was for other survivors after last night. The messages in the channel were still refreshing at a speed invisible to the naked eye, with dense text scrolling continuously. It's over, it's over. I almost died there last night. 3 monsters like wild dogs were ramming my car door like crazy. The glass was about to shatter. That's still better than me. I can't reach my brother from back home anymore. His friend Avatar has already turned gray. Has anyone met anyone else? Didn't the system say we could meet others? I want to form a team. It's too hard alone. Finding supplies during the day, not sleeping well at night. Look at the regional population. There were over 90,000 yesterday, and now, waking up, there are only a little over 80,000 left. Over 10,000 people gone in one night, and it's only the second day. Killing monsters allows you to decompose meat. I ate a piece of green quality meat, and the wound on my hand from earlier actually healed itself. Seeking medicine. Does anyone have medicine? My leg was bitten by a monster. I can't hold on much longer. Don't dream. Medicine is even rarer than blueprints. Right now, the only things that can stop bleeding and heal are probably those monster meats. Looking to buy weapons, can trade with materials, water, or food. Is this survival game completely refusing to let us ordinary people live? No weapons, no resources, even the talents are just ordinary ones. My gaze was calm as I quickly scanned the lines of messages, silently noting the key information. Nighttime monster attacks were a widespread phenomenon, with over 10,000 people lost in one night, a death rate of nearly 10%. For the early stages of survival, this was already a shocking number. And the news in the channel about monster meat being able to heal wounds just happened to verify my previous guess, that ingredients like green wolf meat indeed possessed basic healing and recovery effects. Although it lacks the heaven-defying effect of the blue-grade, reinforced wolf meat, which permanently increases attributes, in these early stages where medicine is extremely scarce, this item is an absolute lifesaver. The fact that the scratch on my arm from yesterday has completely healed today, without a trace, is proof enough. Just then, a private message notification popped up. Player Suan Wan has sent you a message. My eyes flickered, and I tapped to open the chat box. What greeted me was a trade request with an attachment. It was the automatic hand crossbow I had lent to Suan Wan for self-defense last night, along with the unused crossbow bolts. Big brother, I really owe my life to you last night. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have made it. Suan Wan's text was filled with a lingering, shaky sense of shock. I looked at the trade request, my finger hovering over the light screen for a few seconds. A blue-grade automatic hand crossbow is of no use to me anymore. But for an ordinary survivor like Suan Wan, this blue-grade crossbow is definitely a crucial trump card for survival at this stage. My mind raced, weighing the pros and cons in an instant. If I take it back, she might not survive tonight. If she dies, I lose a source that can consistently produce blueprints. I am no compassionate saint who offers unconditional help to strangers. But I am even less of a fool who is short-sighted and only cares about petty immediate gains. In this world, the value of a high-quality blueprint far exceeds that of a weapon I no longer need. Furthermore, Suan Wan chose not to swallow the weapon and break her word. That alone makes her character worthy of basic trust. I replied directly, "No need to return it." The other side was silent for a full half-minute, clearly stunned by this statement. After a while, she replied in a panic, "But this is too valuable. I can't take your things for free." "It's not for free. Consider this hand crossbow an investment in you. You mentioned before that you can consistently produce blueprints. I hope you weren't just saying that. In exchange, this weapon is yours to use for self-defense and survival. But you must give me a promise. Any high-quality blueprint you produce in the future, offer it to me first. The price can be market rate. I won't pressure you, but I want priority, and you must also provide me with a blueprint of equal value." On the other side of the screen, Suan Wan looked at these lines of text, her eyes uncontrollably turning slightly red. She understood that while my words were blunt, calling it a partnership and an investment, to her, this was practically a gift of rebirth. "I understand, big brother." Suan Wan took a deep breath, her reply significantly more firm. "I promise you, every blueprint I produce from now on, I will contact you first." "Good." After replying, I closed the interface. I leaned back in my seat, closed my eyes gently, and took a deep breath of the cool, dry air inside the vehicle. Next, it's time to start today's journey. I glanced at the real-time temperature on my wristband. It was just past 6 in the morning, yet the temperature outside had already climbed to 32 degrees Celsius. Although it hadn't reached yesterday's peak, the day was still young, and as the sun rose, the temperature would only become more terrifying. After 6 in the morning, the rate of temperature rise far exceeded expectations. I had only driven a few kilometers when the numbers on my wristband jumped sharply to 35 degrees Celsius. The sun had shed its faint morning gentleness, turning into a blinding, ghastly white that hammered down on the road. Heat waves distorted the surface. The highway and wilderness in the distance shimmered in the high heat, as if the entire earth were being slowly baked and melted. I secretly felt fortunate that I had decisively upgraded the vehicle air conditioner to blue grade yesterday. High temperature is just an environmental killer. What's truly fatal will always be supplies and monsters. I gripped the steering wheel, my eyes scanning both sides of the highway without a moment's pause. The morning is the golden time for searching. I must hoard as many supplies as possible. At 8:10, beside a bush on the right side of the highway, a gray-black metal supply crate lay quietly in the shadows. I slowed down steadily and parked, my movements crisp and efficient, without a hint of hesitation. After confirming that the surroundings were temporarily safe, I quickly got out of the car. Ding! Detected an ordinary supply crate. Open it. Open. Obtained. Purified water ×5. Obtained. Fuel ×10. Obtained. Bread ×5. I tossed the supplies into my warehouse and immediately got back in the car to continue my journey. After driving for nearly 40 more minutes, a second supply crate appeared. This time a bronze supply crate, its luster noticeably thicker than the ordinary one. Ding! Detected a bronze supply crate. Open it. Open. Obtained. Fuel ×20. Obtained. Metal block ×10. Obtained. Rubber ×5. Fuel again. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly. Including the previous 10 units, I now had 40 units of fuel. Near noon, the sun hung overhead, pouring heat down almost vertically. The ground temperature had long since exceeded 50 degrees. As the tires rolled over the road, one could smell a faint scent of rubber heating up. I encountered the third supply crate of the day and once again pulled out fuel. Obtained. Fuel ×10. Obtained. Orange juice 500 milliliters ×2. Obtained. Electronic component ×5. Before I could even continue, ding, the racing competition has officially begun. Rules. All participants will be attacked by hostile units spawned by the system. Attack intensity will be dynamically adjusted based on the participant's vehicle level and number of people. Killing hostile units may drop a special competition treasure chest. The announcement lasted only a few seconds, and as soon as it ended, the regional channel exploded. Regional competition? Just survived the night, and now this. Dynamically adjusted intensity? I'm still in a level 1 vehicle. Have any big shots already upgraded their vehicles? Has anyone encountered an attack yet? What is it? It's over, it's over. I was already dying of heat, and now I'm being hunted. No wonder we kept getting fuel from supply crates this morning. It was waiting for us here. Wails, panic, and curses flooded the screen. It was hard to find a single calm message. My heart tightened, my eyes sank instantly, and I glanced sharply at the rearview mirror. I saw that at the far end of the highway behind me, dust was kicking up wildly. 5 pitch-black modified motorcycles were charging toward me in a sharp wedge formation, engines roaring. The riders wore tattered, blackened leather armor, wielding chains, steel pipes, machetes, and Molotov cocktails. Their faces were twisted and hideous, their eyes hollow. They didn't look like normal humans at all, but rather like killing puppets forcibly controlled by some malicious force. Damn it, Molotov cocktails. Hold on tight. I immediately started the vehicle. The motorcycle squad behind me roared in hot pursuit, the engine noise deafening. After driving for a distance, I realized the squad behind couldn't catch up to me at all. I'm maintaining a speed of 100. Right, the initial level 1 vehicle has a top speed of only 60. If they could catch up so easily, how would anyone else survive? I don't know if the Molotov cocktails will damage the vehicle body. I only have 15 bullets left, and I doubt I can hit anything beyond 20 meters. I drove like this for nearly 2 hours. No, I have to deal with them. I can't keep dragging this out. I'll take the risk. There are only 5 of them, I thought while driving. With that in mind, I immediately slowed down. 100, 90, 80. Sure enough, as the speed dropped to 80, the motorcycle squad slowly closed in, now less than 100 meters away. As the motorcycles approached within about 50 meters, Molotov cocktails began to smash against the car body. Good. The blue-grade body is indeed unaffected. Now, the first motorcycle pulled up alongside the car. I held my breath, my arms steady as a rock, my focus intense, my sights locked onto the rider's chest. Bang! The gunshot was dull and powerful, exploding across the empty highway. The rider's body jolted, and he tumbled off the bike, rolling into the scorching bushes by the side of the road. Effective. I felt a surge of confidence. I didn't dare get greedy. I maintained my speed, waiting for the next target to approach. The second and third ones rushed up. I seized the moment they were parallel and fired short, rapid shots. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 shots, 2 more motorcycles lost control and flipped, crashing heavily into the roadside, parts flying everywhere. With the last 2 bullets fired, one flipped out of control, and the other exploded into a fireball, billowing black smoke. Ding! Congratulations on clearing all hostile units. Obtained special competition treasure chest ×1. The previous vehicles and corpses had all vanished. In the middle of the road lay a dark gold treasure chest, engraved with complex competition patterns. It was clearly no ordinary item. Phew! All 15 bullets gone, but at least I finished them off. I panted, then stopped the car, quickly confirmed the surroundings were safe, moved the chest into the car, and closed the door, shutting out the hellish heat outside. Special competition treasure chest. Hope there's something good in here. I took a deep breath and pressed my fingertips against the chest. Ding! Open the special competition treasure chest. Open. The chest dissolved into points of light, and 3 items settled quietly into my warehouse slots. Obtained. Shooting Mastery Skill Book, Green Grade, ×1 obtained. Level 1 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint ×1 obtained. Talent Fragment, Black Iron Grade, ×1. I took a deep breath and raised my wrist, the pale blue light screen unfolding gently before my eyes. My gaze landed immediately on the first item, Shooting Mastery Skill Book, Green Grade. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker Effect 1 activated. Detected target, Shooting Mastery Skill Book, Green Grade. Triggered 100% probability of Tier 1 promotion, success. Item Shooting Mastery Skill Book has been promoted to Shooting Mastery Skill Book, Blue Grade. Shooting Mastery Skill Book, Blue Grade after use. Permanently master advanced shooting techniques. Significantly improve shooting accuracy and stability. Significantly enhance dynamic visual capturability. And slightly improve knowledge of firearm disassembly, maintenance, and care. Significant stability, dynamic vision, firearm maintenance. I recited in my heart, a clear look of satisfaction flashing in my eyes. When those 5 motorcycles were chasing me, my biggest headaches were: first, I had never really fired a gun and couldn't guarantee hits at long range. Second, in a high-speed vehicle, my eyes couldn't keep up with the target, making it easy to miss. Now, the blue-grade shooting mastery filled those gaps. Use. I didn't hesitate and tapped it. The next moment, the entire book turned into a soft yet condensed stream of light that dove straight into my brow. Countless pieces of knowledge and muscle memory regarding gripping, breathing, aiming, tracking, and recoil management flooded my mind, as if I had practiced them thousands of times in a training ground. I subconsciously raised my right hand, forming a gun shape. My arm was steady as a rock, my eyes narrowed slightly, and the pebbles, weeds, and flying insects on the distant highway became exceptionally clear, with their trajectories even faintly predictable. I turned my head to look at the ghost shadow pistol on the passenger seat. This time, I was no longer an ordinary person just holding a powerful weapon, but a survivor who had truly begun to master the power of firearms. Man, gun, and technique had truly become one for the first time. Not bad. I exhaled softly, put the pistol back, and turned my attention to the second trophy. Level 1 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint ×1. Seeing this blueprint, my brow furrowed slightly. The problem is, I'm already a Level 2 vehicle. I didn't hesitate much. I activated Rule Breaker again. Use on the blueprint, promote. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker Effect 1 activated. Detected target, Level 1 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. Triggered 30% probability of Tier 2 promotion, success. Item, Level 1 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint has been promoted to Level 3 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. A system notification popped up. It skipped 2 tiers. I was a bit dumbfounded. A Level 3 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. After use, can upgrade a Level 3 vehicle to a Level 4 vehicle. Upgrade requirements. Level 3 vehicle / not met. Level 3 vehicle engine / met. Level 3 vehicle glass / met. Level 3 vehicle frame / met. Vehicle core * 1 / not met. I was originally worried about not finding high-level blueprints. Now I have the blueprint to upgrade from Level 3 to Level 4, though I'm still missing the vehicle core. Level 1 to 2, Level 3 to 4. Why is there no requirement for tires? I couldn't understand. Are tires not important? Forget it, don't think about it. At least I have a direction now. I put the blueprint away and focused on the last item. Talent Fragment, Black Iron Grade, ×1. Talent Fragment, Black Iron Grade, a mysterious energy fragment containing a faint power of talent promotion. Collect 10 to synthesize Talent Promotion Stone, Black Iron Grade. Talent Promotion Stone. Can my mythical talent break through again? I repeated softly. 10 fragments to synthesize 1. I noted it silently. This will be an important goal for a long time to come. With only 1 fragment, synthesis was still a long way off, so there was no point in overthinking it. I put the talent fragment away properly, having finished processing all the loot. I looked at the time, 14:30. The regional competition was still ongoing, and the dangers outside were far from over. Just then, I suddenly remembered someone. Suan Wan, the girl who had made a deal with me and could consistently provide blueprints. In this kind of death trial, could she survive with her early-stage strength? I opened my friend list, found Suan Wan's avatar, and sent a direct message. Still alive? How's the situation over there? The message was sent, and there was silence for a full 5 minutes. Suan Wan, big brother. I'm still alive. I was scared to death just now. I didn't even dare look at my wristband. What kind of attack did you encounter? Monsters or a motorcade? Suan Wan. Neither, it was a road collapse. The highway behind me suddenly split, one deep pit after another. I could only keep my foot on the gas. Can you hold on? Suan Wan. Luckily, I was lucky earlier and got a green-grade engine. I'm maintaining a speed of 80. I have enough fuel. I haven't dared to lift my foot off the gas at all. Hearing this, I finally relaxed. If Suan Wan could survive, it meant my previous investment hadn't been in vain. Message me if there's any situation. Suan Wan. Okay. Big brother, stay safe too. Ending the conversation, I gently put down my wristband and leaned back in my seat. After resting for a while, nearly 3 hours had passed since the start of the regional competition. I wanted to see the situation of other survivors and also collect some information about the types of attacks. Has anyone encountered a road collapse? The highway here split into deep trenches. I haven't dared to let go of the gas pedal at all. Me too. Luckily, I got a lot of fuel this morning. My life is saved. My gaze paused. It seems that road collapse wasn't unique to Suan Wan. It should be a regional crisis spawned by the system for some survivors. Scrolling down, more bizarre attacks followed one after another. Help! Black fog suddenly appeared here. It's about to catch up to me. I don't have much fuel left. You guys need to increase your speed. You should be fine. The game shouldn't kill us at the very start. Hold on, brothers. I've killed the monsters behind me. Trading green-gray dog meat for various blueprints. Injured brothers. Come quickly. Limited quantity. First come, first served. I patiently read for half an hour, my fingertips sliding across the light screen, but I discovered a strange phenomenon. All the attacks mentioned were either environmental crises or beast-type monsters. Not a single person mentioned humanoid monsters, let alone a modified motorcycle squad. Could the humanoid motorcycle puppets be spawned specifically for my level 2 vehicle? I pondered to myself. The system rules clearly stated that attack intensity would be dynamically adjusted based on the participant's vehicle level and number of people. My level 2 vehicle was likely among the top tier of current survivors, and perhaps because of that, the system gave me a higher difficulty humanoid enemy squad. After all, those motorcycle puppets were organized and armed, making them harder to deal with than simple beasts. Thinking this through, my doubts were slightly resolved. I didn't hesitate and closed the regional channel. Focus on the road. Continuing to search for supplies is the real business. I gripped the steering wheel and lightly pressed the gas pedal. However, the subsequent journey was unusually smooth, even abnormally so. After driving for 2 full hours, along the way, apart from withered weeds, scattered gravel, and road surfaces cracked by high heat, I didn't even see the shadow of a supply crate. Strange, why isn't there a single supply crate? I frowned, slowed down, and checked both sides carefully again, but still found nothing. Time passed bit by bit, the clock on my wristband jumping from 16 to 1700 hours, then slowly approaching 1800 hours. The sun set, and the originally blinding white sunlight gradually turned into a soft orange-red, spilling onto the highway. The high temperature dropped slightly, but it was still an unbearable 38 degrees Celsius. Just then, at the far end of the highway, the vague outline of a building slowly came into view. It appeared exceptionally abrupt. I immediately became vigilant, slowly reducing my speed to 60 kilometers per hour, my eyes locked on the building as I approached bit by bit. As the distance shortened, the details of the building became clearer. It was a structure similar to a bus stop, and the most eye-catching thing was a metal sign standing in the center of the platform, with clear black characters written on it, Supply Point. Supply Point. My heart stirred. This was the first time since I arrived in this world that I had seen a supply point clearly marked by the system. I didn't rush to get out of the car, but parked 10 meters away from the supply point, observed the surroundings carefully, then got out and walked over quickly. Approaching the supply point, I found 2 silver machines standing there. They were square-shaped, similar to modern vending machines, but larger, with simple patterns engraved on the surface, making them look more high-tech. I walked to the machine on the left first and reached out to touch the body gently. A pale blue light screen unfolded instantly in front of the machine, clearly marked with 4 large characters, Resource Recycling. Below the light screen, various types of recyclable supplies were listed, from the most basic metal blocks, rubber, and electronic components to fuel, medicine, ordinary blueprints, and even materials dropped by monsters. Behind each type of supply, the corresponding recycling points were marked. Metal block times 1, 1 point rubber times 1, 1 point fuel times 1, 1 point green grade material, 2 points. I browsed quickly and had a rough idea. The function of this machine was to exchange excess supplies I didn't need for recycling points. As for what the points could be used for, I had to look at the other machine. I turned and walked to the machine on the right, touched the body, and the light screen unfolded in response, marked with the 4 characters, Resource Sale. Unlike the recycling machine, the light screen of this machine listed supplies available for purchase, From basic survival supplies like purified water and bread to production materials like metal blocks and precision electronic components. Purified water times 1. 2 points food 1 portion, random type, times 1. 2 points metal block times 1. 2 points. Engine blueprint, green grade 50 points vehicle frame blueprint, green grade 50 points, vehicle glass blueprint, green grade 50 points. Vehicle air conditioner blueprint, green grade 30 points. Level 1 vehicle upgrade blueprint, 100 points. Level 2 vehicle upgrade blueprint, 200 points. I have to get it. I absolutely must get that level 2 vehicle upgrade blueprint. Staring at the supplies on the light screen, my mind was completely fixated on obtaining the level 2 vehicle upgrade blueprint. I'll keep the materials and water, and I suppose 10 pieces of wolf meat should be enough. I can do without the rest. I could put quality of life aside for now. These past 2 days of survival had taught me that strength is the only foundation that matters. 165 points. Is it still not enough? I looked at my current point total and carefully tallied all the resources I had on hand. Ghost Shadow Pistol, purple grade. Refrigerated Fridge Blueprint, green grade. Military Tactical Dagger, white grade. Energy Core, blue grade. Metal Block times 26, Rubber times 8, Plastic times 3, Electronic Components times 11, Glass times 3. Wolf Meat, green grade, times 10, All-Purpose Seasoning Powder times 1, Kitchenware Set times 1, Mini Lighter times 1, Mineral Water 500 milliliters times 12, Fuel times 50. What else can I trade? I fell into deep thought, looking at everything that remained. The Level 2 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint cost 200 points, and I was still 35 points short. Let's see how much this thing fetches, I said, looking at the Energy Core, blue grade, in my warehouse. I had originally intended to keep it. Rather than letting it gather dust, I might as well turn it into points and exchange it for something more useful. Without further hesitation, I took the Energy Core out of the warehouse and placed it into the recycler. Ding! Item, Energy Core detected. Recycling, 100 points. Only 100 points. I raised an eyebrow, feeling slightly surprised, but I quickly let it go. A blue-grade energy core could only power a level 2 vehicle for about a day at full capacity. Its value was limited. 165 plus 100 equals 265 points. I did the mental math again. After grabbing the level 2 blueprint, I'll have 65 points left. That's just enough to buy one green-grade blueprint, but the others will still be out of reach. My gaze returned to the resource sale machine's light screen, focusing on the green grade, vehicle frame blueprint, vehicle glass blueprint, and vehicle air conditioner blueprint. As it stands, the drop rate for blueprints is extremely low. I could buy them and use my talent to enhance them as backups. If I trigger a +2 probability, I'll use them myself. Even if I don't get a +2, I can always trade them for other resources. With that thought, I immediately checked the talent cooldown on my wristband. The screen clearly displayed remaining uses of Rule Breaker for today, 3. I'll use one to enhance the energy core, and another tonight to enhance the green wolf meat to boost my physique. That leaves one in reserve. I took a deep breath, took the blue energy core out of the recycler, held it in my hand, and activated my talent. Use talent, Rule Breaker. Promote, energy core. Ding, talent, Rule Breaker, effect 1 activated. Target detected, energy core, blue grade. 100% probability of Tier 1 promotion triggered. Success. Item, energy core, has been promoted to high energy core, purple grade. High energy core, purple grade vehicle core accessory. Provides stable energy for the vehicle, can be used as a substitute for fuel, and meets the regular energy consumption of level 2 to 3 vehicles for 7 days. Usage requirement, level 2 vehicle or higher. Good stuff, though it's useless to me now. Ding, high energy core detected. Recycling, 500 points. 500 points. It increased 5-fold. I felt a surge of satisfaction, and my previous worries vanished instantly. With 165 base points plus 500 recycling points, my total reached 665 points, more than enough to exchange for all the blueprints I wanted. I turned and walked quickly back to the resource sale machine. Without hesitation, I tapped the screen, entering a frenzy of purchasing. Ding, 200 points deducted. Obtained Level 2 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint, times 1. Ding, 50 points deducted. Obtained Vehicle Frame Blueprint, times 1. Ding, 50 points deducted. Obtained Vehicle Glass Blueprint, times 1. Ding, 50 points deducted. Obtained Engine Blueprint, times 1. Ding, 100 points deducted. Obtained Level 1 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint, times 1. Level 2 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. Used to upgrade a Level 2 vehicle to Level 3. Upgrade requirements. Level 2 Vehicle/Med. Level 2 Vehicle Engine/Med. Level 2 Vehicle Glass/Med. Level 2 Vehicle Frame/Med. Vehicle Core, times 1/not Med. A vehicle core again. What on earth is this thing? It couldn't be what I think it is, could it? I recalled the videos I had watched before transmigrating. After all this effort, I can only look at it. I had no choice but to prepare to check the trading channel later to see if anyone had a vehicle core. After all, I now had all the other conditions met to upgrade to a Level 3 vehicle. Now, if I just get 2 vehicle cores, I can upgrade directly to a Level 4 vehicle. I felt a bit excited. I still have 215 points left. I scanned the remaining points on the screen and shifted my gaze down to the Basic Resources section. Metal block times 1, 2 points. Rubber times 1, 2 points. Electronic components times 1, 5 points. Glass times 1, 1 point. These were all basic materials. They seemed common, but they were indispensable. I'll buy them all. Who knows when I'll encounter another supply point. I didn't hesitate. Metal blocks are what I need most right now, so I'll stock up on those and trade for a bit of everything else. Ding, purchase successful. Obtain metal block, times 50. Ding, purchase successful. Obtained plastic, times 30. Ding, purchase successful. Obtained rubber, times 20. Ding, purchase successful. Obtained electronic components, times 19. Ding, purchase successful. Obtained glass, times 20. I'll spend the night here at the supply point. It's safe, and I might see if any other survivors come by to trade. I calculated, then opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. I have 2 talent uses left. One for enhancing the wolf meat to boost my physique, but where should I use the last one? I wondered, leaning back in the driver's seat. I looked at the refrigerated fridge blueprint, green grade, in my warehouse. I had traded for it to test my talent's effects, and I decided to use my final opportunity of the day on it. I have enough basic materials now, so it's decided. Ding, refrigerated fridge blueprint, green grade. Crafting requirements. Metal block times 5, rubber times 1, plastic times 1, electronic components times 1, all materials met. Confirm crafting? Yes. Ding, refrigerated fridge crafted. Use talent, rule breaker. Promote, refrigerated fridge. Ding, talent, rule breaker, effect 1 activated. Target detected, refrigerated fridge, green grade. 30% probability of Tier 2 promotion triggered. Success. Item, refrigerated fridge, has been promoted to Smart Constant Temperature Refrigeration Box, purple grade. Smart Constant Temperature Refrigeration Box, purple grade vehicle accessory. High-end refrigeration storage device. Can freely adjust temperature between -8 degrees Celsius and 8 degrees Celsius. Includes 5 cubic meters of internal space. Compatible with Level 2 vehicles and above. Note, occupies space, vehicle energy consumption plus 40%. Installable accessory detected. Install immediately. Install. Ding, accessory installed successfully. Please select installation location. The interface on my wristband projected a detailed 3D structure of my Level 2 minivan. A flashing white box floated over it. I'll put it behind the passenger seat door to keep the weight balanced. I dragged the box into place. I inspected the fridge. It took up half the rear space, and its silver-white exterior opened to reveal 5 cubic meters of space, far exceeding its external dimensions. I moved the 10 pieces of green-grade wolf meat, 12 bottles of mineral water, and the all-purpose seasoning powder into it. I can finally have cold drinks in this weather. It wasn't easy. If I had known, I wouldn't have recycled the cola. It would have been great to keep it. What a pity. I felt a pang of regret. But I have to develop my talent myself. From now on, any green-grade blueprint I get will at least become purple. Huh. I turned back to the driver's seat, excited. Now, The priority is finding a vehicle core. That way, I can upgrade directly to a level 4 vehicle. I opened my wristband and entered the trading channel, searching for vehicle core. No relevant information found. Nothing? It's so scarce. If it's what I think it is, it's definitely hard to get at this stage. I was disappointed, especially since I was only 2 vehicle cores away from a massive upgrade. I'll ask in the communication channel. With so many people, someone should have one. I immediately switched to the regional communication channel. Buying vehicle cores. Offering a good price. Private message me if you have one. Serious inquiries only. Another 8,000 people gone today. That's over 20,000 dead in just 3 days. This survival game really isn't giving us a way out. Has anyone found a supply point? There's so much stuff, even vehicle upgrade blueprints. Has anyone met other people? I've been driving all day and haven't seen a soul. They said it was possible to meet others, right? I really want to find a teammate. Stop whining. As long as you diligently look for supply crates every day, you'll survive the event. Those who died deserved it. It's a survival game. How can you survive without risking your life? I advise everyone not to slack off. Those who died are just lessons. I found a supply point too, but the prices are too high. Even if I recycled everything I had, it wouldn't be enough to upgrade to a level 2 vehicle. We're all in the same boat. Aren't you being a bit cold-blooded? The channel was in an uproar, and my purchase request disappeared like a stone thrown into the ocean, without causing a single ripple. However, judging by the messages, it seemed everyone had encountered a supply point. It looks like the survival game is leaving a path for everyone. I wonder how many people will be able to upgrade to a level 2 vehicle. I need to hurry and collect resources, or my lead won't last long. After thinking for a while, I started preparing dinner. I had been busy looking for supplies all day and had only eaten some snacks I'd found earlier. Now, I only had water and wolf meat. I have to keep working hard. In other novels, the protagonists have endless food and drink with beauties by their sides, while my life is... Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Item, Wolf Meat, has been promoted to Reinforced Wolf Meat, Blue Grade. Reinforced Wolf Meat, Blue Grade, consuming 1 unit permanently increases physique by 1 point. Limited to 1 consumption per day. No usage limit. Another 1-tier promotion? My talent's 5% chance for a 3-tier promotion must be a lie. Today, out of 5 uses, for 1-tier promotions, and only 1 was a 2-tier. That probability is something else. I finished the roasted meat with chilled mineral water. Looking at my physique, which had risen to 11 points on the system interface, I could clearly feel my body becoming stronger than before. It's slow, but if my talent can promote the wolf meat by 2 tiers tomorrow, I wonder how much attribute a purple grade wolf meat will add. I felt a sense of anticipation. It's only the 2nd day, and so many people have died. I wonder what's next. Can I keep going? After cleaning up, I lay in the driver's seat, staring blankly at the highway outside. I definitely can. I have a mythical talent, infinite energy, and so many high-quality items. If I can't survive, who else in this survival game can? I won't just survive. I will stay ahead of everyone else. As I thought this, a private message popped up on my wristband. Suan Wan. Big brother, I saw your message. You're looking for a vehicle core, right? Woody. Yes. Do you have one? We can discuss whatever you need. Suan Wan. No. I just saw your message and wanted to ask. I'll keep an eye out for you. If I find one, I'll tell you immediately. I thought that having one more person helping me watch the channel could be a good thing, as I couldn't stare at it forever. If you have time, please keep an eye out for anyone mentioning a vehicle core and let me know if you hear anything. Suan Wan. Okay, big brother, I definitely will. Just as I was preparing to rest to face any potential crises in the middle of the night, ding. Player Suan Wan is trading with you. Level 1 vehicle upgrade blueprint ×1, storage space expansion blueprint, green grade, ×1. I looked down, stunned by the trade notification. Suan Wan's message followed immediately. Big brother, I traded for these at the supply point today, along with a blueprint I found. They're all for you. I stared at the 2 blueprints on the screen, filled with surprise. I was surprised not only that Suan Wan had kept her promise, but also that she had included a Level 1 vehicle upgrade blueprint. A blueprint that cost 100 points at the supply point and was crucial for her own vehicle upgrade. Yet, she had given it to me without hesitation. I didn't accept the trade immediately, instead checking the attributes of the storage space expansion blueprint, green grade. Storage space plus 10 slots. Crafting requirements, metal block times 10, electronic components times 10. Seeing the attributes, a flash of joy crossed my eyes. This is great stuff. I had to clear space every time I opened a crate before. With this, plus the 5 cubic meters from the fridge, I shouldn't have to worry about space for a while. Surprised, I asked, "You gave me the level 1 vehicle upgrade blueprint. Don't you need it yourself?" A few seconds later, Suan Wan replied, "Big brother, if you hadn't given me that weapon last night, I might be dead by now. Besides, I haven't gathered all the other parts yet, so I can't use it anyway." A warmth spread through my heart. Suan Wan was grateful and kept her word, a rarity. I could imagine that she must have spent a lot of resources to trade for that blueprint. This gesture was more precious than the blueprint itself. I replied, "I'll take the storage space blueprint. Consider your promise fulfilled. Keep the vehicle upgrade blueprint for yourself. I already have one." Suan Wan, Okay, big brother. Thank you so much. If I get any other blueprints, I'll contact you first." Ding, trade successful. Obtained storage space expansion blueprint, green grade, ×1. Thinking about how Suan Wan always seemed to find blueprints, curiosity got the better of me. "You're always so lucky with blueprints. Does it have something to do with your talent?" Suan Wan hesitated for a few seconds before replying. "Big brother, my talent is the silver grade, heavenly craft scroll. Every day, a supply crate refreshes in my car at a random time, and it's guaranteed to contain a blueprint for the current stage." A flash of surprise crossed my eyes, followed by realization. No wonder she could always get blueprints. It was her talent. Wu Di, that's a powerful talent. Stay safe tonight. Suan Wan, I will, big brother. You stay safe too. After closing the chat, I leaned back in the driver's seat and checked the storage expansion blueprint again, feeling very satisfied. I subconsciously tapped the crafting interface, then stopped. Almost forgot, my talent uses for today are already used up. Storage is tight, but with the 5 cubic meters from the fridge, it's manageable. If this expansion blueprint could be promoted to blue or even purple, it would definitely provide more space. I'll wait until tomorrow. I put the blueprint into the warehouse. I'll wait for my talent uses to refresh and promote it before using it to get the maximum value. I stretched and relaxed my tense nerves. Now I'm still missing a vehicle core. That's my primary goal. With it, I can upgrade to a level 4 vehicle. I thought. I wonder what a level 4 vehicle looks like. I really want a bed. Suddenly, I thought, Suan Wan is currently in a level 1 vehicle and only finds green-gray blueprints. If she upgrades to a level 2 vehicle, will the supply crate from her Heavenly Craft Scroll drop higher quality blueprints? I raised an eyebrow. I suspected her talent's output might be linked to her vehicle level. It shouldn't be entirely linked to the vehicle level. Otherwise, once she reaches level 4, she'd be finding purple and gold blueprints all the time. Thinking this, I felt that helping Suan Wan upgrade her vehicle might also be helping myself. On one hand, I could observe the effects of her talent, as blueprint drop rates were too low, and she could be a constant source. On the other hand, it was a chance to see if she was truly trustworthy. Actually, I had another thought. If her talent was truly linked to the vehicle level, would it still work if she gave up her vehicle to join mine? And if it did, what kind of blueprints would it produce? With my thoughts settled, I didn't hesitate and opened my wristband. What do you still need to upgrade to a level 2 vehicle? A few seconds later, Suan Wan replied, Big brother, why are you asking? I'm only missing one vehicle frame blueprint. I have everything else. I was surprised she had so many resources. I replied, I have an extra vehicle frame blueprint. I can give it to you. Suan Wan replied almost instantly, her words full of surprise and disbelief. Really, big brother? But I don't have anything left to trade with you. Wu Di, I'm not helping you for free. Any blueprints your talent drops tomorrow, regardless of quality, go to me. If you agree, I can give you the blueprint now. Suan Wan didn't hesitate. Okay, big brother. No problem. I'll send you whatever I find tomorrow, no matter the quality. Thank you so much. Ding, player Wu Di is trading with you. Vehicle frame blueprint, green grade, ×1. Closing the chat, I leaned back in the driver's seat, calculating. If Suan Wan can find a blue-grade blueprint tomorrow, my development will definitely take a leap forward. Just then, my wristband vibrated, and a private message popped up with 4 simple words, "I have a vehicle core." A flash of surprise crossed my eyes, and I immediately replied, "What do you need?" The other party was silent for a few seconds before replying. "You should know the value of this thing. 100 units of fuel and 1 level 1 vehicle upgrade blueprint." I frowned. They were asking for more than I expected. I replied, "That price is too high. I don't have that many resources." The other party replied quickly, "If I weren't short on resources, I wouldn't be selling this vehicle core." I hesitated for a moment. "Then you should know that very few people need this right now. The level 1 vehicle upgrade blueprint is fine, and I can give you 50 units of fuel. That's my entire stock. But I have a condition you should consider." After waiting a few minutes, just as I was about to lose patience, the other party replied, "What is your condition?" I let out a soft breath and replied, "It's simple. You just need to tell me where you got your vehicle core." Nothing hard to say. I ran into a disgusting man, killed him, and the system notified me that his vehicle could be dismantled. In the end, it dropped a vehicle core. Judging by the tone, it was a woman, which surprised me. After all, having only been out of the peaceful era for a couple of days, I found it hard to believe a woman could say that so nonchalantly. Plus, the fact that she had actually encountered another person. Thinking of this, I immediately replied, "You met someone else? How did that happen?" "I don't know either. I met them at a supply point." It seemed the system's warning about meeting others was true. And while I didn't know why this woman had killed someone, the dangers in this survival game went far beyond the game itself. Sometimes, people were more terrifying than monsters. I immediately sent a trade request to her. "Ding, player Wu D has initiated a trade with you. Level 2 vehicle upgrade blueprint. Fuel ×50. Request. Vehicle core." After a moment's thought, I sent her a message. "Let's add each other as friends. If you get any more vehicle cores later, I'll continue to buy them." Ding, trade successful. Obtain vehicle core ×1. "Sure, if I get more vehicle cores in the future, I'll contact you." After she replied, I received a friend request. Player Sue Curson has requested to add you as a friend. Accept. Just 1 more vehicle core, and I can upgrade to a level 4 vehicle, I thought, feeling a bit excited. Just as I was preparing to upgrade to a level 3 vehicle first, another private message request popped up. "Brother, I have a vehicle core. What price can you offer?" I felt a surge of joy. I hadn't expected a second person to come knocking so soon, so I immediately replied, "What do you need?" The other party replied quickly, "This vehicle core was opened from a special supply crate today. I risked my life for this, so you should know its value. I want the level 1 and level 2 vehicle upgrade blueprints, plus the air conditioner blueprint." Looking at the message, I frowned slightly. Based on my own reasoning, I found Sue Curson's explanation more plausible. That vehicle cores should only be obtainable by dismantling someone else's vehicle. However, I couldn't be certain if they could be found in supply crates. But the price was too high. After thinking it over, I replied, "I don't have that many supplies. Keep it for now. I'll look for you later when I have more." The other party was silent for a dozen seconds before replying, "Brother, this vehicle core is a necessity for upgrading vehicles. It's not easy to get. You probably haven't received one yet, have you?" Seeing the reply, I had a slight suspicion. This person might be lying. It was highly probable that this vehicle core was also obtained by dismantling someone else's vehicle. As for the means they used, it didn't matter to me, but I couldn't accept this price. I needed the level 2 vehicle upgrade blueprint for myself. There was no way I would trade it away. I decided to ignore them and prepared to rest. Unexpectedly, they sent another message. "Brother, do you want it or not? You aren't playing me, are you?" Seeing this, I suspected even more that this person wasn't a good character, so I chose to ignore them. Meanwhile, in another old minivan, Lu Jiqiang stared at the communication interface with a sinister expression. "Daring to play me? Don't let me find out who you are." Little did I know that I had been targeted by someone for no reason. Closing the private chat with Lu Jiqiang, I looked at the vehicle core in my warehouse. At this moment, all the conditions for upgrading to a level 3 vehicle were met. Level 2 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. Used to upgrade a Level 2 vehicle to a Level 3 vehicle. Upgrade requirements. Level 2 Vehicle/Met. Level 2 Vehicle Engine/Met. Level 2 Vehicle Glass/Met. Level 2 Vehicle Frame/Met. Vehicle Core ×1/Met. Although I'm still one core short of reaching Level 4, upgrading to Level 3 will significantly improve my survival capabilities, I whispered to myself. Without hesitation, I tapped the Upgrade button on the screen. Ding! Detected that player Wu D has met the requirements to upgrade from a Level 2 vehicle to a Level 3 vehicle. Upgrade time, 10 minutes. Please move away from the vehicle. As the system notification faded, I immediately pushed the door open, retreated to the supply point, and kept my eyes fixed on my minivan. I saw a pale blue halo envelop the entire vehicle. As the blue light dissipated, ding, vehicle upgrade successful. Your Level 2 minivan has been promoted to a Level 3 minivan. A brand new silver gray minivan appeared before my eyes. I couldn't wait to walk up and pull the door open. The previously crude seats had become soft and comfortable. What surprised me most was the lighting. The previous Level 2 minivan had no lighting. Every night, the interior was pitch black, and I had to rely on the faint glow of my wristband to move around. Now, soft LED ceiling lights were installed, and there were embedded wall lights on both sides of the doors. With a gentle touch of the switch on the ceiling, soft light instantly filled the cabin, bright but not glaring. Finally, I wouldn't have to spend the night in the dark. More importantly, I could see what was happening outside at night. Directly in front of the driver's seat, the crude dashboard had been replaced by an oversized screen-style center console. When the screen lit up, the light blue interface was clear and concise, displaying not only the vehicle's various data, but also system notifications. Ding! Unlocked Vehicle Map function. Can display terrain, obstacles, and supply crates within a 10-meter radius of the vehicle in real time. I tapped the center console screen, and the map instantly expanded, clearly showing the 10-meter radius around the vehicle. So practical. I was overjoyed. With this map function, I wouldn't have to keep staring at the roadside to find supply crates anymore. I immediately opened the Vehicle Attribute interface to check the detailed stats of the Level 3 vehicle and the items already equipped, memorizing them one by one. Vehicle, Level 3 minivan, top speed, 180 km per hour. Vehicle accessories/items, lucky pendant, gold. Vehicle engine, blue. Crystallized bulletproof glass, blue. High-strength alloy vehicle frame, blue. Heavy-duty explosion-proof off-road tire, blue. Vehicle nuclear reactor, orange. Smart constant temperature refrigeration box, purple quality. Aside from adding basic functions, the top speed only increased by 30. There aren't any major changes, but this map function is truly practical. After studying it for a while, I began to feel tired. I adjusted the driver's seat, reclined it, and leaned back, ready to rest. That night was exceptionally quiet. I slept until dawn and only woke up when the sunlight shone through the window onto my face. I checked the time, 5:30. The night was quite peaceful. Is the effect of the lucky pendant really that strong? I whispered to myself. I hadn't paid much attention to the attribute of reducing the probability of encountering danger before, but seeing as I hadn't encountered any monsters for 2 consecutive nights, the effect was indeed powerful. But then I thought, feeling a bit helpless. Although it's safe, without monster attacks, I can't get dropped meat resources. If I want to improve my attributes, do I have to actively seek out monsters? Thinking of this, I opened my friend list, found Suan Wan, and sent her a message asking about her situation last night. Suan Wan, did you encounter any monster attacks or other anomalies last night? After waiting a few minutes, Suan Wan's reply came, her tone filled with relief. Big brother, after I upgraded to the Level 2 vehicle, there was movement outside in the middle of the night. I didn't dare go out, but I didn't encounter any monsters. Are you doing okay over there? Seeing the message, I was a bit surprised. Was this girl really that lucky? I replied, I'm fine. Stay safe. Let me know as soon as you open any blueprints today. Suan Wan. Home. Big brother. I'll tell you the moment I open one. I was still wondering what quality of blueprints Suan Wan would get today. I closed the chat interface and leaned back in the driver's seat, Calculating. Now that I had upgraded to a level 3 vehicle, my next goal was to continue searching for the second vehicle core and strive to upgrade to a level 4 vehicle as soon as possible. I didn't hesitate any longer and started the engine. It's just dawn and it's already this hot. How high will the temperature get outside today? I looked at the outdoor temperature of 32 degrees Celsius on the center console. How could people without a vehicle air conditioner survive in this heat? Recalling the vehicle air conditioner blueprint at the supply point, which wasn't cheap, I fell in a deep thought. I wonder how many people chose to redeem the vehicle air conditioner at this supply point. Given my speed and the resources I've obtained, most people shouldn't be ahead of me. How will others choose between the vehicle air conditioner and vehicle upgrades? Being too hot or having insufficient vehicle defense could both lead to death. I shook my head and stopped thinking about it. All I could do now was take care of myself, find the second vehicle core as soon as possible, and upgrade to a level 4 vehicle. Only by having sufficient strength could I survive in this cruel world. With the map function on the center console, I saved a lot of effort. I kept an eye out for potential supply crates in the distance while driving. Around 9 in the morning, a yellow dot appeared on the map. I slowed down and parked. Looking from the vehicle, a supply crate was lying quietly in the grass by the side of the road. After confirming there was no danger nearby, I pushed the door open and walked over. Mineral water ×5, metal block ×3, kitchen knife ×1. A common supply crate. So the yellow dot is a supply crate, I thought, making a mental note of this. I collected the supplies and set off again. Around 11:30 in the morning, another yellow dot appeared on the map. As usual, I checked, got out, and collected the supplies. Canned yellow peaches ×5, electronic components ×5, functional drink ×4, Tang Dao, green quality, ×1. Bronze supply crates really are different. I put the supplies into the warehouse and looked up at the time on the center console. It was already 11:50, and the temperature outside had climbed again. The current outdoor temperature had reached 43 degrees Celsius. Waves of heat hit me in the face. I had been out of the vehicle for less than 5 minutes, and I was already soaked in sweat, my breathing becoming rapid. At this temperature, it's still bearable for now. It's only the third day. If the temperature continues to rise, there's no way to survive without an air conditioner. I immediately returned to the cabin. Both supply crates today dropped weapons. It seems this survival game is always giving everyone a chance to survive, but it requires risking one's life, I thought to myself. After resting in the vehicle for 10 minutes, I set off again. Less than a kilometer later, a fork in the road appeared, extending in different directions, with waist-high weeds growing along the roadside. In the middle of the fork sat an old minivan. I recognized at a glance that this was everyone's starting vehicle. A flash of vigilance crossed my eyes. I slowed down and parked, not getting out immediately. Instead, I used the map function on the center console to check the situation within a 10-meter radius. No abnormal dots. I carefully observed the old minivan. The door was wide open, no one was in sight, and there were no signs of monster activity. After confirming it was safe, I pushed the door open and, braving the scorching sun, walked quickly to the old minivan. As soon as I got close, the wristband suddenly rang with a system notification. Ding! Detected an ownerless vehicle. Do you wish to dismantle it? My heart leaped with joy, and my eyes lit up instantly. Without the slightest hesitation, I immediately clicked Confirm Dismantle. The system notification followed. Ding! Dismantling complete. Obtained. Vehicle core ×1. Just as I thought, there is a vehicle core. I excitedly opened the warehouse and looked at the newly added vehicle core, a smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. I hadn't expected the second vehicle core I had been longing for to be obtained this way. At this time, the temperature outside had reached 45 degrees Celsius. The heat was rolling, and even the weeds by the roadside were withered from the sun. I didn't dare linger and immediately returned to my level 3 minivan, closing the door. Leaning back in the driver's seat, I calmed my excited heart. I had originally thought it would take some time to upgrade to a level 4 vehicle, but I hadn't expected the surprise to come so suddenly. Level 3 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. Used to upgrade a Level 3 vehicle to a Level 4 vehicle. Upgrade requirements. Level 3 Vehicle/Met. Level 3 Vehicle Engine/Met. Level 3 vehicle glass / met. Level 3 vehicle frame / met. Vehicle core times 1 / met. Ding! Detected that player Wu D has met the requirements for a level 4 vehicle. Please provide materials. The quantity of materials invested will determine the vehicle's attributes after the upgrade. I frowned slightly. It needed basic materials too? I checked the requirements. Metal blocks at most 50, other materials at most 30. Fortunately, it's still within an acceptable range. I hurriedly checked the basic materials in my warehouse. Metal blocks times 74, electronic components times 34, plastic times 32, glass times 23, rubber times 27. Not much missing. Since I'm doing it, I'll do it right, I whispered to myself. Thinking of this, I immediately opened the friend list and sent a message to Suan Wan. Do you have any extra glass and rubber? After waiting a while, Suan Wan's reply came, her tone filled with apology. Big brother, I'm sorry. I just used up most of my materials upgrading to the level 2 vehicle. Now I only have metal blocks times 3 and electronic components times 2 left. I'll give them to you as soon as I open any materials today. It's fine, not needed for now. Stay safe, I replied, then opened the chat box with Su Kursin. After a moment of thought, I sent a message. Do you have any extra glass and rubber? I'll trade other resources with you. The other party was silent for less than a minute before replying. How much do you need? I don't have much either. Glass 7, rubber 3. Su Kursin. Okay, I need metal blocks. I felt a surge of joy and immediately initiated the trade. After the trade was completed, finally, I can upgrade. I took a deep breath, my eyes full of anticipation, and pressed the upgrade button firmly. Ding! Level 4 vehicle upgrading. Estimated upgrade time, 30 minutes. Please move away from the vehicle immediately. As the cold system notification faded, I didn't dare delay and immediately pushed the door open. My gaze locked onto my level 3 silver gray minivan, and I saw a blue halo wrap around the vehicle body. Ding! Vehicle upgrade successful. Your level 3 minivan has been promoted to a level 4 vehicle, can be named the. The moment the system notification sounded, the blue halo wrapping the vehicle slowly dissipated, and a brand new RV appeared before my eyes. The RV was silver-white overall, with rounded and smooth body lines that didn't lack a rugged feel. The vehicle was 6 meters long, nearly 2.5 meters wide, and about 3 meters high, a size larger than the minivan. Looking from afar, it resembled a small, mobile house. I couldn't wait to walk over quickly. How do I get in? I can't get in after the upgrade. I was dumbfounded. There were no common door handles on the door. As I reached out and touched the door located in the front middle section, it slowly opened. Is this automatic sensing or intelligent recognition? Entering the vehicle, a blast of cold air hit me, instantly dispelling the heat from my body. Walking inside, the scene before me filled me with pleasant surprise. The interior was spacious and bright, surrounded by panoramic glass with automatic curtains. The driving area was located at the front, equipped with an oversized center console screen and an exquisite interface, flanked by 2 highly supportive rotating seats, with a row of storage cabinets above. Walking further in, on the right side of the rear was a double sofa, with a small coffee table in front and a bathroom nearby. The kitchen area was located to the left of the rest area. The space was small but fully equipped with a sink, storage cabinets, a smart constant temperature refrigeration box, and so on. Walking to the back of the vehicle, there was a huge bed. After exploring the interior, aside from the lack of water, it gave me the feeling of returning to modern society. Too perfect, I couldn't help but exclaim. I suppressed the excitement in my heart and opened the vehicle attribute interface to check the detailed attributes of the level 4 vehicle. Vehicle, level 4 vehicle, top speed, 200 kilometers per hour. Vehicle accessories / items, lucky pendant, gold. Vehicle engine, blue. Crystallized bulletproof glass, blue. High-strength alloy vehicle frame, blue. Heavy-duty explosion-proof off-road tire, blue. Vehicle nuclear reactor, orange. Smart constant temperature refrigeration box, purple quality. Note: level 4 vehicles can be equipped with weapon accessories. Seeing the vehicle attributes, I was stunned. Besides the top speed increasing to 200, there was only one new hint. can be equipped with weapon accessories. Other than that, it was still just as simple. I suppressed my surprise and slowly explored the interior of the RV, carefully experiencing every function. The automatic sensing door had closed after I entered, and the interior instantly became quiet. The vehicle air conditioner maintained a comfortable 24 degrees Celsius inside, isolating the 45 degrees Celsius heat outside. Walking to the driving area and tapping the oversized center console screen, I found that apart from becoming intelligent, there were no extra functions. I turned the rotating driver's seat and scanned every corner of the vehicle. Except for the lack of water, it's no different from modern life. This is my home from now on. I whispered in admiration, the disappointment in my heart gradually dissipating. Even if there were no major surprises in the vehicle attributes, this spacious and comfortable space and complete facilities were far better than before. Just as I was immersed in the joy of studying the RV's functions, my wristband vibrated, and immediately after, a system announcement popped up. Global announcement, visible to all players, detected that a player has upgraded to a level 4 vehicle. Unlocked the global vehicle leaderboard. The leaderboard updates in real time, displaying the vehicle levels of the top 60,000 players globally. Players can view it on the wristband interface. Global announcement, visible to all players. The survival game has officially entered the second stage. The crisis has increased. All players, please stay vigilant and survive with all your might. Global announcement, visible to all players. The system will undergo a comprehensive optimization and update. Specific functions and changes need to be explored by players themselves. With the announcement popping up on the wristband, the smile on my face instantly faded, and my heart tightened. I immediately stopped what I was doing, opened the wristband interface, and sure enough, saw a newly added global vehicle leaderboard icon. Without hesitation, I tapped into it. As soon as I entered, the interface popped up a notification. Detected that you are ranked first on the vehicle leaderboard. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide. I didn't hesitate and immediately clicked hide. I knew that being famous wasn't necessarily a good thing. Fortunately, the communication channel only allows friends to see personal information. I felt a bit relieved. What I didn't know was that although I had hidden my name in time, a large number of people had already seen it. The leaderboard interface was simple and clear, with global vehicle leaderboard, total 60,000, displayed at the top and sorted by vehicle level below. My name was prominently ranked at the top, very eye-catching, though only I could see it at this moment. As for the other players in the top 10, all of them were level 2 vehicles, creating a huge gap between them and me. Global vehicle leaderboard, top 10 first place, XXX, vehicle level, 4, vehicle points, 11240, second place. Lin Shun, vehicle level, 2, vehicle points, 141, third place. Sophia, vehicle level, 2, vehicle points, 132, fourth place. Zhao Lei, vehicle level, 2, vehicle points, 131, fifth place. XXX, vehicle level, 2, vehicle points, 130, sixth place. XXX, vehicle level, 2, vehicle points, 122, seventh place. XXX, vehicle level, 2, vehicle points, 121. Eighth place. XXX, vehicle level, 2, vehicle points, 120. Ninth place. Elena, vehicle level, 2, vehicle points, 112. 10th place. Jack, vehicle level, 2, vehicle points, 111. Looking at the top 10 on the leaderboard, I furrowed my brows. Everyone except me had a level 2 vehicle, but what exactly did these vehicle points mean? I immediately clicked on the vehicle points to check. So, only the vehicle level and vehicle items or accessories count toward the points. Orange quality is 10,000 points, gold is 1,000, purple is 100, and blue is 10. By that logic, green quality must add 1 point. No wonder their scores are all over the place, while mine is a clean round number. All my vehicle items started at blue quality. No wonder my points are so high, so that's how it works. I had originally thought I was definitely ahead of most people, but it seems I'm already an entire era ahead of the rest. What I didn't notice was that the world channel was already in an uproar. Is the person in first place cheating, huh? Impossible. How could they have such high points? Is it possible that their level 4 vehicle adds more points? Holy crap. Someone already upgraded to a level 4 vehicle? That's ridiculous. Only the person in first place knows how many points a level 4 vehicle adds. Why did the big shot in first place hide their name? Big shot, please let me join your team. I'm a cute girl. Are you guys not paying attention to the fact that the crisis has intensified? It's already scorching hot, and now they're increasing the crisis? Big shot, see my message and private chat me. I'll let you choose any position. If we meet, please take me with you, okay? The gap is too huge. Does this first place person have more points than the top 100 combined? Are we even playing the same game? Since I had never posted on the World channel and had hidden my name, these people had no way to contact me and could only refresh the messages on the World channel. Furthermore, after my previous private chat with Lu Jiqiang, I had turned off private messages from others, keeping only those from friends. So, even those who saw my name couldn't reach me. I was still studying the system update information. System optimization update. I'll have to figure out the details myself. I muttered to myself, my gaze returning to the notes on the vehicle attribute interface. Weapon accessories. I wonder where I can find those. With weapon accessories, the RV's defense and attack power could be further improved, giving me more confidence to deal with the second stage of the crisis. Recalling the system announcement that the survival game has entered the second stage and the crisis has intensified, I felt increasingly vigilant. To survive well in the second stage, I had to find weapon accessories as soon as possible. I opened the communication channel and saw that everyone was discussing me. A smile appeared on my face, but then I thought of the ownerless initial vehicle I encountered today. I suddenly realized that everything had only just begun. The road ahead was still long, and no one knew who would survive. I quickly scanned a few messages and closed the communication channel. My only focus now was how to improve my strength and prepare for the second stage of the crisis. I looked at the time on the center console screen, 14:48. Leaning back in my seat, my thoughts drifted back to this morning, recalling the two weapons I'd harvested from the supply crates, a regular kitchen knife and a green quality Tang Dao. Is it my luck, or has the drop rate for weapons increased? I whispered to myself. With a sudden thought, I immediately opened the trading channel on my wristband. Sure enough, quite a few melee weapons were already listed, with dense rows of trading information spread out. I browsed the trading channel carefully, my brows knitting slightly. The entire channel was filled with various melee weapons. There was still no sign of any firearms, not even ranged weapons like crossbows or bows. Clearly, at this stage, ranged weapons remained extremely scarce. Even without the system's second stage announcement, the road to survival ahead will only get harder, I mused. As players continue to collect supplies and upgrade their vehicles, having weapons means having stronger self-defense capabilities. It also means that in the future, players might attack each other for supplies. After all, here, human greed and selfishness are often more terrifying than monsters. I closed the trading channel, leaned back in my seat, and closed my eyes, beginning to seriously assess my current situation. I sorted through my advantages and disadvantages one by one, gradually gaining a clear understanding. First, regarding the vehicle, I was the first to upgrade to level 4, making it the only level 4 vehicle in the entire region. This was undoubtedly my greatest advantage. The RV is spacious and well-equipped, which not only improves survival comfort, but also serves as my safeguard when dealing with extreme environments. The vehicle's top speed reaches 200 kilometers per hour, giving me an advantage over others whether I'm fleeing danger or quickly collecting supplies. More importantly, a level 4 vehicle can be equipped with weapon accessories. As long as I find the right ones, I can further enhance the RV's defense and attack power, giving me greater initiative in the second stage of the crisis. The current difficulty is the RV's large size. If I encounter monster attacks or potential player attacks, being a large target increases the danger. What concerned me most was the shortage of water. I had 14 bottles of mineral water left in my warehouse, enough to last me for a while. Since entering the survival game, the outside temperature had continued to climb. Every day spent rushing under the scorching sun left me drenched in sweat over and over again. Once the sweat dried, it left a layer of white salt on my skin, making me feel sticky and incredibly uncomfortable. I could barely tolerate it before, But now that I had a fully equipped RV, my desire for a shower had become increasingly intense. If only I had enough water to take a proper shower, how great that would be. I opened my eyes, my gaze landing on the sink in the kitchen area, filled with both anticipation and helplessness. The sink was clean and tidy, but there wasn't a drop of water, and the shower head in the bathroom was just a prop, unusable. It wasn't just about showering. The RV's kitchen area needed water to cook food, and the bathroom needed water to function properly. Without water for a long time, even with all the RV's facilities, I couldn't utilize its full functionality. I must find a water source as soon as possible. This is one of the most urgent matters right now, I secretly resolved. My vehicle level is sufficient, but I am lacking in 4 areas: defense, weapons, water, and my own combat ability. I organized my thoughts. The second stage has intensified the crisis. I must make up for these shortcomings as soon as possible to survive. Thinking of this, I didn't hesitate any longer. I had to set off to find supply crates. My resources were basically wiped out to craft the level 4 vehicle. It was nearly 1,500 hours, leaving only about 4 hours until it got completely dark. I had to seize this time to collect more supplies. The 2 paths at the fork looked much the same, both overgrown with weeds. Without much hesitation, I chose the left path and drove slowly forward. While driving, I subconsciously looked at the lucky pendant still hanging above the center console. It was still emitting a faint luster, but there was no unusual reaction. No hint this time. Is there really no difference between the 2 roads? I thought to myself. After driving for about 30 minutes, a yellow dot appeared on the map. I immediately slowed down and came to a stop. Through the window, I could clearly see a supply crate half hidden by waist-high weeds beside the highway. But next to the crate, a black shadow was wriggling. A bright green snake, about half a meter long, its scales shimmering with an eerie luster under the sun, was coiled next to the supply crate with its head shaped like a triangle. Monsters are already starting to appear on the side of the road, I thought, immediately picking up the ghost shadow pistol. I opened the RV's side window, gently extended the muzzle, and aimed at the venomous snake's head. My fingertip applied steady pressure, without the slightest tremor. Bang! A crisp gunshot broke the silence, and the bullet hit the snake's head with precision. Is this what shooting mastery is? Within 200 meters, I should be able to hit my target every time now. I felt a bit excited. This was the first time I felt a sense of mastery over power. After observing for a moment to ensure there were no other dangers, I pushed the car door open and walked quickly toward the supply crate. I first picked up the snake's carcass, and the wristband immediately popped up a system notification. Ding! Detected a common monster, venomous green snake. Carcass. Can be decomposed. Decompose. Confirm decomposition. Ding! Decomposition complete. Obtained. Snake meat ×2. I opened the warehouse to check the attributes. Snake meat, white quality edible. Can restore a small amount of stamina after cooking. Common quality, huh? At least it's edible after cooking. That's an extra bit of food reserve, I said softly. I then opened the nearby supply crate and obtained dried noodles 200g ×1, fermented bean curd ×1, metal block ×5, corn seeds, bag, ×1. Seeds? Do I need to farm in this survival game? I was truly surprised this time, but I didn't dwell on it. I put away the supplies and immediately returned to the RV to continue moving forward. Time was getting tighter. I had to see if I could collect as many supplies as possible before dark. After driving for another 40 minutes, a yellow dot appeared on the radar screen again. This time, I could clearly see a humanoid monster next to the supply crate. It was grayish-black, about a meter tall, with a hunched figure. Its skin was rough and covered in wrinkles like dried tree bark, and it had short, thick limbs with sharp claws on its fingertips. Its eyes were blood red, and it was crouching next to the supply crate. What kind of monster is this? It looks a bit like the goblins described in movies. Is this what the announcement meant by an intensified crisis? That monsters will inevitably appear next to supply crates. I felt vigilant, took out the pistol again, opened the side window, and aimed at the monster's head. Relying on the shooting mastery talent, the bullet hit the monster's head with precision again. The monster let out a shrill hiss. Its body twitched violently a few times, and then it fell to the ground, completely lifeless. I observed for a moment before getting out of the car to check. I tried clicking on the monster's carcass to decompose it, but the wristband popped up a notification. Ding! Detected an aberration carcass. Cannot be decomposed. I was slightly stunned, then relieved. It seemed not all monsters could be decomposed. Ding! Detected a black iron supply crate. Open! Open! Obtained, electronic components ×8, rubber ×6, tomato seeds, bag, ×1, bow and arrow, green quality, ×1. Another ranged weapon, but it's useless to me now. I didn't even check the attributes. At this moment, the sun was gradually slanting westward. The horizon was tinged with a faint sunset glow, and the light was getting dimmer. After getting back in the car, I glanced at the time on the center console screen, 17:10. The outdoor temperature was 45 degrees Celsius. It's the third day, and it's still 45 degrees Celsius outside. If I didn't have the Ghost Shadow pistol or shooting mastery, would I have to get out of the car and fight monsters in close combat? Could I really survive in this kind of heat? I didn't set off immediately but sat in the driver's seat, thinking. I knew that the calls for help on the communication channel had never stopped, and the number of people on the regional channel was constantly dropping, but there was nothing I could do. The survival game treated everyone the same. Even if I wanted to help, I couldn't. Everyone was on the same starting line and had to rely on themselves. It was just that I was lucky enough to have a mythical talent at the start, and these past few days, I had actually been living better and better. This is a real world. I must reach the end, for myself and for my parents. I encouraged myself. Having cleared the depression in my heart, I let out a long breath, my eyes becoming firm once again. With a kitchen, I finally don't have to risk the heat to cook. I'll relax just once today and have a proper meal. I relaxed, turned, and walked toward the kitchen area at the back of the RV. The space wasn't large, but it was fully equipped. Although there was no running water, the mineral water stored in my warehouse was enough for temporary use. I opened the cooler, took out the snake meat I had just obtained, and brought out the dried noodles and fermented bean curd. I unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, lit the stove, and started the pot. The pale blue flame burned steadily, and the water in the pot soon boiled. I put the noodles into the pot, tossed in the snake meat cut into small pieces, and added the all-purpose seasoning powder. A simple yet tempting aroma soon filled the entire cabin. I then took out a piece of wolf meat, used my talent to enhance it just like yesterday, roasted it, sprinkled it with all-purpose seasoning powder, and cut it into pieces to plate. Another first-tier promotion. When will I get a piece of purple-quality meat to taste? Having relied on dry rations for the past few days, being able to eat a bowl of hot noodle soup with roasted meat and fermented bean curd was a great comfort to both body and mind. The vehicle air conditioner maintained a comfortable temperature of 24 degrees. Outside the window was the scorching wilderness of over 40 degrees and roaring monsters. But inside the car, it was warm, quiet, and filled with aroma. I sat on the sofa with the bowl, and as the hot soup went down, the fatigue and tension in my body eased significantly. The previous feelings of powerlessness, depression, and confusion about the future were smoothed away bit by this simple dinner. After eating slowly, I tidied up the tableware and cleaned the kitchen. Just then, my wristband vibrated slightly. My eyes brightened. I didn't need to look to know it was likely a trading message from Suan Wan. Opening the interface, sure enough, ding, player Suan Wan has initiated a trade with you. Metal armor plate blueprint, green quality, ×1. At the same time, Suan Wan sent a series of messages, her excitement evident between the lines. Big shot. I opened a new blueprint with my talent today. I'm trading it directly to you, as we agreed. I didn't hesitate and confirmed the receipt. Metal armor plate blueprint, green quality vehicle accessory. Install metal armor plates on the vehicle, covering the entire body to improve vehicle defense. Requirements: metal block ×20. Can be installed on level 2 vehicles and above. It's actually for increasing vehicle defense. This is definitely something I urgently need right now. Suan Wan's talent is truly practical. I marveled. Big shot. I can feel the approximate effect of my talent. I'll definitely get a blue quality blueprint tomorrow or the day after. I'll give it to you when I get it. Before I could reply, Suan Wan's message came through. Doesn't your talent effect state it clearly? Suan Wan, Big shot, no? I can only vaguely sense it. What are you lacking right now? Suan Wan. Big shot. Do you have any more crossbow bolts? There were monsters next to the supply crates today, and I only have 3 bolts left. I don't have any crossbow bolts for now. If I do, I'll private chat you. Suan Wan. Thank you, big shot. Closing the chat box, I leaned back on the soft sofa, feeling completely relaxed. I raised my hand and tapped the talent interface. Remaining talent uses for today. 4 chances, each related to the improvement of my subsequent strength, so I had to be cautious. My eyes were serious as I began to filter through my warehouse, thinking about where it would be most cost-effective to use the remaining 4 talent uses today. First to come to mind were the items I had just obtained today: Tang Dao, green quality, Bow and Arrow, green quality, and the 2 blueprints traded from Suan Wan: Storage Space Expansion Blueprint, green quality, and Metal Armor Plate Blueprint, green quality. These were the most worthy places to use my talent right now, as each could bring an improvement. Then there were the blueprints I exchanged at the supply station yesterday. Excluding the ones traded, I still had Vehicle Glass Blueprint, green quality, and Engine Blueprint, green quality. These were kept in reserve. If there were no better blueprints later, I would consider gambling on the talent's promotion effect to see if it would jump 2 tiers to purple quality. 4 talent chances left today, no need to overthink it, I thought, then immediately used my talent. Item Tang Dao, green quality, has been promoted 2 tiers to Armor-Piercing Tang Blade, purple quality. Armor-Piercing Tang Blade, purple quality, significantly increases weapon sharpness and durability, unlocks the armor-piercing passive effect, allowing attacks to ignore part of the defense and deal extra damage. Bow and Arrow, green quality, has been promoted 2 tiers to Cloud-Piercing Bow, purple quality. Cloud-Piercing Bow, purple quality arrow flight speed is significantly increased, comes with a lock-on passive effect, can automatically correct the attack range by 1 meter. Storage Space Expansion Blueprint, green quality, has been promoted 1 tier to Storage Space Expansion Blueprint, blue quality. Storage Space Expansion Blueprint, blue quality storage space, plus 20 slots. Crafting requirements: metal block times 20, electronic components times 20. Metal Armor Plate Blueprint, green quality, has been promoted 1 tier to Alloy Armor Blueprint, blue quality. Alloy Armor Blueprint, blue quality, install alloy armor on the vehicle, covering the entire body to improve vehicle defense, capable of resisting small caliber firearm shots. Crafting requirements: metal block times 50. I put the promoted items back into the warehouse one by one, leaned back on the sofa, and unconsciously rubbed the body of the Ghost Shadow pistol with my fingertips, my face filled with speechlessness. The result was truly laughable. The Tang Dao became the purple quality armor-piercing Tang Blade, and the Bow and Arrow jumped to become the cloud-piercing Bow, with gorgeous attributes. But my main weapon now is the Ghost Shadow pistol. The cloud-piercing Bow is useful. After all, I have shooting mastery, but without arrows, it's just a prop. And the armor-piercing Tang Blade is even less useful. If I can't solve an enemy with a purple-quality Ghost Shadow pistol and shooting mastery, should I really count on an office worker to go up and fight hand-to-hand with a Tang Dao? On the other hand, the 2 blueprints I valued most only promoted by 1 tier. But after the promotion, I didn't have enough materials to craft them. They could only sit in the warehouse gathering dust. Whatever, it's better than not being promoted. I sighed softly, then took out the armor-piercing Tang Blade to see what it looked like. After all, what boy doesn't have a martial arts dream? Taking the Tang Dao out of the space, it had no scabbard. The entire blade was about 1 meter long, straight and slender, maintaining the classic shape of a Tang Dao. It was dark silver with a matte finish, showing no reflection under the car's lights. It's a real pity that this weapon is in my hands. I wonder if there will ever be a day I use you, I said, stroking the blade. I then put the sword back into the warehouse and glanced at the time on the wristband, 1910. The sky outside was starting to darken, and the 4th night was approaching. Although the previous 2 nights had passed safely, I didn't know if there would be any danger during the night in the 2nd stage. I walked to the back of the car and lay down on the large bed. Phew, this is the feeling. Finally, a soft bed. I don't know how much time passed, but my consciousness gradually blurred. Just as I was about to fall into a deep sleep, a faint rustling sound came from outside the car. I opened my eyes instantly, my heart tightening. Holding my breath, I listened carefully. The sound was intermittent, like the claws of some animal scratching the ground. I sat up quietly and looked at the wristband. 22:31. I had slept for less than 3 hours. I went to the driver's seat and looked out through the window. It was pitch black outside, and I couldn't see anything with the naked eye. My palms were slightly sweaty. This feeling of not being able to see the enemy was even more agonizing than a head-on encounter. Time ticked away, second by second. I leaned against the seat, enduring for a full hour. The commotion outside the RV never ceased. Although nothing had attacked the vehicle yet, I could clearly feel the sounds drawing closer. I can't wait any longer. If they get too close to the RV, it'll be much harder to shoot them. I gritted my teeth and made a decision. Most importantly, I wasn't sure if the blue-quality RV body could withstand an assault. Taking a deep breath, I switched on all the interior and exterior lights. 2 blinding beams of white light instantly pierced the darkness, illuminating a 10-meter radius around the RV with crystal clarity. My pupils contracted sharply. About 20 meters in front of the RV, a pack of canine monsters had circled us. They were a size larger than ordinary wolfhounds, their fur sparse and matted with filth. Their skin was a ghastly, sickly gray, thick saliva dripped from their maws, and their sharp fangs glinted coldly in the light. Most chilling of all were their eyes, which glowed with an eerie green light as they stared fixedly at the RV. About 10 of them. I counted quickly, a cold sweat breaking out on my back. The moment the lights flared, the lead monster arched its back and let out a sharp hiss. The others grew restless, baring their teeth and preparing to attack. Without hesitation, I opened the side window, raised my ghost shadow pistol, and aimed. Bang! 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 The gunshots rang out in succession, each bullet claiming the life of a monster. In just 1 minute, all the monsters were lying on the ground before they could even reach the RV. I let out a sigh of relief, my back soaked with sweat. I leaned against the chair, breathing heavily. Just when I thought it was over, a dull, violent boom shook the entire RV. What's going on? Another attack. I was startled. I scanned left and right, but saw no movement. Then, another loud thud echoed. Boom. I immediately moved to the center of the RV and looked out through the glass. A monster nearly 2 meters tall, identical to the others, was slamming into the rear of the vehicle. Damn, it's so big, it might flip the RV. Thinking of this, I didn't hesitate. Taking advantage of the gap between its impacts, I opened the window and aimed. Bang, bang, bang. With 5 shots, I emptied my last 5 bullets, all hitting the monster in the head. I watched as it collapsed. Phew, I don't know if there are more out there, and I'm out of ammo. I slumped onto the sofa, completely drained. The echoes of the gunshots and the thuds of the giant aberration hitting the RV still rang in my ears. My ghost shadow pistol was empty. Those last 5 bullets had all gone into the head of that 2-meter-tall monster. Time ticked on, and the numbers on my wristband shifted silently. 23:50. Midnight was approaching, the most dangerous time of all. I slowly sat up straight and rubbed my throbbing temples. I have to go out and check if the RV is damaged. It's almost midnight. I need to hurry. I took a deep breath and made up my mind. I retrieved the armor-piercing Tang Dao from my warehouse, a weapon I had recently promoted but never truly used. The matte, dark silver blade was straight and slender. It had no scabbard, and its heavy, cold metallic feel in my hand helped settle my chaotic nerves. I didn't think I'd need you so soon, but now? I have no choice but to rely on you. I gave a bitter smile. As the door opened, the sweltering air, laced with a faint scent of blood, rushed into the RV. I stepped outside, holding the armor-piercing Tang Dao in front of me, my eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. The 10 monsters I had killed earlier lay scattered on the ground, their gray bodies looking particularly hideous in the dark. I didn't linger and walked straight to the rear of the RV. The rear was where the giant monster had been slamming into the vehicle. Upon closer inspection, my pupils constricted. The thick outer shell of the RV had a clear dent. The paint had peeled away, the metal was slightly deformed, and several claw marks were gouged into it, a shocking sight. That was close. I reached out and gently touched the dent. With the strength of that giant monster, if it had kept hitting for a few more minutes, this blue-quality RV body might have actually been smashed through or torn open. Once the RV was breached, death wouldn't be far behind. I wonder if this monster can be dismantled. After checking the RV, I suppressed my lingering fear and turned toward the corpse lying by the rear. Up close, the monster was even more imposing. It was twice the size of the others, nearly 2 meters tall, with a brawny, muscular build and even rougher gray skin. 5 clear bullet holes marked its head, and it looked well and truly dead. I crouched down and reached out to touch the monster's corpse, intending to trigger the system's dismantle option. Just as my fingers were about to brush its cold skin, boom. The giant monster's head, which had been hanging low, suddenly snapped up. Those dead, green eyes erupted with a violent, savage light. A foul, fishy wind hit my face as its massive mouth flew open, its knife-like fangs lunging straight for my face. Playing dead, my soul nearly left my body. Every hair on my skin stood on end, and my heart felt like it had stopped. I didn't have time to think. My body instinctively recoiled, my reflexes pushed to their absolute limit in this life-or-death moment. SSHHH. The giant monster's fangs grazed my shoulder, the sharp teeth instantly tearing through my clothes and carving a deep, bloody wound into my skin. Blood sprayed out immediately. Arg! A sharp pain flared, and I let out a muffled groan, cold sweat soaking my entire body. I stumbled backward, my hands and feet icy with terror, but I gripped the armor-piercing Tang Dao tightly. It was my only weapon now. The giant monster slowly stood up, its massive frame looming over me. It let out a low, threatening growl, its green eyes locked onto the tiny human before it, as if viewing me as prey. It hadn't been dead at all. It had waited for me to lower my guard and get close before launching a lethal ambush. I backed against the RV, with nowhere left to retreat. My shoulder throbbed with agony, and blood continued to pour. Roar! The giant aberration lunged, its massive claws swiping at my head with a whistling wind. My pupils shrank. In this split second, I endured the searing pain in my shoulder, stumbled, but precisely sidestepped the pounce. At the same time, I gripped the blade with both hands and, using every ounce of my strength, drove it upward into the monster's throat. PSHHH. The armor-piercing Tang Dao pierced through without resistance. The sharpness of the purple-quality weapon was on full display. The giant monster shuddered violently, letting out a shrill, agonizing screech. Its massive body thrashed and convulsed, its huge claws scraping frantically against the RV, creating a screeching sound. I held the hilt firmly, gritting my teeth and refusing to back down, letting the blood splatter all over me. A few seconds later, it stiffened and collapsed with a heavy thud, finally still. This time, it was truly dead. I remained in my stance, gripping the blade, breathing heavily. My shoulder wound was bleeding profusely, and my vision was beginning to blur. I slowly let go, leaving the armor-piercing Tang Dao embedded in the monster's corpse. That was so close to death. I slid down against the RV, clutching my bleeding shoulder, my body trembling uncontrollably. I leaned against the cold RV, my shoulder wound still seeping blood, my entire arm numb from the intense pain. That life-or-death struggle had drained every bit of my strength. My hand, still gripping the blade, was white, my knuckles turning blue from the effort. I gasped for air, my gaze instinctively drifting to my wristband. The time on the screen made my nerves tighten instantly. Current time, 23:59. Only 1 minute remained until midnight. Daring not to delay, I forced my weak legs to stand and looked at the giant monster corpse at my feet. This leader-level monster, nearly 2 meters tall and far stronger than its peers, had to be valuable. I pressed my hand against the monster's cold, rough skin, enduring the pain in my shoulder, and tapped confirm on my wristband. Ding, leader-level corpse detected. Dismantle? Confirm dismantle. Obtained, dog meat, blue quality, times 30. I had no time to check it. I stumbled back into the RV, slumped down, and looked at my bleeding shoulder. The gaping wound was horrifying, and every movement sent jolts of pain through my nerves. I knew the top priority was to recover. I immediately opened the warehouse to check the attributes of the newly acquired blue-quality dog meat. Dog meat, blue quality. Effect: consume 1 unit to permanently increase physique, +1. Note: meat containing pure life energy. Long-term consumption can slowly strengthen the body. As expected, blue-quality items increase physique by 1 point. I felt a stir in my heart. My current 12 points of physique had all been gained through such items. Just then, my wristband vibrated gently. Current time: midnight. Daily talent uses refreshed. 5 remaining. Without a second of hesitation, I locked my gaze onto 1 unit of blue dog meat in the warehouse. Dog meat, blue quality. Dog meat, gold quality. It upgraded by 2 tiers. I held my breath and checked the attributes. Dog meat, gold quality. Effect: consume 1 unit to permanently increase physique, +100. Note: contains violent yet pure life-transcending energy. Effect diminishes with repeated use. Physique, +100. My mind went blank, buzzing with shock. I remembered clearly that according to the system's assessment of human physique, the peak for a normal human was only 20 points. But now, this piece of meat could grant +100 physique? This wasn't just strengthening. It was a rebirth, a leap in the level of life itself. Strength, stamina, damage resistance, recovery, explosive power, every attribute related to the body would skyrocket. From now on, forget about ordinary monsters. Even if I encountered that 2-meter-tall leader-level monster again, I might be able to fight it head-on. The massive surprise left me stunned, and the pain in my shoulder seemed to fade by half. Without hesitation, I suppressed my racing heart and, leaning on my weak legs, walked toward the kitchen area. A few minutes later, an indescribable aroma filled the entire RV. It wasn't just the smell of ordinary meat, but a rich, mellow scent infused with life energy. Just smelling it made me feel refreshed, as if the pain in my wound had eased. I didn't wait for it to be fully cooked. I impatiently grabbed the unit of beast meat and swallowed it in a few bites. It melted in my mouth, and a warm current slid down my throat, surging into every limb and bone. The next second, a terrifying transformation erupted. A violent, pure energy exploded from my stomach, rushing toward every cell, every inch of muscle, and every blood vessel like a volcanic eruption. I felt as if I had been thrown into a furnace and pricked by countless tiny needles. My bleeding wound began to stop, scab over, and heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. My strength was skyrocketing, the pain replaced by an extreme itch, but my consciousness began to blur under the onslaught of such overwhelming energy. Is this the power of 100 physique? I could clearly feel myself transforming at an unnatural speed. But this power was too vast, too violent, far exceeding the limits of my current soul and consciousness. Finally, under the extreme sensation and energy surge, my vision went black, and I collapsed. With a soft thud, I lost consciousness completely. Inside the RV, the aroma still lingered. And lying on the floor, my body emitted a faint, imperceptible golden glow, completing a transformation that no ordinary human could ever imagine in the dead of night. I snapped my eyes open. Blinding sunlight streamed through the window, making me squint instinctively. The violent, bloated pain from last night was gone, replaced by an unprecedented sense of lightness and power, as if every inch of my body was filled with inexhaustible energy. I sat up and glanced at my wristband. The time on the screen clearly read 8:45. I slept for that long. I muttered to myself, my tone dazed. More than 8 hours had passed since I passed out last night. This was the deepest, most peaceful sleep I'd had since entering the survival game. Even when resting in the RV before, I had always remained half awake, fearing I might miss any dangerous movement. But now, I felt no fatigue at all. Instead, I felt refreshed and invigorated, without a trace of sleepiness. I instinctively reached up to touch my shoulder. The wound carved by the fangs last night had vanished without a trace. My skin was smooth, firm, and elastic, without a single scar. It had even become more delicate. There was no sign that I had ever been severely injured. Shocked, I stood up and walked to the bathroom. The glass mirror clearly reflected my current appearance. Was this still the same ordinary office worker who had sat at a desk for years, with a thin frame and a pale complexion before entering the survival game? The young man in the mirror had a tall, well-proportioned build. The muscles that had once been slightly flabby were now clearly defined, full, and firm. They weren't exaggeratedly bulky, but possessed an explosive aesthetic. Every inch of muscle seemed perfectly sculpted, as if tempered by thousands of trials. Even my face had undergone subtle but stunning changes. The fine lines at the corners of my eyes were gone. My skin was fair and radiant, and my eyes were sharp and spirited. Overall, I looked a full 10 years younger, as if I had returned to the peak state of my late teens. Is this the transformation of life? I reached out, looking at my palm, feeling a sense of power that could control everything. My heart was filled with awe. A single piece of gold-quality beast meat had completed such a thorough rebirth. This heaven-defying change was something I hadn't even dared to imagine before. Looking down at my clothes, I couldn't help but give a bitter smile. During last night's struggle, my clothes had been torn by the monster's fangs and stained with black monster blood and my own. After drying overnight, they were stiff, covered in a layer of white salt, and tattered. They clung to me, itchy and uncomfortable. I looked exactly like a savage who had crawled out of the wilderness. I should clean myself up first. I took a bottle of mineral water from the fridge, walked into the shower, took off my tattered shirt, and gave myself a simple wipe down. The bottle of mineral water was soon empty, and the blood and salt stains were wiped away. I was left with only a pair of somewhat intact boxers, barely enough to cover myself. I walked to the mirror and looked at myself again. A clean, tidy body with a tall frame and firm muscles. I was a completely different person from the savage of a moment ago, finally looking decent. I nodded with satisfaction. After cleaning up, I walked to the driver's seat, sat down slowly, and tapped the system interface to check my personal attributes, confirming that none of this was a dream. Name: Wu Di, Physique, 112, Spirit, 20, Ability, Shooting Mastery. Has my spirit also reached the human peak? I was a bit surprised, then began to think. There were two core problems to solve right now. First, water. I only had 10 bottles of mineral water left. At this rate, my supply would be completely exhausted in less than 2 days. Without water, no matter how strong my physique was, I wouldn't last long. Second, melee combat ability. Last night, I had luckily killed the giant monster with the armor-piercing Tang Dao, but that was mostly due to the blade's sharpness and the fact that the monster was already heavily injured. I had no melee skills, it was pure luck. Now that I possessed a terrifying 112 points of physique, my strength, speed, and reaction time were far beyond normal. If I could properly train my melee skills and leverage my physical advantage, I wouldn't have to leave my life to chance like I did last night. Besides that, I needed to collect materials as soon as possible to craft that blue-quality blueprint, the alloy armor. If I had had enough materials to craft it yesterday and used my talent to promote it, I would have at least ended up with purple-quality armor, and I wouldn't have had to risk my life fighting outside. In this cruel survival game, only by constantly strengthening myself could I survive and make it to the end. The monsters from last night haven't been dismantled yet. These are resources. If I encounter a supply station next time, I can exchange them for points. Thinking of this, I immediately got out of the RV to check yesterday's battlefield. Where are my monster corpses? After getting out, I froze. The 10 monster corpses from yesterday were nowhere to be seen. Not even a trace of blood remained, as if nothing had happened last night. A loss, a huge loss. How many points could I have exchanged for those? Although I didn't know what happened, I was extremely annoyed. Forget it. If they're gone, they're gone. The most important thing is already in my hands. I took a deep breath, got back on the RV, and started the engine. The RV drove steadily along the desolate highway. I rested one hand on the steering wheel. After the overnight transformation, my senses, reactions, and stamina were far superior to before. I was in an unprecedented peak state. After driving for about 20 minutes, there was still no sign of any supply crates. With a thought, I opened the trading channel. I wanted to see if there were any suitable items, but after looking for a long time, it was the same as usual. Blueprints were basically non-existent, and there were mostly just water, food, and melee weapons. Just then, A private message came through. The sender was clearly marked, Sue Curson. I paused for a moment, then opened the message. It was just a short line, but it made my eyes flicker. Sue Curson, team up scroll. Help me out, and I can give this to you. I immediately checked the item. Team up scroll, special item. Effect. After use, you can invite a player to join your team. The other party can teleport to your location when in a safe state, including their vehicle. Note: trust yourself or rely on a companion. How will you choose? A two-person team, capable of cross-region teleportation, even bringing vehicles along. In this endless highway survival where you could barely see another soul, the value of a team-up scroll was immeasurable. Sue Curson was actually willing to trade an item of this level? How did she get it? What is her current situation? I took a deep breath, not asking any unnecessary questions, nor probing into what kind of trouble she was in. In this cruel game, small talk was meaningless. I only needed to confirm the core issue. I replied, "What do you need?" Less than 2 seconds after the message was sent, Sue Curson replied, "I need weapons, preferably ranged weapons." Weapons, huh? I raised an eyebrow and fell into brief thought. I currently had 3 weapons, excluding white-quality ones: the Ghost Shadow Pistol, the Armor-Piercing Tang Dao, and the Cloud-Piercing Bow. First, I could rule out the Ghost Shadow Pistol. This was my core, most relied upon ranged firepower at this stage. Under no circumstances would I trade it away. Next was the Armor-Piercing Tang Dao. This purple-quality blade had just saved my life last night. Now that my physique had skyrocketed and my melee potential was huge, this blade might become my core melee weapon for the future. The only thing left is the Cloud-Piercing Bow. This bow is also of purple grade, but its only drawback is that it has no arrows. I pondered for a moment before making a decision. Armor-Piercing Tang Dao or Cloud-Piercing Bow? Take a look. The bow doesn't have any arrows, so you can choose one. This time, Sue Curson replied almost instantly, "The Cloud-Piercing Bow. I have arrows." "Good, let's trade." Trade successful. I looked at the team-up scroll lying quietly in my warehouse. Now that I had it, its potential value was definitely higher than a bow gathering dust in storage. I closed the trading interface, leaned back in the driver's seat, and gazed into the distance, my thoughts drifting away. This scroll made me involuntarily think of someone else. Suan Wan, that young girl who possessed the talent to craft all sorts of blueprints. I tapped my fingers lightly against the steering wheel, my eyes turning deep and thoughtful. Since we met, Suan Wan had already brought me the reinforced off-road tires blueprint, the storage space expansion blueprint, the metal armor plate blueprint. Almost every single one was something I needed at my current stage. Her talent had provided such a massive boost to my progress. What if I could bring Suan Wan to my side? With her talent, as long as she stayed with me, my strength would grow at a terrifying speed. I calculated the possibilities in my mind. However, I couldn't rush this. Although Suan Wan and I had always cooperated well, I couldn't gamble on whether she would be a reliable teammate. Furthermore, I wasn't sure if she would even be willing to join my team. No rush for now. I let out a soft breath, suppressing the thought. At the very least, it wasn't time to make that decision yet. My RV continued to roll steadily along the desolate highway, the roar of the engine sounding exceptionally clear in the empty wilderness. I was shirtless, leaning against the driver's seat, holding the steering wheel with one hand while scanning the road ahead. After my physical transformation, my senses had become incredibly sharp. I could clearly detect even the slightest rustle of grass in the distance or the tiny pebbles on the road. After driving for about half an hour, a familiar crate appeared on the side of the road not far ahead. Near the crate, a familiar aberration was pacing back and forth, head bowed, emitting low, guttural growls. My eyes lit up. I slowly stepped on the brake, bringing the RV to a smooth stop 50 meters away from the supply crate. Instead of reaching for my Ghost Shadow Pistol as usual, I willed the Armor-Piercing Tang Dao out of my warehouse. The matte, dark silver blade felt cold to the touch, and its heavy, solid weight gave me a sense of immense security. Before, I would have found this blade heavy, but now, it felt as light as a feather in my hand. "Let's use you to test the waters." I pushed open the door, shirtless and wearing only a pair of loose shorts, and walked toward the supply crate. When I was within 10 meters, the aberration finally sensed my presence. It jerked its head up, its green glowing eyes locking onto me. It let out a threatening roar, pushed off the ground with its thick hind legs, and lunged at me. Its speed wasn't slow, but in my eyes, it looked like it was moving in slow motion. My 112 points of constitution had not only increased my strength, but also made my reaction time and movement speed far superior to an ordinary person's. I stood my ground without a hint of panic, sidestepped the attack, and swung the armor-piercing Tang Dao with both hands. The movement was simple, clean, and devoid of any unnecessary flair, yet it carried an unstoppable force. Shadash! A crisp, cutting sound rang out, as if a sharp blade were slicing through tofu. The blade passed directly through its neck, severing it in two. The aberration crashed to the ground, twitched a few times, and then went completely still. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. I stood there, looking down at my palms and then at the monster's corpse, a smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. Is this the power of 112 points of constitution? I could clearly feel that my strength, speed, and reflexes had reached an inconceivable level. Holding the armor-piercing Tang Dao, I even had the illusion that I could easily handle dozens of such aberrations. I didn't linger. I walked to the supply crate and opened it. Ding! Opened a common supply crate. Obtained, mineral water times 5, glass times 5, fuel times 10. I glanced at the aberration's corpse. It still couldn't be salvaged, so I ignored it, turned back, and returned to the RV to continue my journey. The RV started up again and headed forward. I gripped the steering wheel, feeling exceptionally refreshed. The improvement in my constitution had significantly boosted my survival capabilities. Time ticked by. The center console screen showed the outside temperature had climbed to 46 degrees Celsius, and soon, the time on my wristband jumped to 11:30. Just then, another supply crate appeared on the roadside ahead. This time, it was guarded by 2 aberrations, identical to the one from before. My eyes brightened. I hit the brakes again, pushed open the door, and stepped out. This time, I didn't hesitate at all. I gripped the armor-piercing Tang Dao and walked straight toward the 2 aberrations. Sensing my approach, the 2 aberrations turned around, let out sharp hisses, and lunged at me simultaneously. I paused for a split second, shifted my body slightly to easily dodge the pounce of the left aberration, and swept my armor-piercing Tang Dao horizontally. Shoo! With a soft sound, the left aberration was sliced in half at the waist. Black blood sprayed out, and the corpse hit the ground with a heavy thud, instantly going still. Seeing this, the right aberration roared and pounced behind me, its sharp fangs snapping toward my back. It was as if I had eyes in the back of my head. Without turning around, I just shifted slightly, held the armor-piercing Tang Dao in a reverse grip, and thrust it backward. Poochie! The blade pierced precisely into the aberration's skull, penetrating its brain. Again, in less than 5 seconds, both aberrations were killed. A happy smile appeared on my face. Monsters of this level posed no threat to me now. Killing them was even easier than chopping vegetables. I walked to the supply crate and opened it. Ding! Opened a bronze supply crate. Obtained, metal block times 10, electronic components times 5, snack gift pack times 1, vehicle workbench blueprint, green grade, times 1. Another blueprint. I exclaimed, pleasantly surprised, and hurried back into the vehicle to check it. Vehicle workbench blueprint, green grade vehicle item. Once used, it adds an early warning function. The wristband will provide an alert when the vehicle is under attack. Crafting requirements, electronic components times 5. What does that mean? I didn't quite understand the purpose of this blueprint. Since I basically never left the vehicle, this warning function seemed pointless. Could it be for nighttime warnings? Without overthinking it, I returned to the vehicle. By now, the sun was directly overhead, the hottest time of the day. I checked my wristband, confirmed it was almost noon, and decided to rest for a while and eat something to replenish my energy. I opened the fridge, took out a can of yellow peaches and a bottle of soda. In this weather, it was pure bliss. After eating, I leaned back in the driver's seat, looking at my hands and thinking about the 3 aberrations I had slain this morning. This feeling of power belonging to oneself is truly wonderful. As I continued forward, keeping an eye on the road ahead and the center console screen, I casually opened the system trading channel. I wanted to see if there was anything I needed. The light blue trading panel scrolled rapidly, mostly filled with common requests for food, weapons, or fuel. I scanned through it quickly until my eyes suddenly stopped. Information about a blueprint caught my attention. Item: Vehicle Water Condenser Blueprint, Blue Grade. Effect: Vehicle Item. After installation, it can produce 10L of drinkable, purified water daily. Crafting requirements: metal block ×3, rubber ×1, plastic ×1, glass ×1, electronic component ×1. Installation requirement: level 2 or higher vehicle. Seller's request: 1,000 units of fuel. 1,000 units of fuel. My eyelids twitched. 1,000 units of fuel was an astronomical price for most players at this stage. Many didn't even have enough to keep moving, let alone trade it for a blueprint. But this vehicle water condenser was exactly what I needed right now. With it, not only would I have daily drinking water, but I could imagine that after using my talent to enhance it, the output would definitely increase, which would eventually solve the issue of bathing. I didn't hesitate. I clicked on private chat and quickly typed, "Hello, is the price for this vehicle water condenser blueprint negotiable?" I sent the message, expecting to wait a while, but to my surprise, the other party replied the very next second. "No need to discuss the price. I can give you this blueprint directly. No material exchange needed." I frowned, just about to ask who they were and what they wanted, when their third message followed. "You're Wu Di, the world's #1 on the vehicle leaderboard, right? If you're willing to let us join your team, consider this blueprint our entry fee, hee." This time, I was truly stunned. After thinking for a moment, I replied, "What do you mean? How many of you are there?" "It's just me and my sister." Thinking of the team-up scroll I had obtained, I wasn't surprised. It was normal for such items to exist in a region of tens of thousands of people. I immediately asked, "How did you know I was #1 in the world?" "I saw it as soon as the vehicle leaderboard went live. Didn't you collect vehicle cores on the regional channel before? I remembered your avatar. Although I wasn't sure if it was the same person, now I'm certain. You are Wu Di." Before I could reply, another message came through. "Am I not amazing, he? Even if I am that world #1, why do you think I'd team up with you just because of a blueprint?" I didn't let my guard down, but the next piece of information they sent truly tempted me. Silver grade talent, Twin Lotus. Effect: can designate one teammate to significantly increase their talent effect for 10 minutes. Can be used 3 times daily. Silver grade talent, Twin Lotus Bloom. Effect: can designate one teammate. When they open a supply crate, there is a probability of triggering a supply boost, obtaining extra quantity or quality improvement. Can be used 3 times daily. These are the talents my sister and I have. How about it? Pretty powerful, right? Your talent must be amazing, and with our help, you'll definitely be even stronger. So are you tempted now? The messages kept coming. I was already thinking when I saw the talents. I did have a team-up scroll, but I had been saving it to recruit Suan Wan. Furthermore, I wasn't sure if these sisters were trustworthy. In a world like this, I didn't dare turn my back on strangers. Just as I was deep in thought, they sent another item's information. Shared Destiny, Special Item 1. After binding, any member can instantly teleport a bound teammate to their side, including their vehicle. Limited to once. 2. After binding, a life and death bond is triggered. For every member who dies, 50% of the base attributes of all remaining members are deducted. When only one person remains in the team, 99% of their base attributes are deducted. 3. Up to 3 members. Currently bound. Lin Shi, Lin Yu, 1/3 uses remaining. Note: advance together in prosperity, perish together in danger. This is the contract item that best binds trust and tests life and death. How about it? With this, you can rest easy, right? My sister and I just want to survive and find our parents. Otherwise, we wouldn't be teaming up with anyone. I looked at the information they sent and found it hard to believe. Then, thinking about their talents, I felt it wasn't impossible to accept. After some thought, I replied, "I'll consider it. I'll give you an answer by tonight." "Okay, let's add each other as friends first. Otherwise, we won't be able to contact you. Player Lin Yu has requested to add you as a friend. Accept." The RV continued to move at a steady speed along the empty, desolate highway, but my heart was no longer on the driving. I rested one hand on the steering wheel, my gaze seemingly fixed on the road stretching to the horizon, but my thoughts were churning like a stormy sea. That conversation with Lin Yu was like a giant boulder thrown into a calm pool, leaving me unable to settle for a long time. A vehicle water condenser, silver-grade dual support talents, and that special shared destiny contract item, plus a pair of twin sisters who had come to me voluntarily with a clear goal. It all felt too sudden, too coincidental, and too tempting. I simply stopped the car and settled my mind to carefully weigh the pros and cons of this team-up. I knew very well that in this life-or-death survival game, any decision regarding companions could directly determine my ultimate fate. If I successfully teamed up with these sisters, and then found a chance to bring Suan Wan into the group, my development speed would skyrocket. I could almost imagine the terrifying speed at which my strength would grow. Just thinking about it made my heart race. But reason quickly pulled me back to reality. The problem lay in that shared destiny special item. Binding 3 people meant a life and death bond. If one teammate died, everyone's current attributes were cut in half. If only one person remained, 99% of their current attributes were deducted. My constitution was 112, which seemed invincible. But once the penalty was triggered, I'd be reduced to a few points, no different from a cripple. In a wilderness crawling with monsters, that was no different from suicide. This wasn't a team-up item. It was a shackle of life and death. Besides, I knew almost nothing about Lin Yu and her sister. What were their personalities like? Were they trustworthy companions, or? In this survival game, the monsters were never the scariest part. Incompetent teammates were. One mistake, one moment of panic, one betrayal. Any of these could drag everyone into the abyss. The more I thought about it, the tighter my brow furrowed. It wasn't that I was afraid of taking risks. I just didn't want to inexplicably hand my life over to 2 complete strangers. This deliberation lasted for 2 whole hours. I'll gamble on it. With my current strength, am I really afraid of them playing tricks? At worst, I'll just stay bound. The benefits were too great, enough to make me willing to take the risk. If I gave up because of fear, I would only stagnate and eventually perish in some crisis. Having realized this, the last shred of hesitation in my heart vanished. I didn't hesitate any longer, opened my friend list, and found the newly added Lin Yu. I've thought it over. I can team up with you. Less than a second after the message was sent, the other side replied immediately, full of surprise and excitement. Really? That's great. I knew you would agree. Teaming up is fine, but the shared destiny item must be traded to me first. I'll be the one to use it. I didn't hide my thoughts and stated the reason bluntly. I need to verify the authenticity of this item to avoid any issues. You don't need to worry about me scamming you out of the item. I'll trade you the armor-piercing Tang Dao. A purple-grade weapon's value is no less than your item. This was a decision made after careful consideration. On one hand, holding the contract item myself would give me a basic sense of security. On the other, I wanted to test if my talent could be used on such a special contract item. If I could successfully promote it, perhaps the item could become even safer. As for the armor-piercing Tang Dao, I had my own intentions. This was just a test. I had nothing to lose either way. I would always be the one in control of this trade. No need for that. I'll trade the item to you directly. Lin Yu replied without any hesitation. Ding! Player Lin Yu has initiated a trade with you. Shared destiny, special item, ×1. After confirming the trade, I didn't hesitate. Use talent, Rule Breaker, to promote shared destiny. Ding! Talent, Rule Breaker, activated. Item promoted by 2 tiers. Shared destiny has been promoted to Life and Death Bond. Life and Death Bond, special item 1. After binding, any member can instantly teleport a bound teammate to their side, including their vehicle, ignoring the environment. Limited to once daily. 2. After binding, a life and death bond is triggered. For every additional member, all members' base attributes increase by 10%. For every member who dies, all remaining members' current attributes increase by 30%. When only one person remains, their current attributes increase by 100%. Duration, 1 hour. 3. Up to 8 members. Currently bound. Lin Shi, Lin Yu. 6/8 uses remaining. 4. Live on the same path. Survive with 1 heart. The treacherous will cut off their own path. The faithful will survive in the face of despair. Note: a soul contract bound with teammates, using belief as the rope and survival as the vow. Violators will surely be sanctioned. I was a bit dazed. The promoted item had no negative effects, only positive ones. The team size had expanded to 8, and even the teleportation function had become a life-saving miracle usable once a day. But I didn't understand the fourth effect at all. Taking a deep breath, I suppressed my confusion and stopped dwelling on the fourth effect. With a thought, I chose to use Life and Death Bond to add myself to the team that already had Lin Shi and Lin Yu pre-bound. The system notification flashed. You have successfully joined the team. Current members: Wu Di, Lin Shi, Lin Yu. As soon as I joined, I could clearly feel the changes in my body. I had become even stronger. Without rushing to check, I immediately messaged Lin Yu. I'm pulling you over now. As soon as the message was sent, I activated the teleport teammate function. The next moment, a faint, almost invisible shimmer spread out 10 meters from my RV. The air twisted slightly, and a level 2 van appeared out of thin air, landing steadily on the desolate highway. Before the RV door even opened, I heard a crisp, slightly excited female voice. Wow, it really teleported us directly. Even the car came with us. The voice was lively and bright. I knew immediately it was the younger sister, Lin Yu. Before I could even step out, I heard Lin Yu's voice again. Sister, look, it's an RV. It's so big. I slowly pushed open the door and stepped out. In the sunlight, the van's door also opened. 2 figures stepped out, one after the other. At first glance, I couldn't help but be slightly startled. It wasn't that I hadn't seen women before, but I had never encountered twins as striking as these. Both were 19, their faces nearly identical, with fair skin and delicate features, yet their temperaments were completely different. The one in front wore her hair in a high ponytail, her bangs neat and clean. Her eyes were large and bright, as if they held stars, and she exuded a lively, outgoing, and energetic vibe. The one following her had long, silky hair draped over her shoulders and down to her waist. Her temperament was quiet and gentle, with a hint of shyness in her expression. Her eyes were clear and soft, clearly the type who was quiet, introverted, and not one for many words. Before I could even speak, the young girl walking in front said, "Wow, big brother Wu Di, why are you only wearing boxers? How indecent." Despite her teasing, her eyes couldn't help but curiously dart toward the RV behind me. That was the #1 level 4 vehicle on the vehicle leaderboard. Just looking at it from afar, it was far more imposing than their level 2 van. "Come inside the vehicle first. It's too hot out here," I said. Okay. My sister and I will go in and take a look." Lin Yu's eyes lit up, eager to try. I withdrew my gaze, suppressing the slight sense of awe in my heart, and regained my composure. I stepped slightly to the side, clearing the way to the door. "Thank you, big brother Wu Di." Lin Yu cheered, naturally reaching out to gently grab her sister Lin Shi's wrist and skipped toward the RV. Being pulled by her sister, Lin Shi looked up at me with a shy, embarrassed expression. She gave a slight nod as a greeting, but didn't say a word. The 3 of us boarded the vehicle one after another. As soon as we entered the RV, a wave of cool, comfortable air washed over us. It was a completely different world from the sweltering, desolate wilderness outside. Lin Yu couldn't help but let out a soft gasp of amazement. "Wow, big brother Wu Di, it's so cool in here. The air conditioning is amazing. Even with the AC on in our van, it's still hot. How did you do this? It's incredible." Sister, there's a bathroom. We can take a shower." Lin Yu was incredibly curious, looking here and touching there, though she knew her boundaries and didn't mess with things, just filled with wonder. Her sister, Lin Shi, sat quietly on the sofa, her hands resting gently on her knees, sitting upright like an obedient student. I closed the door and walked over to sit next to Lin Shi, just about to say something. Lin Yu immediately walked over to Lin Shi's side and reached out to shield her. "Big brother Wu Di, even though we're asking for your protection, you aren't allowed to have any lecherous thoughts about my sister. Otherwise, I'll get angry. We have a contract." Sitting beside her, Lin Shi's face turned visibly red upon hearing her sister's blunt words. She gently tugged at Lin Yu's clothes and whispered, "Xiao Yu, don't talk nonsense." Looking at Lin Yu, who was frowning with a vigilant expression just inches away, I realized that the RV only had one sofa. I had habitually sat down in my boxers without noticing I was right next to Lin Shi. You sit, it was just a habit, don't mind it. I immediately stood up and walked over to the driver's seat. Okay, big brother Wu Di, then I won't be polite. Lin Yu stuck out her tongue, gave a cheeky grin, and sat down. Oh right, big brother Wu Di, what exactly was up with that item earlier? And our base attributes really did increase by 30%. I feel super strong right now. I thought I was seeing things earlier. At this point, Lin Yu suddenly remembered something. Her small face turned serious as she leaned forward. Also, the effect written in that item, about the betrayer and oathkeeper, what does that actually mean? They had only agreed to team up with me because of the item's negative effects, but now, she really wasn't sure what the outcome would be. Calm down first, let's communicate. Also, you don't need to call me Big Brother, Dala. I'm likely older than both of you, so just call me by my name, or Big Brother, Dage, or Uncle is fine. Lin Yu was waiting nervously for an answer, but upon hearing this, she nodded immediately, her small hand still gently pressing on her sister's arm. Lin Shi remained sitting quietly, eyes slightly lowered, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. My tone was steady, lacking any aggressive pressure, which actually made them lower their guard slightly. Uncle? Big brother Wu Di, you don't look much older than us. Lin Yu couldn't help but ask. Xiao Yu, don't talk nonsense. Lin Shi said softly to her sister, then looked at me with curiosity. That's not the point. Can you tell me, you've been in this world for so long. Why don't you look like you're struggling to survive? I asked slowly, my gaze sweeping over their clean, tidy clothes and faces. I, on the other hand, was currently wearing nothing but boxers, my hair a mess. Hearing this question, Lin Yu paused, but before she could speak, Lin Shi answered, You know about my sisters and my talent. We've always had plenty of food and water. The clothes were opened from supply crates. We have several sets, so we change when they get dirty. That's why we don't look that disheveled. The answer was reasonable. I didn't overthink it, and continued. Did you not encounter any monsters on the road? At the mention of monsters, the relaxed look on Lin Yu's face faded slightly. She subconsciously moved closer to her sister and lowered her voice. We've encountered them many times. For the past 2 days, we haven't dared to get out to grab the supply crates. Lin Shi also whispered in agreement. I didn't dare let my sister take the risk, which is why I thought of cooperating with you. After a moment of silence, I spoke up, bringing up the matter they cared about most. What you're most worried about should be that life and death bond contract. Lin Yu's expression shifted slightly, and she immediately looked up at me without saying a word. Although she was lively and outgoing, she wasn't stupid. Especially since the current team contract didn't have clear constraints for teammates, she had been filled with anxiety inside, even if she hadn't voiced it. Mr. Wu Di, the contract is already a done deal. I just hope we can cooperate happily in the future, Lin Shi said, gently holding her sister Lin Yu's hand. You don't need to overthink it. From now on, we are teammates. I won't force you to do anything extra, nor will I make things difficult for you. As long as you don't act on your own and cooperate well, I will definitely ensure your safety. Seeing they were still a bit nervous, I continued. Your talents must be used to cooperate with me unconditionally when I need them. No problem. We will listen to your arrangements. Lin Shi nodded immediately without hesitation. You won't make us go out and take the hits when we encounter danger, right? Lin Yu muttered softly. Don't worry. I'm interested in the effects of your talents. I won't let you take risks as long as you don't do anything reckless. Understood. Lin Yu immediately raised her hand to promise. My sister and I will definitely be obedient. Good. I nodded slightly, my tone returning to calm. Since that's settled, from now on, we are official teammates. One last important point. All resource distribution from here on out will be decided by me. Whether from the perspective of comfort or safety, my level 4 vehicle is definitely stronger than yours. If necessary, you may need to abandon your vehicle. No problem, Mr. Wu Di. This is the vehicle water condenser blueprint. We'll head back for now. Call us if you need anything, Lin Shi said. Sister. Lin Yu was about to speak, but was stopped by a look from Lin Shi. She was then pulled by Lin Shi out of the vehicle and back to the van. Inside the van. Sister, Why did you pull me earlier? This is an unequal treaty. He even wants us to abandon the van. What if he does something bad to you? What else could we do? We're already at this point. You don't need to worry too much. Even if we can't understand the fourth clause of the contract, he won't let anything happen to us, if only for the sake of our talent effects. But don't think too much. Get ready to head out. I was unaware of the sisters' whispered argument and worry inside their van, and even if I had known, I would only have smiled. In this survival game, life and death are decided in a split second. Lin Shi and Lin Yu were indeed stunning, and I would fulfill my promise to protect them, but I wouldn't waste extra breath explaining anything. Time would prove everything. I knew that nothing was more important than staying alive. Survival was the foundation. I raised my hand and tapped my wristband. 15:45, 46 degrees Celsius. There wasn't much time left in the day. Without delay, I sent a message while starting the vehicle. Lin Yu, get ready to move. Follow my vehicle closely, keep a 5-meter distance, do not overtake, and do not fall behind. Received. We will definitely keep up. The RV's engine emitted a low, powerful roar as it headed onto the road ahead. In the rearview mirror, the van followed closely, maintaining a distance of about 5 meters. More than 40 minutes later, I spotted a supply crate ahead. Found it. I muttered to myself, slowly pressing the brake and stopping 20 meters away from the supply crate. Almost the moment I stopped, the van in the rearview mirror stopped as well. I pushed the door open, and a wave of heat instantly rushed in, but this high temperature no longer felt like anything to me. The massive improvement in my physique brought far more than just strength. I walked over to the van and said, "Stay in the vehicle, don't come out." Receive. Lin Yu's voice was tinged with nervousness, but was exceptionally loud. Lin Shi also responded, "We understand, be careful." I quickly approached the target, locking my gaze on the two aberrations next to the supply crate, just like the ones from the morning. It took no more than 3 seconds. The battle was over. Without hesitation, I walked to the supply crate, ignored the system's prompt to open it, picked it up, and headed straight back to the RV. The supply crates needed to be opened by Lin Shi. Her talent could yield more supplies. I immediately sent a message. "Follow, let's keep moving." I started the vehicle and continued forward. In the van behind, Lin Shi and Lin Yu both let out a sigh of relief. They looked at each other, both seeing the shock in the other's eyes. "Sister, he's too strong." Lin Yu lowered her voice, her tone filled with amazement. "One strike each, it didn't even take 10 seconds. Sister, what do you think he did before this? Could he be a hitman or something?" Lin Shi nodded, her eyes fixed on the back of the RV ahead. She had seen it clearly through the window. My movements were clean and efficient, without a single wasted motion. I really didn't look like an ordinary person. No wonder he can own a level 4 vehicle and hold the #1 spot on the vehicle leaderboard, Lin Shi said softly. But he looked so fierce just now. Lin Yu shrank her neck, recalling the cold look in my eyes when I swung the blade, feeling a bit terrified. "Sister, what if he goes on a rampage one day? I won't be able to stop him. Don't let your imagination run wild. Nothing will happen. We will definitely survive." Lin Shi gently patted her sister's hand. Looking at her sister's firm gaze, and then at the RV speeding ahead, Lin Yu's anxiety gradually dissipated, replaced by a faint glimmer of hope. The rest of the journey was the same. Stop, kill monsters, grab the crate, and move on. By 1830, the sky had grown noticeably dark. I parked the RV on the side of the road and sent a message. "Park your vehicle right behind mine. We'll spend the night here." Receive. After parking, I immediately organized the supply crates obtained this afternoon. 1 black iron, 1 bronze, 1 common supply crate. I then sent a message to Lin Yu. "Come to my vehicle, open the crates." Coming right away. I placed the crates on the coffee table as Lin Shi and Lin Yu entered the vehicle. "Come on, it's time to show your talent." "Sister, hurry and open them. I've already applied the buff to you." Lin Shi nodded and opened the crates. Obtained, metal block times 30, fuel times 50, plastic times 18, rubber times 10, electronic component times 10, rice 10 kilograms times 1, eggs 12 times 1, beer 12 times 1, cigarettes, carton, times 1, panoramic perception radar blueprint, green quality, times 1, explosion-proof glass blueprint, green quality, times 1. I looked at the loot with surprise. The basic supplies were indeed more than what I usually got, but getting 2 blueprints from 3 crates was impressive. Your talent is truly practical. Of course, my sisters and my talents are the perfect match. Linyu nodded vigorously from the side. You two rest for a bit. I'll go make something to eat, I said, as all the resources were with me. I was just pondering what ingredients I could use when a soft voice came from beside me. Can I try? I turned around to see it was Lin Shi. The young girl was looking down slightly, her cheeks flushed with a faint blush, looking a bit embarrassed. You know how to cook? I was a bit surprised. Lin Shi nodded gently. I used to do it often at home. My sister's cooking is delicious. Once you taste it, you'll never forget it. Lin Yu added. I immediately stepped aside. Then go ahead, make whatever you want, don't be polite. All the food is in the refrigerator. Lin Shi walked to the refrigerator and opened it. Although she was surprised by the size of the space inside, she didn't say anything, just carefully checked the available ingredients and began to process them methodically. Her movements were skilled and gentle. It was clear she was someone who cooked often. I and Lin Yu sat to the side and watched quietly. Soon, a dinner that couldn't be called luxurious, but was sumptuous in this apocalypse, was ready. Steaming roasted meat, a large plate of eggs, and a pot of white rice looked exceptionally tempting. You only have ingredients and that jar of all-purpose seasoning powder, nothing else. Don't mind if it doesn't taste good, Lin Shi said softly, wiping her hands. It's much better than me. For the past few days, I've just been eating roasted meat and snacks. Woo-woo, finally eating hot rice, Lin Yu sighed while devouring the food. The 3 of us sat around and enjoyed dinner quietly. This was the first time since entering the highway survival world that I had eaten such a proper meal. I think all the cooking can be left to you from now on, I said, setting down my bowl and chopsticks. After the meal, Lin Yu took the initiative to help clean up, her movements agile and well-behaved. After cleaning up, she seemed to remember something and looked at me with some embarrassment. Big brother Wu Di, can we take a shower? Her voice grew quieter as she spoke, her cheeks turning bright red. After all, it had been 5 days since they arrived in this world, and they had never taken a shower. A girl's desire for cleanliness was far stronger than mine. I was silent for a moment and said truthfully, Sorry, not right now. I haven't had time to craft the vehicle water condenser yet, so there's no extra water for showering. Are you short on materials? We still have some. Xiao Yu, go to the vehicle and bring all the materials over, Lin Shi said to Lin Yu. After all, she wanted a shower too. Before, there was no way, but now that it was within reach, how could she not care? Don't rush. Even if we craft it now, it will take some time to collect water. It's probably not possible today. You two rest for a while first. I paused and continued. In a bit, I need you to apply your talent to me, Lin Yu. After saying that, I walked to the driver's seat, leaned back, closed my eyes, and began to sort through the important matters I hadn't dealt with today. The most important, naturally, was my talent. I still had 3 uses left for today. Besides that, the second effect of my talent could also be used today. If used reasonably, I might see a huge boost today. I carefully calculated the items and blueprints I currently possessed in my mind. Storage space expansion blueprint, blue quality, and alloy armor blueprint, blue quality, were the 2 I had already enhanced with my talent. I just needed to craft them and then enhance them again. Secondly, vehicle glass blueprint, green quality, engine blueprint, green quality, vehicle workbench blueprint, green quality, panoramic perception radar blueprint, green quality, explosion-proof glass blueprint, green quality, and vehicle water condenser blueprint, blue quality. These 6 were all the blueprints I had on hand. Then there was the blue quality beast meat, which could increase my own strength. I had to use my talent once. The dilemma was whether to use the second talent effect. The gold quality beast meat had increased my physique by 100 points. I couldn't imagine how much an orange quality beast meat would increase. These few talent opportunities had to be used in the most critical and practical places. Lin Shi and Lin Yu sat quietly on the sofa, looking at each other. They didn't know what I was thinking and didn't make a sound to disturb me. Only the sound of light breathing remained in the cabin. I slowly opened my eyes, my gaze becoming firm. I had already made a decision. I took a deep breath. The first target I locked onto was the alloy armor blueprint. The blueprint was blue quality, and the crafting requirement was metal block times 50. I opened the storage interface and confirmed the existing supplies. Metal block, 59. Just enough. The supplies opened during the day had filled this gap, as if it were prepared for this very moment. My eyes narrowed slightly. I had already made up my mind. The alloy armor had to be crafted first, then promoted with my talent. The sudden crisis from last night was like a thorn in my heart. No matter how many resources I had, if they couldn't be converted into strength in time, everything was empty. Ding! Alloy armor crafting complete. Lin Yu, apply the talent amplification effect to me, I said to Lin Yu after opening my eyes. Okay, big brother Wu Di. Ding! Detected that player Lin Yu has applied the talent Twin Lotus to you. Your talent effect is increased. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Alloy armor promoted to Super Alloy Fortress Armor, purple quality. Super Alloy Fortress Armor, purple quality vehicle item, significantly increases the overall defensive strength of the vehicle body, capable of resisting conventional firearms, impacts, cutting, and explosive shrapnel damage. Detected installable item. Install immediately. Install. After the installation was complete, I didn't go outside to check the changes to the vehicle body, but continued to follow my plan for the next item. Lin Yu's talent effect only lasted 10 minutes. I had to finish everything within those 10 minutes. I quickly took out the second target, the explosion-proof glass blueprint, green quality. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Explosion-proof glass blueprint has been promoted to Explosion-proof tempered glass blueprint, blue quality. Explosion-proof tempered glass blueprint, blue quality vehicle accessory. Significantly increases glass strength, capable of resisting blunt force impacts, small caliber gunfire, and explosive shockwaves. Crafting requirements. Glass times 25, metal block times 2. Installation requirement. Level 2 or higher vehicle. Both times it only promoted by 1 tier. I was a bit frustrated. My 30% probability of a 2-tier promotion had absolutely no effect under Lin Yu's talent amplification. I just sighed briefly and began to use the last talent opportunity. Ding! Vehicle water condenser crafting complete. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 3 tiers. Vehicle water condenser, blue quality, has been promoted to Atmospheric Water Collection Unit, orange quality. Holy! I stood up in surprise. Ever since I got this mythical talent, I had used the first talent effect 25 times today, and I had never encountered that 5% chance of a 3-tier promotion. I had always thought that 5% probability was fake, but I never expected it to appear today under the amplification of Lin Yu's talent. The only thing that left me feeling both amused and frustrated was that this unprecedented first 3-tier promotion had actually been applied to the most useless item. But this also gave me hope. What's wrong, big brother Wu Di? Did something happen? Don't scare me. Lin Yu was also startled by me and asked nervously. Although she didn't speak, she also looked at me with concern. It's nothing. The shower problem might already be solved. You two wait. I then examined the second orange-grade item I had obtained, the Atmospheric Water Collection Unit, orange quality. This vehicle item utilizes molecular-level condensation technology to extract water from the air at high speeds, completely ignoring weather conditions. Output increases based on energy consumption. Once installed, energy usage increases by 100%. The unit comes with built-in water purification and circulation functions, featuring a 10 cubic meter storage capacity. Installation requirement: level 4 vehicle or higher. Phew. With infinite energy, has the water problem been completely solved as well? I suppressed the shock in my heart. Install. After the installation was complete, I found that the Atmospheric Water Collection Unit had indeed appeared on the center console screen. I could freely choose whether to consume energy to produce water. Without hesitation, I immediately selected continuous water production. I had never once worried about energy. I turned my seat around to face the Lin sisters and said with a smile, "Wait a moment. There's water on the vehicle now. You'll be able to take a shower soon." It wasn't just the Lin sisters. I wanted a shower too. Over these past 5 days, I had lost count of how many times I had wished for a proper bath. Really? Can we really take a shower? Lin Yu stood up, excited, and Lin Shi also revealed a look of anticipation. I just finished crafting and installing the water condenser. There will be water in just a moment. Brother Wu Di, the water condenser can only produce 10 L of water a day. Isn't it too wasteful to use it for showering? Although Lin Shi was tempted, she still said with concern, "That's right, Brother Wu Di. Why don't we wait a bit longer until we've saved up enough water?" Lin Yu also realized this and added, "You don't need to worry about that. There's plenty of water. You can shower for as long as you want in a bit," I said with a confident smile. Although I still didn't fully trust the sisters, the feeling of showing off in front of two beautiful young women in the prime of their lives made me feel quite comfortable. "Don't ask, don't overthink it. Get ready to shower," I added. "Okay, Brother Wu Di. I'll go back and get my things." Lin Yu immediately jumped up, ready to head back to the van, her form of address becoming even more intimate. The atmospheric water collection unit ran steadily, and the water storage level on the center console screen was jumping upward at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Brother Wu Di, Yuer is always like this. She was just as boisterous back home. Please don't mind her." Once Lin Yu left the RV, Lin Shi spoke softly. "No need for that. I'm not a petty person. As long as you cooperate, what you receive will definitely be more than you imagine." I felt very confident now. Today, my talent effect triggered its 5% probability for the first time, allowing me to see further ahead. I had a feeling that if given a little time, this survival game that was so difficult for others would be nothing more than a game to me. If you need anything, tell me in time. We are a team now. Also, you don't need to worry at all about what I might do to you. With the effect of the life and death pact, I suspect that teammates cannot harm each other. Understood, Brother Wu Di, I will. After this conversation, the previously tense atmosphere became a bit more relaxed. "Brother Wu Di, open the door quickly. I'm back, it's boiling hot outside. Come in." I opened the vehicle door. "You two go ahead and shower. I have some things to handle in the driver's seat." After saying this, I walked over to the driver's seat and sat down. Lin Shi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded gently, her eyes filled with gratitude. Lin Yu, unable to contain herself, tugged at her sister's sleeve and whispered, "Thank you, Brother Wu Di. We'll be quick." The two took their simple change of clothes and stepped lightly into the shower compartment. Before long, the sound of soft water flowed from inside, mixed with faint, indistinguishable whispers. The fatigue, dust, and sweat from days of traveling were washed away bit by bit under the warm water, and even the air inside the cabin seemed to become much fresher. I leaned back in the driver's seat, closing my eyes to rest while keeping an eye on the surroundings. As the night deepened, the dangers on the highway intensified. Even though the RV was fully armed, I didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. Just then, my wristband pinged with a notification. I immediately tapped to check it. "Big boss, are you there? I found a new blueprint. Thought you might be able to use it." It was indeed a message from Suan Wan. "What kind of blueprint?" "It's a vehicle water condenser blueprint, green quality. I see that everyone is short on water, so this should be very useful. You were the first person I thought of." I was slightly stunned, then chuckled. I had just solved the major issue of water, and someone had sent me a water condenser blueprint. I had to admit that fate was quite mysterious. "I already have this. You should use it yourself. The big boss is truly a big boss. So fast. I thought this would be a huge help to you." "Just a bit of luck." I didn't say much about my own affairs and instead asked, "How are things on your end?" After a few seconds of silence, Suan Wan replied, "Not great. The temperature has been getting higher during the day lately. I get dizzy just staying outside for a while. And now, there are inevitably monsters near the supply crates. I'm all alone, and I don't even dare to try and grab some of them." My brows furrowed imperceptibly. With monsters strengthened at night and scorching heat during the day, the difficulty of obtaining supplies had increased exponentially. Suan Wan was alone and lacked combat talents. Her situation was indeed dire. "Stay safe. Try not to force it. If anything happens, private message me in time, and I can help you." "I know. Thank you, big boss." Just as I was hesitating whether to invite Suan Wan to join my team, the sound of water in the shower compartment stopped. Lin Shi and Lin Yu walked out wearing clean clothes. Their hair was slightly damp, their cheeks rosy, and the exhausted, haggard look they had before was completely swept away. They looked refreshed and spirited, like two little flowers washed by the rain. Brother Wu Di, we're done. It feels so good. Lin Yu smiled brightly, her tone light. Lin Shi also nodded gently. Sorry to trouble you, Brother Wu Di. We'll head back to our vehicle to rest now and won't disturb you any further. Stay safe at night. If anything happens, call me immediately. The sisters acknowledged this and returned to their van. The interior of the RV returned to silence. I stood up and stretched my limbs. Having been in this doomsday world for so many days, I had been accompanied by sweat, dust, and the smell of blood, never having had a proper wash. Now, smelling the faint moisture in the cabin, I finally couldn't hold back anymore. I first opened the regional trading channel and searched for clothes, quickly trading some mineral water for a new set. I walked into the shower compartment. Warm water poured down, scouring my tense muscles and washing away the fatigue and dust of the past few days. The warmth enveloped my entire body, and my tense nerves finally relaxed completely. I closed my eyes and let the water wash over me. At this moment, I was no longer a survivor on constant alert, but just an ordinary person who could finally let down his guard and catch his breath. After showering and putting on clean, fresh clothes, I felt completely light, as if I had been reborn. I sat in the driver's seat, watching the water storage level on the center console screen rise steadily, and feeling the sturdy protection of the RV. My heart was filled with peace. I don't know how long I lay there before I slowly opened my eyes and looked at the time on my wristband, 21:18. The night was deep, and the dangers on the highway had not yet reached their peak, but I felt no panic in my heart. Instead, there was a sense of anticipation. I knew very well that the most important thing for tonight was finally coming. I had already used up all of the first effect of Rule Breaker for today, but the second effect of my talent had long since refreshed after its 3-day cooldown. This was the opportunity one valued most today, and it was a decision I had been brewing for a long time, to use the second effect on that blue-quality dog meat dropped by the leader-level monster. At dawn, I had eaten a piece of gold-quality beast meat. Just one piece had directly increased my constitution by 100 points, jumping my constitution from its original average level to 112 points. I had already experienced this sense of power during the day, and now I was going to take a gamble. I would use the ability of the second effect to promote the beast meat to the 3rd tier, reaching orange quality, to see just how much of an attribute boost this orange quality meat could bring, and to see to what new height my constitution could break through. I took a deep breath, suppressed the anticipation in my heart, and took out 1 unit of dog meat. With a thought, I commanded, Activate Talent, Rule Breaker, Effect 2, Target, Dog Meat, Blue Quality. Trigger 3rd tier promotion. Ding, Talent, Rule Breaker, Effect 2 activated. Dog Meat, Blue Quality, has been promoted to Heart of Tai Sui, Orange Quality. As soon as the system notification fell, the beast meat in my palm had completely changed its appearance. It glowed with a warm and majestic luster, a faint mist swirling around its surface, and a unique, crisp fragrance could be smelled when brought close. Heart of Tai Sui, Orange Quality Special Ingredient, can be eaten directly. Effect: after consumption, Constitution plus 1000, and gain the passive effect Steel Body, significantly increasing physical toughness and resistance. Note: relying on no external objects, becoming a fortress oneself. All that is experienced becomes tempering. All that is endured becomes sharpness. Looking at the attribute description on the system panel, my pupils shrank, and the shock in my heart was hard to suppress. A 1,000-point Constitution bonus and the Steel Body passive. With 112 points of Constitution this morning, I felt that killing monsters was no harder than crushing an ant. What level would I reach after eating this? Suppressing the agitation in my heart, I looked at the Heart of Tai Sui in my hand and felt an indescribable urge wash over me. I couldn't control myself at all and wolfed down the entire piece. Immediately, I felt a gentle force slowly seeping into my body, a sense of comfort spreading throughout, and even my soul felt as if it had drifted out of my body. I could feel that I was very clear-headed, watching myself from an outsider's perspective, but under this sensation, I was completely unable to control my body. Oh no, am I going to pass out again? It's so dangerous at night. If a monster rushes over, will Lin Shi and Lin Yu be in trouble? This thought had just flashed through my mind when I completely lost consciousness, slumping softly against the driver's seat. What I didn't know was that at this very moment, the sisters inside the van were still discussing me. Sister, it's so strange. Where did Brother Wu Di get all that water? The water condenser shouldn't be able to produce that much water, right? It is indeed very strange. It must be his talent. Sister, what do you think Brother Wu Di's talent actually is? It feels like he's playing a different version of the game than we are. Lin Shi shook her head gently. No need to think so much, right? Xiaoyu. Sister, what's wrong? Lin Shi, lying in the driver's seat, turned to look at her sister who hadn't spoken for a while. Sister, I don't know if it's my imagination, but you seem to trust him a lot, and also. Lin Yu sat up and looked at Lin Shi. And what? Lin Shi asked softly. We weren't the type of people who trusted others so easily before. Lin Yu lowered her voice. But now, I also feel that Brother Wu Di is very reliable and makes me feel at ease. Sister, I suspect that there's something wrong with that contract. It's affecting our thoughts. Born to walk the same path, existing with one heart. Huh? Lin Shi didn't answer her sister's words, just lay back down and recited that line from the contract to herself. The sisters suddenly fell silent. As time passed, the movements of monsters slowly appeared in the surroundings, but the lights of the RV in front remained on, illuminating the area. Sister, are you asleep? I'm a little scared. It's only 11 o'clock. Why are there already monsters outside? Lin Yu's voice was low, but the terror in her words was hard to hide. Why doesn't Brother Wu Di turn off the lights? It will attract monsters, won't it? Brother Wu Di will come to save us, right, sister? Don't be afraid. Xiaoyu, it'll be fine. Brother Wu Di must have his own plans. Although Lin Shi was also filled with worry, she reached out to hold her sister's hand and comforted her softly. Time passed in the sisters' worry. What they found strange was that they could clearly see the blurry figures of monsters in the distance by the light of the RV. But the monsters never approached, and they even had the illusion that the low growls of the monsters were filled with fear. The sisters drifted through the second half of the night in a daze. Seeing that the monsters never approached, they eventually fell into a deep sleep. What they didn't know was that at this moment, the strengthening in my body was nearing its end. A faint light emerged on the surface of my body, and even in a state of unconsciousness, I radiated an aura that made monsters fearful, which was the real reason they didn't dare to approach. I don't know how much time passed before I slowly opened my eyes. A trace of confusion first flashed in my pupils, immediately replaced by a thick sharpness. An unprecedented sensation surged into my heart. My hearing and vision had also become exceptionally keen. I could clearly hear the faint breathing of the sisters in the van, see the gravel on the highway 100 meters away even though it was pitch black outside, and even feel the subtle changes in the airflow. I raised my hand and opened my personal attribute panel. Name, Wu Di. Constitution, 1445. Spirit, 26. Abilities, Shooting Mastery, Steel Body. Note: mental control has not reached the standard. Unable to fully master the current physical strength. What does that mean? Is my spirit attribute too low? I raised an eyebrow slightly. But even so, I could clearly perceive the earth-shattering power within me. From the moment I ate the heart of Tai Sui, my path of survival had completely changed. Before, I was a cautious survivor, but now, I had begun to master my own destiny. I glanced at the center console screen. Time 4:09. Outdoor temperature 38 degrees. The night was still thick, but I could no longer suppress the restlessness in my heart. I urgently wanted to know just how strong I had become. I didn't hesitate anymore, pushed open the door, and stepped out of the vehicle. The monsters outside had long since disappeared. I walked to the edge of the highway, bent my knees, and pushed off the ground. My soles instantly left shallow pits in the ground, and my body darted out like an arrow from a bow. The wind whistled in my ears, and my figure turned into a blurry afterimage. A flash of amazement crossed my eyes, followed by even greater excitement. I bent my knees slightly and pushed off the ground with my soles, instantly creating a deep crater in the mud. The next second, my body soared into the air like an arrow from a bow, jumping 20 or 30 meters high in a single leap. The night wind whistled in my ears, and in the moment of suspension, I could clearly see the outlines in the distance. I stretched my limbs and tried jumping continuously. Every leap was light and powerful. It wasn't until the darkness faded and the sky grew cool that I stopped, feeling thoroughly satisfied. I returned to the RV, walked into the bathroom to simply wash off the dust and sweat, and sat back in the driver's seat. I really want to find a monster to test my skills right now. My mind was full of testing my limits. Were there really no monsters coming last night? Having calmed down, I realized that it had been another safe night. How exactly do I improve my spirit attribute? If I'm this monstrous without being able to fully exert my power, if I could fully exert the power of these 1445 points of constitution, could I arm wrestle Superman? Now that I'm not lacking energy or water, as long as no super-spec situations occur, I don't need to worry about safety. Living well. I'm getting closer and closer. Just as I was lost in thought, the time reached 6 o'clock, and the 6th day arrived. Regional announcement. The survival game has entered the 3rd stage. 1. Supply crates will no longer refresh in the highway area, and public areas have been added. The quantity and quality of supply crates in public areas are increased. 2. Multiple public areas will be randomly refreshed within each region. Public areas? Together with other people? I thought. Lin Yu, are you awake? Come over here. I stopped thinking about it and prepared to give the sisters some instructions before setting off. Although I felt I had nothing to fear from any player, I didn't want any extra factors to interfere. Coming right away, Brother Wu Di. Before long, the sisters walked into the RV, rubbing their eyes and looking exhausted. Why are you two so tired? I looked at the weariness under their eyes and frowned slightly. Brother Wu Di, didn't you know? The surroundings were full of monsters last night. Lin Yu couldn't help but speak as soon as she sat down. So many, so many. They were circling nearby, growling constantly. My sister and I didn't dare to sleep until the second half of the night. It's very strange. There were a lot of them, but they never approached. Lin, she added softly. That's not important. Hearing the sisters' words, I realized that it wasn't that there were no monsters last night, but that they hadn't attacked. Thinking of the safe nights I had encountered before, I assumed it was still the effect of the lucky pendant and didn't pay it any mind. My expression turned serious, and my tone became stern. In the upcoming public areas, there is a high probability of encountering other players. You must stay close to me. Don't run around. Don't make any decisions on your own, and listen to my arrangements for everything. Don't worry, Brother Wu Di, we will listen to your arrangements. Lin Yu promised immediately. Let my sister cook, and we'll set off in the morning. Lin Yu said continuously. Ever since she had a hot meal last night, she never wanted to chew on cold food again. All right, I think I still have some noodles here. We'll set off after eating. After breakfast and getting everything packed, the time reached 6:50. Ready to go, stay close. Receive, Lin Yu said, then hurriedly pulled her sister back to the van. I walked to the driver's seat, started the vehicle, and the RV slowly pulled away, driving toward the front of the highway. Brother Wu Di, look. After the RV had been driving steadily for more than 10 minutes, Lin Yu suddenly sent a private message. Your vehicle points. They've gone up so much. I replied, what's wrong? I remember when I looked yesterday, your points were 11,240. Overnight, they've jumped by 10,100 points. That's too exaggerated. I was stunned for a moment and clicked on the vehicle leaderboard. Sure enough, the original 11,240 points had soared to 21,340, an increase of over 10,000 points overnight. After a moment of thought, I knew the reason. It must have been the installation of the Super Alloy Fortress armor and the Atmospheric Water Collection unit last night, which brought me the point bonus. I then raised my hand to open the vehicle panel to check my vehicle information. Vehicle, Level 4 vehicle, top speed, 200 kilometers per hour. Vehicle accessories/items, lucky pendant, gold. Vehicle engine, blue. Crystallized bulletproof glass, blue. High-strength alloy frame, blue. Heavy-duty explosion-proof off-road tire, blue. Vehicle nuclear reactor, orange. Smart constant temperature refrigeration box, purple. Atmospheric water collection unit, orange. Super alloy fortress armor, purple. It must be the points brought by upgrading the vehicle accessories last night, I replied. But this is too ridiculous. I just looked at the communication channel. From last night until now, people have been discussing why your vehicle points could rise so fast. Seeing this, I casually clicked on the communication channel. Sure enough, everyone was talking about the recent regional announcement and the discussion about me and my vehicle points. Holy crap, look at the leaderboard. What's up with the first place points? They went up by over 10,000 overnight. Could it be a system bug? Otherwise, how could it rise so fast? Did you see the full region announcement just now? The game has entered the third stage. Supply crates no longer refresh on the highway, and public areas have been added. The quantity and quality of supply crates have increased. Public areas. Does that mean my wife and I can meet up? Has anyone teamed up? It's so hard alone. I have to find supplies during the day and guard against monsters at night. Several of my friends have already died. I truly can't go on without teammates. Everyone, pay attention. You must be careful in the public area. There are bound to be more monsters. Also, watch out for other people. We're all just trying to survive. Shouldn't we be helping each other here? Besides, how long can you last without teammates? There can't be any fools who think they can, right? There are no laws and no rules here. You might run into anyone. Don't be too naive. I quickly scanned a few pages of messages, but found nothing of value. I casually closed the communication channel, my expression remaining completely unmoved. How is it? How is it? Are a lot of people talking about you? Just some irrelevant chatter, I replied. My RV sped along steadily. I only cared about what the public area looked like, and before I knew it, 3 hours had passed. My gaze narrowed slightly as I looked toward the distant horizon. At the end of the previously barren and monotonous landscape, a massive, grotesque silhouette emerged. Towering, fractured remains of skyscrapers pierced the sky, with collapsed buildings stacked layer upon layer. The broken walls and ruins took on a deathly gray-black hue under the scorching sun. It was a city, one that had been completely destroyed. Brother Wu Di, look ahead. Is that a city? How did it end up like this? In the past, when I saw apocalyptic ruins in movies, I just thought they were special effects. But standing before the real ruins now, the desolation and horror of a collapsed civilization sent a chill down my spine. I slowly eased off the accelerator, my eyes fixed on the ruins ahead, my expression turning serious. Just then, a system notification popped up. Ding! Public area discovered. Rust-corroded ruined city. Area size, 10,000 square kilometers. Area description. A once prosperous metropolis, now reduced to ruins after the apocalyptic catastrophe. The area is filled with numerous supply crates and a large number of black mist infected. Danger and opportunity coexist here. Rust-corroded ruined city, black mist infected. I repeated the names under my breath. As the RV slowly approached the city, the scene became clearer and more jarring, and the sight before me felt increasingly desolate. Collapsed skyscrapers, fractured overpasses, flattened cars, and debris scattered everywhere. Every detail silently told the story of the catastrophe this city had endured. I sent a message to Lin Yu, my tone brooks no argument. From now on, you must stay close to me. Do not leave my sight. Understood, Brother Wu Di. Lin Yu knew very well that entering this rust-corroded ruined city meant facing new dangers, and only by staying close to me could she and her sister be safe. I stopped the RV and looked out at the vast expanse of ruins. 10,000 square kilometers was too large. I could only explore it one step at a time. Without further hesitation, I sent a message. Let's go. Entering the city. The two vehicles drove one after the other, slowly entering the boundless, broken metropolis. Collapsed buildings flashed by on both sides, and the broken roads were riddled with potholes. The further we went, the more the sunlight was blocked by the layers of ruins, leaving the light as dim as twilight. I looked into the distance, peering through the countless skeletal remains of skyscrapers, and locked my eyes on the very center of the city. There stood a skyscraper, shattered throughout but still the tallest in the city, like a giant pillar amidst the ruins. We're going there, I decided internally. Only by standing at the highest point could I see the layout of the entire rust-corroded ruined city and find clues more easily. The RV and the minivan drove along the main road, which was still relatively flat. 20 minutes passed, and the surroundings remained an endless stretch of broken walls and ruins, with no end in sight. I gradually frowned. The city was too big. It was impossible to spot supply crates scattered in corners, on different floors, or in the crevices of ruins from the car, and the 10-meter search range on the center console screen hadn't triggered any alerts. Continuing to drive aimlessly like this was just a waste of time. Just then, a relatively intact building on the right side of the road caught my eye. It was a few stories high, its exterior walls were dilapidated, and half of its sign had fallen off, but I could vaguely make out that it was an abandoned supermarket. I slammed on the brakes, bringing the RV to a steady stop by the side of the road. I immediately sent a private message to Lin Yu. Get out and come to my vehicle. Let's discuss how to proceed. Okay, coming right over. Within half a minute, the sisters looked around cautiously and ran quickly into the RV. Lin Yu's face was still a bit pale. This deathly silent city made her feel uneasy from the bottom of her heart. Brother Wudi, this place, it's too scary. It's very oppressive, like I can't catch my breath, Lin Shi added, her brow furrowed. I nodded and pointed out the window. The rust-corroded ruined city is too big. We can't find supplies from the car. We have to explore on foot. There's a supermarket right there. Let's go in and see if there's anything useful. Lin Shi instinctively looked at the dark building outside the window and said softly, the writing here is in Chinese, but no matter how I look at it, it doesn't resemble any city from our original world. It's not our original world. That's normal, I said flatly. This survival game is already beyond reason. I stood up and took the armor-piercing Tang Dao from my storage space, gripping it in my hand. Stay behind me. Don't move more than a meter away. Understood, the sisters nodded in unison. I opened the door first, the Tang Dao hanging by my side, and walked steadily toward the supermarket ruins. Lin Shi and Lin Yu followed closely on my left and right, not daring to even breathe loudly. The supermarket entrance was long gone, leaving only a dark, gaping hole like the mouth of a giant beast. The moment I stepped inside, a smell of mold, dust, and decay hit me. The shelves were tilted and toppled, the metal frames twisted and deformed, and the floor was littered with broken packaging and rotting debris, a complete mess. The further we went inside, the darker it became. In the end, there was almost nothing left but thick darkness. Lin Shi and Lin Yu's vision was limited, and their heartbeats quickened. They instinctively reached out and grabbed the hem of my jacket, as if clutching at a final straw. Brother Wudi, it's so dark in here. Lin Yu's voice trembled. I didn't look back, but said calmly, don't be afraid. Just follow me. My 5 senses had long since surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. Even in this darkness, I could clearly see every corner. Just as the 3 of us reached the depths of the supermarket, my eyes suddenly turned cold. 3 black shadows, as if seeping out from the darkness, lunged from behind the toppled shelves. They had human-like forms, gray-black skin, mouths split open to reveal sharp teeth, and arms like claws, charging straight at me. The sisters held their breath in terror, their faces turning deathly pale. But the next second, I flicked my wrist. Swish, 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 3 soft sounds. The 3 black mist-infected didn't even get close before their heads flew off in unison. Their bodies fell to the ground, twitched twice, and stopped moving, black blood slowly pooling on the floor. From start to finish, it took no more than a second. Lin Shi and Lin Yu stood there blankly, unable to process what had happened for a long time. I didn't even glance at the corpses on the ground and said calmly, let's go back. There's no point in continuing to search here. It wasn't until they stepped out of the supermarket and back into the sunlight that the sisters let out a long sigh of relief. In that moment, they had truly thought they were dead. But my strike, it was so fast they didn't even have time to be afraid. Lin Yu looked at my back, her eyes filled not just with awe, but with a deep sense of reliance. I looked up, once again gazing at the skyscraper towering into the clouds at the center of the city. Since there's nothing in the small buildings, we'll head straight to the central tower. There must be something. After leaving the abandoned supermarket, Lin Shi and Lin Yu were still shaken, following me closely as we hurried back to the RV. Only then did their tense nerves relax slightly. I opened the door, sat in the driver's seat first, and turned to look at the sisters, who were still catching their breath. Let's have lunch first. We need to be well fed to handle the dangers ahead. Hearing this, Lin Yu instantly forgot her fear and nodded repeatedly. Okay, Brother Wu Di, I'm already starving. I looked at Lin Shi and said, we only have rice, meat, and eggs left. You decide what to make. Just make enough for the three of us. All right, leave it to me. Lin Shi nodded without hesitation and turned to walk into the RV's simple kitchen. Go back and rest for a bit. Get ready to leave. Once everything was settled, I said to the sisters. Received, Lin Yu said, raising her hand. Okay, Brother Wu Di, call us when we're ready to go, Lin Shi said as she pulled her sister out of the vehicle. Sitting in the driver's seat, I thought about what to do next. Suddenly, I remembered the panoramic perception radar blueprint, green quality, I had obtained earlier, Chapter 45. I hadn't looked at it carefully at the time, but perhaps this blueprint could come in handy now. With that thought, I focused my mind and took the blueprint out of my storage space. Panoramic perception radar blueprint, green quality, effect, basic panoramic detection device, can detect basic environmental conditions and supply crates within a 10-meter radius. Crafting requirements: metal block 3, plastic 1, rubber 1, glass 1, electronic component 1. I raised an eyebrow slightly. My level 4 vehicle already possessed this basic detection function, so it was useless at this stage, but the effect after an upgrade would surely increase. Lin Yu, come here for a second. Use your talent to give me a boost. Coming, Brother Wu Di. Open the door. Panoramic perception radar blueprint, green quality, promoted 1 tier to panoramic perception radar blueprint, blue quality. Panoramic perception radar blueprint, blue quality. Effect, basic panoramic detection device, can detect basic environmental conditions and supply crates within a 30-meter radius. Crafting requirements: metal block 5, plastic 2, rubber 2, glass 2, electronic component 3. Checking that I had enough materials, I crafted it immediately and activated my talent again. Panoramic perception radar, blue quality, promoted 2 tiers to vehicle global scanning radar, gold quality. My eyes lit up. I quickly checked the final attributes, and a wave of ecstasy surged in my heart. Vehicle global scanning radar, gold quality high-performance vehicle scanning device, achieves global environmental perception, can display all living beings and supply crates within a 1,000-meter radius in real time. Energy consumption plus 50% when in use. A 1,000-meter radius. With this gold-quality radar, I would never have to worry about missing any supplies while exploring the rust-corroded ruined city. After installation, a brand-new radar interface popped up on the center console screen. A yellow dot was particularly conspicuous, less than 200 meters from my current position. Around the yellow dot were a dozen red dots, densely packed and moving slowly. I didn't need to guess to know that these red dots were definitely alerts for black mist infected. It's right ahead. Don't go back yet. Tell Lin Shi to follow my vehicle. I started the RV, and within 3 minutes, I arrived at the target location, a ruined community convenience store. This convenience store was much smaller than the previous supermarket. Half of the exterior wall had collapsed, the roof exposed rusted rebar, and the entrance was littered with broken glass and discarded cardboard boxes. The sign at the entrance was long since illegible. The radar showed that the supply crate was inside the store, and all the red dots were inside as well. I parked the RV a short distance away and turned to Lin Yu. Stay in the vehicle, lock the doors, and no matter what you hear, do not come out. I'm going to get the supply crate. Understood, Brother Wu Di. Be careful. I'll go keep my sister company. I nodded, took the armor-piercing Tang Dao from my storage space, opened the door, and strode toward the convenience store. As I approached the entrance, I heard low growls from inside. 7 or 8 black mist infected sensed my presence and lunged out from the store. Swish, swish, swish. In less than 10 seconds, all the black mist infected were slain. Walking into the convenience store, I found it in shambles, with shelves toppled and debris scattered. Under the checkout counter, a supply crate sat quietly. I walked over, bent down to pick up the crate, turned, and walked out of the store toward the RV. In the minivan, Lin Shi and Lin Yu had been staring intently at the convenience store. Seeing me walk out unscathed, carrying the supply crate, Both of them let out long sighs of relief and smiled with reassurance. I returned to the RV, placed the supply crate on the coffee table, and looked at the radar interface still flickering on the center console screen, a faint smile playing on my lips. With the vehicle global scanning radar, all the resources in this rust-corroded ruined city would be mine to collect. I glanced at the time on my wristband, 13:09. I had originally planned to head straight to the skyscraper in the city center, but looking at the radar interface, my thoughts shifted. Now that I had a radar with a 1,000-meter range, there was no need to rush to the city center. I could just slowly collect supply crates along the edge of the city while getting familiar with the environment of the ruined city. Having made up my mind, I sent a private message to Lin Yu. Continuing on. Follow me closely. I started the RV and slowly drove away from the abandoned convenience store, heading toward the edge of the city. The two vehicles drove steadily along the broken streets. The radar interface kept active to carefully scan for supplies and living beings in the vicinity. After driving for only about 10 minutes, the radar interface on the center console screen suddenly changed. Several red dots appeared, clustered together 1,000 meters ahead. I raised an eyebrow slightly and slowed down. Continuing forward, when I was about 200 meters from the red dots, a muffled sound of voices carried on the wind, intermittent and mixed with faint growls. My eyes shifted, and I instantly realized I had encountered other survival players. After all, in these apocalyptic ruins, besides me and the Lin sisters, only other survival players would make human sounds. Finally ran into others. Huh? I hope you don't go looking for trouble, I muttered to myself. 2 minutes later, parked on the side of the road, not far ahead, were two Level 2 minivans. Their bodies were covered in scratches, and several windows were shattered. They had clearly been through quite a few battles. They were obviously the vehicles of other players. I looked up, and the voices and growls were coming from the second floor of an abandoned shopping mall ahead. I parked the RV in a safe zone about 30 meters from the two Level 2 minivans. As soon as I opened the door, Lin Shi and Lin Yu from the minivan behind me also got out and walked quickly to my side. Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and she pointed at the two minivans not far away, her tone excited and agitated. Brother Wu Di, look, there really are other people. That's their car. Compared to Lin Yu's excitement, Lin Shi was much calmer. She looked at the minivans ahead, then at me, and asked softly, Brother Wu Di, what should we do now? Should we go over and take a look? I looked toward the second floor of the mall and, after a moment of contemplation, said, You two go back to the RV first. No matter what you hear, do not come out. Those two are inside. I'll go in and see. Maybe they know some news about this rust-corroded ruined city. Okay, Brother Wu Di, you must be careful. Lin Shi and Lin Yu nodded in unison without hesitation, turned, and walked quickly back to the RV. They closed the door and stared intently at the mall through the window, keeping a close watch on my movements. I gripped the armor-piercing Tang Dao in my hand and walked toward the abandoned shopping mall. I moved lightly, without making a sound, and quickly climbed the broken stairs to the second floor. As soon as I stepped onto the second-floor corridor, the scene before me became clear. Two men in tattered clothes were hiding in a shop, leaning against the remaining counter, desperately fending off the attack of 6 black mist infected. One held a steel pipe, the other a machete. They were covered in wounds, their faces pale, and their breathing ragged. They clearly couldn't hold out much longer. The 6 black mist infected were lunging at the two men with continuous madness, their growls incessant. Just then, they caught a glimpse of me standing at the top of the stairs. Hope ignited in their eyes, and they used all their remaining strength to shout for help. Help! Please, save us. I beg you. I didn't hesitate for a second. I took a step, and my figure rushed forward like a blur. Swish, swish, swish. The blade flashed, its trajectory impossible to track. Those black mist infected that were crazily lunging at the two men were all decapitated, their bodies falling heavily to the ground. The two men stood there blankly, their weapons clattering to the floor. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, their mouths hanging wide open, unable to utter a word for a long time. They never expected that the man who had suddenly appeared would be so powerful. I said flatly to the two men, who were still stunned, Don't just stand there. Follow me downstairs. The two men finally reacted, nodded repeatedly, and wore smiles of survivors. They stumbled to follow me, thanking me incessantly as they walked. Thank you. Thank you so much, brother. If it weren't for you, we would definitely be dead today. I didn't respond, leading the two men down the stairs toward the RV. Lin Shi and Lin Yu in the minivan saw me walking out with two people, and their faces showed surprise as they stared intently at the two strangers. I stopped and turned to look at the two men behind me, my tone flat. Speak. Who are you? How did you meet? Do you have any news about this rust-corroded ruined city? Hearing my question, the two men didn't answer immediately. Their eyes shifted in unison to the RV behind me, filled with surprise and envy. The RV was completely intact and still had a faint metallic sheen, a world of difference compared to their two dilapidated Level 2 minivans. The shorter man was the first to come to his senses and couldn't help but ask, "Brother, where did you get this RV? It's too amazing." I frowned slightly, my tone cold. "That's none of your business. Answer my question." The short man was taken aback by my tone, a look of embarrassment appearing on his face. He wanted to say something else, but the tall, sturdy man next to him quickly pulled him back and gave me a fawning smile, quickly explaining, "Sorry, brother, sorry. He doesn't know how to speak properly. My name is Li Lei. I used to be from Linhai City. He is Wang Hao, also from Linhai City. We met at a highway intersection earlier and teamed up to survive. Today, after the system released the area announcement, we followed the direction and found this rust-corroded ruined city. We haven't been here long." Just then, the RV door opened, and Lin Shi and Lin Yu stepped out, walking quickly to my side. Wang Hao caught a glimpse of the sisters and was instantly stunned, blurting out subconsciously, "What beautiful twins." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Hao realized he had spoken out of turn, and his face flushed slightly. Li Lei quickly smoothed things over, saying sheepishly to the sisters, Sorry. My companion didn't mean anything else. He just thought you two looked clean and tidy and was a bit too surprised." Lin Yu frowned and muttered under her breath, "How rude." Lin Shi quickly grabbed Lin Yu's arm and signaled her with her eyes not to say anything more. Lin Yu pursed her lips and fell silent. I ignored their little antics and continued to look at Li Lei and Wang Hao, my tone remaining flat. "Since you just arrived, do you have any other information about this rusted ruined city? Like a map, for instance?" Li Lei shook his head hurriedly, looking helpless. "We really don't know anything. We encountered monsters as soon as we started exploring. We didn't even have time to look at the surrounding environment, let alone gather any information." Hearing this, I nodded without further questioning. I turned to the Lin sisters and said, "Let's go." Then, looking back at Li Lei and Wang Hao, I added coldly, "Stay safe." "Wait, brother." Wang Hao quickly stepped forward to stop me, his face showing urgency. "Brother, you're so powerful, and your RV is so nice. Can you let us join you? There are too many monsters in this ruined city, and the two of us can't hold out. If we team up, we can look out for each other." Li Lei chimed in quickly. "Yeah, brother, it'll be safer together. We might not be strong, but we can help find supplies and guard the vehicle. We won't hold you back." As soon as he finished speaking, he recalled the terrifying strength I displayed when I slaughtered the black mist infected, and his tone involuntarily weakened, swallowing the rest of his words. I stopped and looked back at them, my tone firm. "No need. We can protect ourselves. Take care of yourselves." I didn't speak, just gave Wang Hao a cold, piercing look. My gaze was icy and carried an unquestionable pressure. Wang Hao stiffened, the words on the tip of his tongue instantly swallowed, and the dissatisfaction on his face was replaced by fear. Seeing this, Li Lei quickly stepped forward to pull Wang Hao back and apologized to me repeatedly. Sorry, brother. He's too impulsive. Please don't take it to heart. We won't bother you anymore. Safe travels." I didn't say another word and turned toward the RV. Lin Shi and Lin Yu exchanged glances, then hurried to follow me and boarded the van. Soon, I started the RV and slowly drove away, leaving Li Lei and Wang Hao standing where they were. Not until the RV disappeared at the edge of the ruins did Wang Hao shake off Li Lei's hand, asking in confusion, "Why did you pull me back? He's so powerful. If we could get him to take us with him, we could live much easier in the future and wouldn't have to fear those monsters anymore." Li Lei rolled his eyes helplessly and lowered his voice. "Are you stupid? You know he's that powerful, yet you dared to speak to him in that tone. Aren't you afraid he might get annoyed and just kill us? Wang Hao froze, the confusion on his face instantly turning into lingering fear. He subconsciously touched his neck and muttered, I was just too anxious earlier. I didn't think that much. Li Lei sighed, looked at the dilapidated scene around them, and said in a heavy tone, Forget it. Don't think about it. Let's just be careful and find supplies slowly. Relying on others is not as good as relying on ourselves. The RV slowly drove away from the vicinity of the abandoned mall, continuing along the edge of the rusted ruined city. Inside the van, Lin Yu leaned against the window, her tone filled with obvious disdain. Sister, it's a good thing Brother Wu Di didn't agree to team up with them. That Wang Hao is so annoying. He's rude and acts like he's entitled to it, as if Brother Wu Di owes it to them to take them along. Lin, she smiled gently, her fingertips brushing a stray hair behind her ear, her tone calm. Don't you understand Brother Wu Di by now? He is much more guarded against outsiders than we are. It took us so long to get to know him for him to slowly lower his guard. And even now, he doesn't fully trust us. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. She leaned closer to Lin Shi and lowered her voice, her tone carrying a hint of mischief. Sister, I think Brother Wu Di is different toward you. You're so beautiful. When we first met him, he was stunned. I'm sure he'll fall for you. What are you talking about? A blush instantly spread across Lin Shi's cheeks. She quickly reached out to pat Lin Yu's arm, her eyes somewhat flustered. Don't let your imagination run wild. I think you're the one who likes Brother Wu Di. You're so excited every time you see him. Lin Yu didn't refute it, just covered her mouth and giggled. The atmosphere in the carriage, amidst the oppressive doomsday ruins, was unexpectedly a bit more relaxed. In the RV ahead, I focused on driving, the gold-tier radar on the center console screen remaining active. Time passed bit by bit, gradually transitioning into the dimness of dusk. Relying on the vehicle global scanning radar, I searched methodically until the time on my wristband hit 1800 hours, at which point I slowly brought the RV to a stop. Throughout the afternoon, we had found another 10 supply crates. During the entire search, apart from a few scattered black mist infected, we didn't encounter any other players. I parked the RV on a relatively open roadside where there were no traces of monsters, making it temporarily safe. I sent a private message to Lin Yu. Come over, get into my RV. Not long after, Lin Shi and Lin Yu quickly boarded the RV. As soon as she entered, Lin Yu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, saying with satisfaction, Brother Wu Di, the temperature today was way too high and hot. Your RV is so comfortable, nice and cool. It's much better than our van. Lin Shi also nodded, softly echoing, especially since 3 p.m. Even with the air conditioning on in the van, it was unbearably hot. We were covered in sweat, and even breathing felt difficult. I was slightly taken aback. My physique had already shed the average human's reliance on the environment. Such high temperatures were no different from room temperature to me, so I hadn't paid much attention to it. I turned to look at the external temperature display on the center console, my pupils slightly constricting. The screen clearly showed that the outside temperature had reached 50 degrees Celsius. You have to realize, the sun had already set completely, and it was getting dark. Logically, the temperature should have dropped, yet here, it remained absurdly high. I saw everyone talking about this on the regional channel. Lin Yu picked up her wristband, swiped it a few times, and said, Many players who entered the public area today left the city one after another in the afternoon. They said that while the temperature outside the city is high, it's still barely survivable. The temperature inside the city is just too high to stay for long. If they stay any longer, even if they aren't killed by monsters, they'll die of heat stroke. I fell silent, my fingers tapping lightly on the steering wheel as I sank into thought. Could it be because of this rusted ruined city that the temperature remains abnormally high? If so, will the temperature continue to rise late at night? Should I take the sisters out of the city now? It didn't matter to me. The high temperature had no effect on me, and I would be fine even if it were hotter. Moreover, my RV had a purple-tier air conditioner paired with a vehicle nuclear reactor, making it completely unaffected by the external heat. But the Lin sisters were different. They were ordinary humans without my physique, and the conditions in their van were too crude to withstand such heat. After a moment of contemplation, I made a decision. I looked up at the sisters, my tone flat, but unquestionable. You two will sleep in my RV tonight. It's not affected by the outside temperature. I'll just sleep on the sofa. Really? Lin Yu's eyes lit up instantly, and she jumped up in excitement, grabbing Lin Shi's hand. That's great. That's great. Finally, we don't have to sleep on the van seats. A blush appeared on Lin Shi's cheeks again as she whispered, Brother Wu Di, wouldn't that be inconvenient? We'll sleep in your room, and you'll sleep on the sofa. What's the trouble? Lin Yu quickly grabbed Lin Shi, urging her. Sister, we've been sleeping on those seats for so many days. They're hard and stiff, and we can't sleep well at night. Our whole bodies ache. Now that we can finally sleep on a comfortable bed, don't you want to get some good rest? It's settled. Lin Shi looked at Lin Yu's excitement, then at my calm expression. The unease in her heart gradually dissipated, and she nodded gently, whispering, Then I'll trouble you, Brother Wu Di. I shook my head. No trouble. We're teammates, aren't we? As I spoke, I stood up and walked toward the supply crates by the sofa, while Lin Yu pulled Lin Shi along, curiously examining the RV's bedroom. Her face was full of anticipation. Finally, they could have a stable and comfortable sleep in this apocalypse. I moved all the supply crates found during the day to the side of the sofa and lined them up. Looking down, there were 11 in total. Sure enough, there are far more supply crates in the rusted ruined city than those that refresh along the highway. If it weren't for the fact that the roads in the ruined city were full of obstacles, with collapsed buildings and broken steel bars everywhere, preventing the RV from moving quickly and forcing us to move slowly and check them one by one, I felt today's harvest could have been 4 or 5 times greater. Even so, 11 supply crates were already a harvest far beyond expectations. I leaned over to check the quality of each supply crate one by one and quickly tallied them up. 1 silver tier, 2 black iron tier, 6 bronze tier, and 2 basic common supply crates. I looked up at the sisters, who were curiously peering from the bedroom door, and said, Lin Yu, apply your talent amplification to your sister, and then have her open this silver supply crate and these 2 black iron ones. Got it. Lin Yu nodded immediately, raised her hand, and cast talent amplification on Lin Shi. Sister, the amplification is on. Hurry up and open the crates. Lin Shi nodded gently and walked over to the supply crates. With a look of anticipation and following my gesture, she first picked up the 2 black iron supply crates glowing with a faint gray-black light, and then picked up the silver supply crate glowing with a silver-white luster. I picked up the remaining 2 common supply crates and 6 bronze supply crates, opening them one by one with crisp, efficient movements. As I opened them, I sorted the supplies and placed them on one side of the sofa. First were the 2 common supply crates, all basic items, 5 metal blocks, 3 glass, 4 rubber, 10 units of fuel, 2 bags of bread, 3 bottles of mineral water, 1 bag of ham sausages, and 4 packs of instant noodles. Next were the 6 bronze supply crates, 26 metal blocks, 30 glass, 22 rubber, 15 plastic, 8 electronic components, 100 units of fuel, 1 box of milk, 3 packs of biscuits, 4 cans of luncheon meat, 1 bag of dried noodles, 1 bag of tomatoes, and 1 bag of potatoes. All common but essential supplies. By this time, Lin Shi had also opened the 2 black iron supply crates. She took out the items one by one and whispered, 30 metal blocks, 18 rubber, 15 electronic components, 40 units of fuel, 1 bag of 5 kilograms chicken-flavored flour, and 1 case of white liquor. I nodded slightly. The harvest from the black iron supply crates was standard. These ingredients would be just enough to improve our upcoming meals. Finally, all 3 pairs of eyes focused on the silver supply crate. This was the highest quality supply crate encountered today and the most anticipated one. Lin Shi took a deep breath and slowly opened the crate, the contents instantly coming into view. 30 electronic components, 100 units of fuel, 1 bag of 10 kilograms rice. Lin Shi read out as she took out the supplies. When she picked up the last item, her eyes lit up instantly. And a blueprint. It's blue tier. I quickly reached out to take the blueprint. Protective coating blueprint, blue tier vehicle accessory, can be used on the vehicle surface. After application, it can increase defensive power and resist minor corrosion and impact. Crafting requirements: 5 glass, 5 rubber. This blueprint is very practical. I put the blueprint away. Lin Yu leaned over to take a look and said excitedly, Let me see. Let me see, Brother Wu Di. Lin, she nodded, a faint smile on her face, but she didn't speak. I sorted all the supplies, putting the basic materials into the storage space and the ingredients into the smart constant temperature refrigeration box. Looking at the neatly organized supplies, I felt a bit more at ease. With these, our living conditions had improved significantly, and I had to consider which accessories to load onto the vehicle. Neither of you has used your trade counts, right? No, Brother Wu Di, Lin Yu replied, and Lin, she nodded beside her. You two go to the trading channel and see if you can trade water resources for some daily necessities. We aren't short on water right now, so we need to improve our quality of life. I'll do it. I've traded before. Nobody on the trading channel wants these ingredients that need cooking. Everything my sister and I opened before was traded for resources, Lin Yu said happily, raising her hand. I thought about it and understood. In a survival game like this, survivors either didn't have time to cook, or the high-temperature weather wasn't suitable for cooking. I had suffered quite a bit when I was outside picking shrubs to build a fire to roast meat. The most important point was that my RV came with kitchenware, a condition other survivors likely didn't have. Then go ahead and do it. I have something else to consider. After saying this, I walked to the driver's seat, lay down, and closed my eyes to focus. I needed to organize my existing resources and figure out where to use the 3 remaining talent opportunities for the day to maximize the benefits. I leaned back in the driver's seat, closing my eyes to organize my thoughts. I knew very well that Lin Yu's talent amplification only had 1 chance left for the day, and I still had 3 talent uses left. Previously, I would save 1 talent use every day to improve my own attributes, but now that my mental strength couldn't keep up with my physique, there was no point in forcibly increasing my attributes. Instead, I decided to use all 3 talent opportunities today to strengthen the vehicle. I quickly went through all the blueprints and accessories I had in my mind, and 3 targets surfaced first. The first was the explosion-proof tempered glass blueprint, blue tier. Explosion-proof tempered glass blueprint, blue tier vehicle accessory, significantly increases glass strength, can resist blunt force impacts, small caliber gunfire, and explosive shockwaves. Crafting requirements: 25 glass, 2 metal blocks. This was a blueprint I had already strengthened with my talent, but I hadn't had enough materials to craft it yet. Glass was the weak link of the vehicle. If I wanted to gain a foothold in a rusted ruined city full of monsters and potential ambushes from other players, reinforcing the windows was the top priority. Once crafted, I could directly strengthen the finished product with my talent. The second was the protective coating blueprint, blue tier, I had just opened. This item also improved defense, and its base was blue tier. According to the rules of my talent, as long as I strengthened it twice, the finished product would be at least gold tier. But I had concerns. A blue blueprint would likely become purple after 1 strengthening, and I hadn't yet seen the crafting requirements for a purple tier blueprint. If the material gap was huge, my current reserves might not be able to support it. The third was the storage space expansion blueprint, blue tier, that Suan Wan had given me. Storage space expansion blueprint, blue tier storage space, plus 20 slots. Crafting requirements: 20 metal blocks, 20 electronic components. This one had also been strengthened before. Now that I had the Lin sisters and the gold tier radar scanning the map, supplies would only become more abundant. 10 slots of storage space were no longer enough. After weighing the pros and cons, I set my final plan. First, craft the explosion-proof tempered glass to steadily improve defense. Then, strengthen the protective coating blueprint to see if the materials were sufficient to support crafting. If the materials were enough, I would use the remaining talent opportunity on the finished coating. If not, I would save the last opportunity for the storage space expansion. Once my thoughts were clear, I didn't hesitate. I opened my eyes and looked at Lin Yu, who was busy on the trading channel. Lin Yu, come here and use your last talent amplification for today on me. It's done, Brother Wu Di, Lin Yu replied immediately. Lin, she was already preparing dinner in the kitchen area. Judging by the situation, Lin Yu had already traded for quite a few good things on the trading channel. I didn't think anymore and immediately executed the plan. Ding, talent, rule breaker, activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Explosion-proof tempered glass, blue tier, has been promoted to Composite Bulletproof Crystallized Glass, Purple Tier. Composite Bulletproof Crystallized Glass, Purple Tier Core Vehicle Accessory, can stably resist medium-caliber gunfire, high-speed shrapnel, and explosive shockwaves. I didn't hesitate and clicked to install it directly. Immediately after, I turned my attention to the newly acquired protective coating. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Protective Coating Blueprint, Blue Tier, has been promoted to Anti-Corrosion Stealth Composite Coating Blueprint, Purple Tier. Anti-Corrosion Stealth Composite Coating Blueprint. Vehicle Accessory, Core Reinforcement for Anti-Corrosion, absorbs radar waves, weakens infrared, reduces detection and lock-on risks, and provides basic protection. Crafting requirements: 10 metal blocks, 10 rubber, 5 quantum primordial matter. Quantum primordial matter, what is this? I stared at this purple tier blueprint, stunned for a moment, then shook my head, deciding to finish the task at hand first. I took out the storage space expansion blueprint and chose to craft it directly. Ding! Storage space expansion blueprint crafting complete. Storage space plus 20. The final result left me completely dumbfounded. No one told me that this thing would take effect immediately upon crafting, without even seeing a finished product. So now there's one talent opportunity left. Where should I use it? After thinking for a while without an answer, I didn't dwell on it. My gaze swept over and landed on the engine blueprint I had exchanged at the supply station earlier. Just in time, Lin Yu's 10-minute amplification time was about to end. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Engine Blueprint, Green Tier, has been promoted to Turbo Pulse Engine, Blue Tier. I immediately checked the strengthened attributes. Turbo Pulse Engine, Blue Tier Core Vehicle Accessory, adopts multi-stage turbo and pulse supercharging structure, significantly increasing power output, faster startup response, and stronger continuous driving explosive power. Speed plus 50, increases fuel consumption by 20%. Crafting requirements: 8 metal blocks, 1 rubber, 1 plastic. It has more speed than my current blue tier engine, but it also increases fuel consumption. The improvement isn't huge. I'll wait until the talent refreshes tomorrow to see. I casually open the vehicle panel and check the current status. Vehicle, Level 4 vehicle, top speed, 200 kilometers per hour. Vehicle accessories/items: Lucky Pendant, Gold. Vehicle engine, Blue. Composite Bulletproof Crystallized Glass, Purple. High-strength alloy frame, Blue. Heavy-duty explosion-proof off-road tire, Blue. Vehicle nuclear reactor, Orange. Smart constant temperature refrigeration box, Purple. Atmospheric water collection unit, Orange. Super alloy fortress armor, Purple. Vehicle global scanning radar, Gold. Sure enough, as long as the resources keep up, my development will definitely be explosive. I looked at the panel, secretly happy in my heart. The next second, I was suddenly stunned. Wait, doesn't the system return the old accessories I replaced to me? I had been so focused on just surviving that I hadn't thought about it, but now that things were settled, I suddenly realized the problem. Brother Wu Di, come eat. Sister made a lot of dishes. Lin Yu's voice came from the dining table, interrupting my thoughts. Forget it, I won't dwell on it. If there's no refund, so be it. I don't care about that little bit of resources anyway. I looked at the meal before me. Simple, yet steaming hot. Tomato and eggs, shredded potatoes with pork, a plate of roasted meat, and several bowls of white rice. Then, looking at the two sisters sitting neatly across from me with their clean, bright expressions, I felt a momentary sense of disorientation, as if I weren't in the rusted ruined city of a survival game, but back in the real world on some ordinary evening. Little Yu exchanged for quite a few seasonings and vegetables on the trading channel earlier. Lin, she said softly, her tone gentle. It's just that the meat in the smart constant temperature refrigeration box is running low. Meat is very hard to trade for on the trading channel. Only then did it suddenly occur to me. Of the wolf meat I had hunted earlier, I had kept only 10 units, having exchanged the rest for points at the supply station. As for the blue quality dog meat, I had left it in my wristband storage, never putting it into the refrigeration box. For the past 2 days, I had been so focused on traveling, exploring, and upgrading my vehicle that I hadn't given it a second thought. Lin Yu muttered while shoveling rice into her mouth. This survival game is really something. Why limit the trade count? There are so many things I want that I can't trade for. Lin, she replied casually. If the trade count wasn't limited, wouldn't all the resources just end up concentrated in the hands of a few? My movements paused. I glanced at Lin Shi in surprise, but said nothing. I rarely traded, and I almost never used up my 3 daily trade counts, so I had never thought about it from that perspective. These few words of idle chatter from the sisters actually helped me grasp the underlying logic of the system. I casually opened the vehicle leaderboard and sneered inwardly. Forget about trade limits. Even if trading were completely unrestricted, I was confident no one could catch up to me. No matter how many basic resources one piles up, it's useless. In this survival game, quantitative change cannot lead to qualitative change. I scanned the leaderboard. First place, XXX, vehicle level, 4, vehicle points, 22430. Second place, Zhao Lei, vehicle level, 3, vehicle points, 173. Third place, XXX, vehicle level, 3, vehicle points, 172. Fourth place, XXX, vehicle level, 3, vehicle points, 171. Fifth place, Lin Shun, vehicle level, 3, vehicle points, 170. Sixth place, Sophia, vehicle level, 3, vehicle points, 163. Seventh place, XXX, vehicle level, 3, vehicle points, 162. Eighth place, XXX, vehicle level, 3, vehicle points, 161. Ninth place, Elena, vehicle level, 3, vehicle points, 160. 10th place, XXX, vehicle level, 3, vehicle points, 155. I was at the top, leaving everyone else in the dust. Some names were familiar, but most, like me, had hidden their identities. I put down my wristband and suddenly asked, "What are your base stats right now?" Lin Yu immediately chimed in. My sister and I both started with 6 Constitution and 14 Spirit. Now, with the team bonus, it's become 7 Constitution and 18 Spirit. Lin, she nodded gently, confirming her sister's words. Lin Yu stared at me with bright eyes. Brother Wu Di, what's your Constitution? Is it 20? I've never seen anyone as powerful as you. It's like you're a freak. Little you. Lin, she immediately glared at her. Is that any way to talk? Lin Yu shrank her neck and muttered, but it's true. I watched the sisters banter, my expression calm as I spoke slowly. I have beast meat that can permanently increase Constitution. I'll put it in the fridge later. From today on, each of you must finish 1 unit every day. Lin Yu's face fell instantly. Huh, do we have to eat it today? I'm already stuffed. 1 unit is a whole caddy of meat. Lin, she waved her hands quickly. Brother Wu Di, there's no need. We can't help you in battle anyway. It's best if you use such things yourself. My tone was flat, but carried an undeniable certainty. Just eat it. I don't need it anymore. I stood up and moved the remaining 28 units of blue-quality dog meat from my wristband storage into the smart constant temperature refrigeration box. Fortunately, the fridge had its own 5 cubic meters of space. Otherwise, with the current pile of ingredients and supplies, I wouldn't have been able to fit it all. I'm done eating. The items are in the fridge. You must finish them by midnight today. I understand, Brother Wu Di. Lin, she nodded obediently. Lin Yu, however, wrinkled her face and said pitifully, Can we not eat it? I really can't. And I'm too scared to go out and fight monsters. If you don't eat it, I'll shove it down your throat. Lin, she said, putting on a stern face. Fine. Sister, can you stop roasting the meat? We've been eating roasted meat for days. I'm about to throw up. I ignored their bickering and turned to lie down in the driver's seat. Outside the window, the sky had turned completely dark. It was nearing 2000 hours. A sense of unease inexplicably welled up in me. Usually, Suan Wan, that little girl, would have reached out to me by now. But today, not a single message. I leaned against the driver's seat, my fingertips tracing the wristband repeatedly, my unease growing stronger. After a moment of hesitation, I picked up the wristband and sent a private message to Suan Wan. Are you in any danger? Let me know if something happens. I can help you. After sending it, I closed my eyes, my thoughts drifting. In truth, I had been considering whether to invite Suan Wan to join my team. I had long had my eye on her talent skill, but I hadn't found the right opportunity to bring it up, and I wasn't sure if she would agree. Although I was worried about her safety, since the sisters brought the life and death bond item, my concerns had lessened significantly. As long as Suan Wan wasn't completely dead, I could use the item's effect to pull her to my side in time. Especially over the last 2 days, I could clearly feel the uniqueness of this item. The sisters' attitude toward me had lost its initial wariness, replaced by a sense of reliance and trust, and I myself could vaguely sense the effects the item brought. I had always had a good impression of Suan Wan. She knew how to be grateful. Now, with the life and death bond as a safety net, I had no more worries. If she was willing, I could have her join the team immediately. Time slipped away in my wandering thoughts, and an hour passed before I knew it. In the RV living room, the sisters were still sitting on the sofa, slowly gnawing on the dog meat, their faces full of reluctance. I could clearly hear Lin Yu's soft muttering. I shouldn't have eaten so much earlier. This dog meat is so filling. I really want to take a bath, lie on a soft bed, and never eat meat again. Although Lin Xu was also struggling to eat, she patiently encouraged her sister. Be good. Eat slowly. You'll be fine once you're done. Brother Wu Di is doing this for our own good. Eating it will increase our constitution, so we won't be so afraid of monsters in the future. Listening to their conversation, my restlessness grew, and my worry for Suan Wan intensified, almost to the point of losing patience. Just then, Suan Wan's reply finally popped up. Big brother, can you save me? I'm so scared. There are monsters everywhere. My minivan can't hold on much longer. I'm hiding in the car, afraid to go out. They keep slamming into the car doors. The short message was filled with helplessness and fear. I could almost imagine her shivering in the car. I replied instantly, Do you trust me? If you say yes, I'll take you away from there right now. Almost instantly, Suan Wan's message came back, filled with urgency and certainty. I trust you. Big brother, as long as I can leave this place, I'll do anything. I can't hold on anymore. The doors are about to be smashed in. Seeing the message, I didn't hesitate. I opened the life and death bond contract interface and added Suan Wan's name. Then, I sent her a message. I've added you to the team contract. Accept it, and I'll pull you over immediately. As soon as I finished, I saw Suan Wan's name on the contract interface. I activated the life and death bond effect and pushed open the car door to step out. Scanning the surroundings, I saw a dilapidated level 2 minivan appear out of thin air about 10 meters away from the RV. The body was covered in scratches, the windows were shattered, and the doors were dented and deformed, clearly having suffered intense attacks, with black monster blood splattered all over it. Suan Wan, I said, my voice not loud but filled with reassurance. Inside the minivan, Suan Wan was huddled in the driver's seat, shivering, the roars of monsters still echoing in her ears. Suddenly, she felt the roars vanish, and the temperature around her became stiflingly hot, like being in a furnace. She looked up through the shattered window and saw me standing not far away, waving at her. Suan Wan realized instantly that I had saved her. The long-repressed fear and grievance erupted. She pushed open the door and ran out of the minivan, her eyes red and tears streaming down her face. She threw herself into my arms, sobbing, Big brother. I was so scared. I thought I was dead. I looked at Suan Wan, who was trembling in my arms, and softened my tone. Let's get inside the car first. It's too hot out here. You won't be able to handle it. Suan Wan seemed not to hear me, still clinging to me, her tears soaking my clothes. Helpless, I picked her up and walked toward the RV. I knew that in the 50 degrees Celsius heat outside, covered in sweat and blood, her condition would only worsen. In the RV living room, Lin Shi and Lin Yu had already heard the commotion. Seeing me step out earlier, they had been curious about what I was doing so late and were just about to get up to check when they saw me walk in carrying a disheveled, beautiful girl. The sisters froze, their eyes filled with surprise, staring straight at Suan Wan in my arms, forgetting to speak. After a few seconds, Lin Yu was the first to react, leaning in to ask, Brother Wu Di, where did you pick up this beauty? Lin Shi quickly pulled Lin Yu's arm, signaling her not to talk nonsense, then looked at me and asked gently, Brother Wu Di, is this your friend? I didn't offer any extra explanation, just nodded slightly. The car fell into silence, save for Suan Wan's muffled sobs, which were exceptionally clear. I let her hold on to me, feeling a bit helpless. I didn't mind being relied upon by a girl, but Suan Wan's clothes were tattered, covered in black monster blood and dust, sticking to her skin. She looked truly wretched. Lin Shi noticed this and broke the silence. Brother Wu Di, let little you take her to wash up and change into some clean clothes. She'll feel more comfortable. I looked at Lin Shi and nodded. Lin Shi immediately walked over and said gently to Suan Wan, Sister, go wash up first. It's very safe here. I added, my tone reassuring. That's right, Suan Wan. Don't worry, you're safe now. No one can hurt you again. Suan Wan finally stopped sobbing, as if waking from extreme fear. She lifted her tear-stained face, blinked her swollen eyes, looked at me, then at the gentle Lin Shi, and nodded slightly, letting go of my hand. Little you, come here, Lin Shi called out. Lin Yu hopped over, took Suan Wan's hand, and said enthusiastically, Sister, come with me. Let me tell you, we have hot showers here, and I have lots of pretty clothes. Why don't you try a JK uniform? Your legs are so long, you'll look great in it. Suan Wan was still a bit dazed, letting Lin Yu lead her toward the bathroom. The moment the door closed, the car returned to silence. I stood up and looked at Lin Shi, who was tidying the dining table. Make another portion of the blue-quality dog meat. She doesn't have any injuries, just shock. Eating something will help her recover her spirits. Okay, Lin Shi replied softly, turning to the kitchen to get busy. I walked to the driver's seat, leaned back, and closed my eyes, wondering what Suan Wan had encountered to end up in such a state. Time passed, and after nearly an hour, the bathroom door finally opened. Lin Yu led Suan Wan out. I looked up and paused. In the urgency earlier, I hadn't had a chance to look at her properly. Now I realized she was about the same age as the sisters, with delicate features and fair skin. Without the grime, she was exceptionally beautiful. Especially in the JK uniform Lin Yu had chosen. The pleated skirt made her figure look slender, adding a touch of liveliness and charm, making her even more alluring. Before I could speak, Lin Shi brought over a plate of roasted meat and pulled Suan Wan to the sofa, smiling. Sister, come eat something. This can permanently increase constitution. It's good for you. Brother Wu Di, doesn't Sister Su look great in the JK uniform? I have good taste, right? Hee hee, Lin Yu said, sitting in the passenger seat and grinning at me. Suan Wan had calmed down completely, the tear stains wiped away, though her eyes were still red. She looked at me with a hint of apology and said softly, Big brother, I'm sorry. I was too scared earlier and caused you trouble. I waved my hand, my tone flat but gentle. It's fine. Eat something first. We'll talk after you're full. It's safe here. Suan Wan nodded and began to eat in small bites. Just when I thought everything was fine, I saw Suan Wan's shoulders tremble as she ate, and tears began to fall again, getting worse as she cried. I was stunned and quickly asked, What's wrong, Suan Wan? It's fine here, don't be afraid. Sister, Brother Wu Di is very powerful. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Lin Shi also sat beside her, comforting her softly. Suan Wan wiped her tears, sobbing, her voice full of grievance and softness. I'm fine, sob. I just feel so happy. Suan Wan finished the last bite, her face finally regaining some color, and her tense expression completely relaxed. Seeing this, Lin Shi stood up to clear the table, her movements light and efficient. Soon, everything was clean, and she went back to the kitchen to wash up. I leaned against the driver's seat, my gaze falling on Suan Wan. Tell me what happened. How did you get surrounded by monsters in your car? Suan Wan was silent for a few seconds before speaking slowly, her voice still carrying a trace of lingering grievance. I was exploring another public area today and met 3 male players. They said there was safety in numbers and invited me to join their team. I thought it would be hard to deal with monsters alone, so I agreed. At first, everything was normal, and we found quite a few supply crates. Around 4 p.m., the temperature outside kept rising, and they said staying in the city would be dangerous, so they suggested leaving. When we were dividing the supplies outside the city, they suddenly changed their tune, saying I was a girl with no combat power, so my share of the supplies should be reduced, leaving me with only a tiny bit of basic materials and fuel. At this point, Suan Wan paused, a flash of anger in her eyes. I was furious, but there were 3 of them, and I couldn't fight them alone. The situation was against me, so I had to grit my teeth and agree. Around 7 p.m., while I was resting in my minivan, they suddenly came and knocked on my door, saying they had something to discuss, and told me to come out. I felt something was wrong and didn't dare open the door. To my surprise, they started attacking my car directly. I was so scared I started the car and fled, and they chased after me. I drove for about half an hour, and more monsters followed behind. Those people were afraid of being surrounded by monsters, so they gave up the chase and left. I didn't dare to keep driving, so I found a place to stop. Not long after, the monsters surrounded me and kept slamming into my car doors. I hid inside, shivering, thinking I was dead. Just as Suan Wan was about to despair, she thought of asking me for help. The moment she opened the communication channel and saw my private message, it was like grabbing a lifeline, and she replied immediately. That's too much. Those people are so evil. Lin Yu, having heard the story, immediately wrinkled her face and complained indignantly. You search for those supplies together. Why should you get less just because you're a girl? And attacking you? They're not even human. Brother Wu Di, if you meet them next time, you must teach them a lesson and get revenge for Sister Su. Lin She brought over a cup of warm water and handed it to Suan Wan, comforting her gently. Don't be sad. It's all over. You're safe now. I looked at the indignant Lin Yu, the gentle Lin Shi, and the aggrieved Suan Wan. Don't be too angry. In this apocalyptic survival world, the distortion and greed of human nature are only a matter of time. Without rules to constrain them, and without moral bottom lines, some people will do anything. Suan Wan took a sip of the warm water, her grievance gradually fading, and her expression returning to calm. She looked around the spacious and comfortable RV, her eyes lighting up, and she looked at me in surprise. Big Brother Wu Di, this car is amazing. Is this an RV? I've never seen one, and I've never heard anyone mention it on the communication channel. As she spoke, she looked at the sisters, her eyes full of curiosity. By the way, Big Brother, who are these 2 sisters? Sister Su, you didn't know? Lin Yu immediately leaned in, looking at me suspiciously, then turned to wink at Suan Wan, smiling. Brother Wu Di is amazing. Sister Su, you're so pretty. Has Brother Wu Di been hiding how powerful he is from you? Little you. Lin She glared at her, signaling her to stop talking, then turned to Suan Wan and introduced herself gently. Sister Su, my name is Lin Shi, and this is my sister, Lin Yu. We also asked Brother Wu Di for help and joined his team to explore together. After finishing, Lin Shi glanced at me quietly. Suan Wan nodded in realization, her eyes filled with even more admiration as she looked at me. I see. Thank you, Big Brother, and thank you both. If it weren't for you, I definitely wouldn't have survived tonight. I waved my hand. No need to thank me. Now that you've joined the contract, you're one of us, a teammate from now on. Lin Yu immediately chimed in. That's right, Sister Su. We'll be together from now on. Suan Wan looked at the enthusiastic Lin Yu, the gentle Lin Shi, and the calm yet incredibly reliable me, feeling a warmth in her heart. In this cold and cruel apocalypse, she was finally no longer alone. I looked at the lingering exhaustion in Suan Wan's eyes and swallowed the words that had reached my lips. I had intended to ask if she had found any useful blueprints during her exploration today, but then I realized she had just been through such a scare. What she needed most right now was rest. So, I spoke slowly. Get some good rest and don't overthink things. With me here, nothing else will go wrong. After saying that, I turned to look at Lin Shi. Suan Wan can sleep with you 2 tonight. The bedroom is large enough, and it'll be easier to look out for each other. Lin Shi nodded gently and immediately agreed. All right, Brother Wu Di. I will take good care of Sister Su. Beside her, Lin Yu could no longer contain herself. She rushed forward to grab Suan Wan's hand and pulled her toward the bedroom, her tone bright and cheerful. Come on, Sister Su, let's go. The bedroom has a soft, big bed. It's the first time my sister and I are sleeping on a bed tonight, and it's definitely going to be more comfortable than sleeping on the seats. Suan Wan's steps faltered as Lin Yu pulled her. She looked back at me, Her eyes filled with hesitation as if she had something to say. Seeing this, I nodded slightly, my tone gentle yet firm. Whatever it is, we can talk about it tomorrow. For now, just get some rest and recharge your energy. Hearing this, Suan Wan nodded softly and allowed Lin Yu to pull her into the bedroom. Lin Shi also spoke softly to me. Brother Wu Di, I need to keep an eye on Xiao Yu, so I'll head in now. I nodded in response. Watching the three girls disappear behind the bedroom door, I closed it, and the RV living area instantly returned to silence. I stood up, walked over to the sofa, and lay down. Closing my eyes, I began to organize my plans for the next phase of exploration. The rusted ruined city was larger than I had anticipated. The three players Suan Wan encountered were merely a microcosm of the twisted human nature in this apocalypse, and I would likely encounter more trouble like that in the future. It also seemed that many people had entered each public area. It was just that the city was so vast that we hadn't crossed paths yet. The night passed peacefully. There were no monster roars and no harassment from other players. It was as if the entire rusted ruined city had fallen into a deep slumber. At 6 in the morning, I woke up right on time. My biological clock had adjusted in just these 2 or 3 days. I got up and walked to the center console screen, my gaze falling on the external temperature displayed, 40 degrees Celsius. This was significantly lower than yesterday evening, yet still quite high. What puzzled me more was the meaning behind it. Was the system limiting the players' daily exploration time? That didn't make sense. Since they allowed all players to enter the public area to explore, there was no reason to deliberately restrict them. I pondered for a long time, but decided not to dwell on it. I prepared to wake the three girls so we could eat breakfast and set off to search for more supply crates. Just as I raised my hand to knock on the bedroom door, it opened, and the three girls walked out one after another. Lin Shi was in the lead, her expression as gentle as ever. Seeing me, she said softly, Brother Wu Di, you're awake? I'm going to make breakfast now. Xiao Yu and I traded for a lot of ingredients on the trading channel yesterday. I snapped out of my thoughts and nodded. Good. Let's eat quickly and get moving. I want to try and explore more areas today. Before long, Lin Shi had cooked 4 bowls of steaming hot egg and vegetable noodles. After she placed them on the table, the 4 of us sat around and ate in silence. Suan Wan, does your talent have anything to do with the vehicle level? I asked, setting down my bowl and chopsticks after finishing quickly. Suan Wan, who was still eating, paused in surprise. She looked at me and said, I'm not entirely sure, but I feel like it has to do with both the talent level and the vehicle level. Seeing me lost in thought again, the sisters exchanged a look, and Lin Yu spoke up, Brother Wu Di, are you thinking about having Sister Wan Wan join your vehicle? How did you know? I looked at Lin Yu, somewhat surprised. Well, obviously. Sister Wan Wan and I tell each other everything, Lin Yu said, lifting her chin proudly. I looked at Lin Yu and then at Suan Wan, feeling a bit stunned. It had only been one night, yet they seemed so close already. I fell back into deep thought. Brother Wu Di, just let Sister Su join your vehicle. With her talent, she'll definitely be able to open better blueprints on your car, Lin Shi said, setting down her utensils. How do you know about that too? I was even more confused. What exactly had they been talking about all night? Although I could hear their conversations, I wouldn't deliberately pry into their privacy. My sister and I talked to Sister Wan Wan for a long time last night. I know everything, Lin Yu said, eagerly trying to stay relevant, her tone bright. Brother Wu Di, what are you worried about? Seeing my hesitation, Lin Shi asked softly. I'm wondering if having Suan Wan stay on my vehicle actually counts, or if her talent will still trigger based on her original vehicle's level, I said slowly, voicing my concerns with a hint of uncertainty. Brother Wu Di, didn't you know? Vehicles can be changed. Sister Wan Wan just needs to abandon her old vehicle, Lin Yu said, looking at me with curiosity, as if this were common knowledge. Brother Wu Di, you don't usually check the communication channel, do you? Lin Shi asked, seemingly having figured out the reason. Yeah, the content on the communication channel is too chaotic and a waste of time, so I haven't paid much attention to it, I admitted. I focused only on my own exploration and growth, not bothering with the channel. Brother Wu Di, people on the communication channel have been talking about it for a while. Vehicles can be replaced. As long as you abandon your current one, you can share a vehicle with someone else, Lin she explained patiently. Yeah. Yesterday, lots of people met in the public area and started teaming up. Lin Yu added, one sentence after another. Hearing this, my concerns vanished. Without further hesitation, I looked at Suan Wan and said, Suan Wan, what do you think? I won't force you. Even if you don't agree, we'll still be teammates. Big brother, I'll listen to whatever you say. Suan Wan nodded without hesitation, her eyes filled with resolve. She never wanted to experience the helplessness of yesterday again. Being with me and the Lin sisters made her feel exceptionally safe and comfortable. Teammate +1. Finally, someone to talk to. Lin Yu clapped her hands and cheered happily. As soon as she finished speaking, Suan Wan seemed to remember something and immediately said, Big brother, wait for me. Before I could respond, she ran out of the RV. Lin Shi, and Lin Yu looked at each other in confusion. Before we could think much of it, Suan Wan ran back, breathless, less than 2 minutes later, clutching a sphere that emitted a faint blue glow. Big brother, this is for you. Suan Wan walked up to me, handed the sphere over with both hands, and said softly, I just abandoned and dismantled my van. From now on, I'm counting on you to take care of me. I can do anything. As she spoke, a look of regret crossed her face, and her tone was full of self-reproach. If I had known, I wouldn't have used the blueprints I found yesterday. It would have been better to save them for you. Now that the car is dismantled, all the resources used on it are wasted. It's such a pity. I reached out and took the vehicle core, feeling the cold metallic texture against my fingertips. I looked up at the regretful Suan Wan, my expression calm. Everything else is unimportant. You are the most important thing. My intention in saying this was that Suan Wan's talent was crucial to the team. With her, we could open more useful blueprints. However, to the three girls, it carried a different meaning. Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and she secretly nudged Lin Shi while winking. Lin Shi's cheeks flushed slightly, and Suan Wan's eyes grew warm, her nose stinging with emotion. I didn't notice their reaction at all. I put away the vehicle core and changed the subject, bringing up my concerns from the morning again. The external temperature is 40 degrees Celsius. If the pattern from yesterday holds, the temperature will rise again by evening. Could this be the system limiting our exploration time? What do you think? Lin Yu raised her hand immediately. Brother Wu Di, I know. Lots of people on the communication channel are discussing this. Everyone is guessing that maybe there are higher-level supply crates in the city center, and the system is deliberately raising the temperature to increase the difficulty. I nodded slightly. Lin Yu's words confirmed my own suspicions. I said in a deep voice, in that case, we'll head straight to the central district today. We'll check out that iconic high-rise building. No matter what's inside, we're going to find out. Lin Shi nodded gently. I have no objections, Brother Wu Di. We'll follow your arrangements. Suan Wan also nodded in agreement. I don't have any objections either. Following you is definitely the right choice. All three of them knew that all decisions now rested with me. Everything was ready. I stood up first and walked to the driver's seat, preparing to start the RV. Lin Yu looked at Suan Wan, her eyes darting around, and she quickly leaned over to ask, Sister Wan Wan, why don't you ride in our car for a bit? Even though it's not as comfortable as Brother Wu Di's RV, we can chat and talk together. My sister doesn't usually talk to me. Shall you? Lin Shi quickly pulled Lin Yu's arm, glared at her helplessly, and whispered, Don't talk nonsense. Brother Wu Di's RV is a level 4 vehicle, the highest level. The vehicle level affects the triggering of Sister Su's talent. Sister Su must ride in Brother Wu Di's car to open better blueprints. After saying that, she pulled the still arguing Lin Yu away, told me and Suan Wan, we will follow closely behind you, and took Lin Yu back to their van. The two vehicles headed toward the central area one after the other. The journey repeated yesterday's routine, stopping for supply crates, killing monsters, and collecting the crates. It wasn't until nearly 12 o'clock that the tallest building became clearly visible. Just then, Suan Wan, sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly said, Brother Wu Di, she and the others say the temperature is rising too fast. The further in we go, the higher the temperature gets. Who is she? I asked, distracted by the surrounding environment. I realized who she meant as soon as the words left my mouth. I added, let's stop and rest first, then consider what to do next. I stopped the car and checked the center console screen. The external temperature had already reached 50 degrees Celsius. Brother Wudi, it's too hot. My sister and I turned the air conditioning to the lowest setting, but the temperature is still rising. It's already 36 degrees Celsius in here. Lin Yu said as soon as she ran into the RV, her tone full of urgency. She followed closely behind and said, Brother Wudi, the temperature will definitely be higher this afternoon. Xiao Yu and I are dragging you down. We are a team now, so don't say things like that again, I said, waving my hand. Let's eat first while I think about what to do. Okay, Brother Wudi, I'll go make lunch. She nodded and turned to walk quickly toward the kitchen. Lunch was simple. The four of us sat around the dining table, but the atmosphere was heavy. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the 50 degrees Celsius high temperature displayed on the center console screen. Brother Wudi, with the temperature this high, should we continue toward the center? She asked first, her tone filled with worry. If we go any further, the temperature will definitely rise even more. Xiao Yu and my van can barely hold up anymore. Lin Yu bit her chopsticks and added, Yeah, Brother Wudi, it's ridiculously hot outside. If we keep driving both cars, what if they break down? Wouldn't we be roasted alive? Suan Wan also said softly, Big brother, I've been checking the communication channel, and no one has entered this deep. What should we do next? After a moment of thought, I made a decision. For safety, you two hide your van for now and ride with me in the RV to explore the central area. We can come back for your car later. The three of them nodded in agreement. She said, All right, we'll go hide the car after we finish eating. We'll try to find a hidden spot to avoid being discovered by other players. Lunch wasn't delayed. We finished quickly, and she cleaned up. She and Lin Yu then left the RV, found an abandoned shop, carefully hid the van, and quickly returned to my RV. Everything was ready. I started the RV and continued toward the iconic high-rise in the central district. The external temperature continued to climb. The numbers on the center console screen ticked up: 50 degrees Celsius, 51 degrees Celsius, 52 degrees Celsius. When the RV was 1,000 meters from the high-rise, the vehicle radar screen suddenly lit up. Dense red dots appeared, and in the center of those dots, a conspicuous yellow dot slowly flickered. I didn't stop for a second. I accelerated and drove straight toward the high-rise. From a distance, the building looked exceptionally striking, but when we reached the base and looked up, we realized just how ridiculously tall it was, piercing the clouds. Although the walls were covered in dust and cracks, one could still see its former grandeur. My God, this building is too tall. It's taller than any building I've ever seen, Lin Yu said, leaning against the car window in amazement. Suan Wan was also dumbfounded. Yeah, such a tall building must have been the landmark of this city before the apocalypse. I wonder what's hidden inside. She nodded gently, her eyes filled with vigilance. With such a magnificent building, the monsters inside definitely won't be simple. I glanced at the center console screen. The external temperature had soared to 55 degrees Celsius. I frowned, knowing that in such heat, a normal human wouldn't last half an hour outside before suffering from heat stroke or even life-threatening conditions. I turned to the three of them. You three stay in the car and lock the doors. No matter what you hear outside, do not come out. I'll go in, retrieve the supply crate, and be back soon. Big brother, that's too dangerous. There are so many monsters outside. Will you be okay going alone? Suan Wan said immediately, her face full of worry. Her hands clenched involuntarily, and her eyes were filled with anxiety. Lin Yu quickly patted Suan Wan's shoulder and said with a smile, Sister Wan Wan, don't worry. Brother Wudi is amazing. He's a freak of nature. She also looked at me with a solemn expression and urged softly, Brother Wudi, be careful. If you encounter danger, don't force it. If it doesn't work out, come back, and we'll think of another way. I nodded slightly without saying much. They only knew I was strong, but they didn't know just how strong I really was. Gripping my armor-piercing Tang Dao, I pushed open the car door. A wave of scorching air rushed in, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air. My expression remained unchanged as I walked quickly toward the building entrance, pushed open the rusted, rickety glass door, and stepped inside. The interior of the building was dim and filled with a pungent, rotting stench. Dense swarms of black mist infected wandered the lobby. In the center of the lobby, a giant black mist infected, about 2 meters tall, stood out. It had a thick, muscular build, blue-black skin, and arms thicker than an average person's thighs, radiating a strong sense of oppression. However, there was no fear in my eyes, only a hint of excitement. For the past 2 days, I had only dealt with scattered black mist infected, which felt like nothing. Now that I had finally encountered an opponent that would force me to exert some effort, I couldn't wait to experience my current strength. Is there really no pressure at all? When will I meet a decent opponent? This battle lasted only 3 minutes from start to finish, and that was with me deliberately holding back my strength. If I had gone all out, it would have taken even less time. As the giant black mist infected's corpse collapsed to the ground, a supply crate slowly emerged beside it. This crate was completely different from the ones I had encountered before. It glowed with a golden luster and was engraved with complex patterns. I walked up and touched the crate, instantly knowing its name, Brave's Gift. I returned to the RV with a light step. As soon as I closed the door, cutting off the scorching heat, Linyu immediately rushed over, her tone full of urgency and panic. "Brother Wu Di, you were that fast?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she seemed to realize something. Her cheeks turned bright red, and she quickly waved her hands to explain. "Brother Wu Di, that's not what I meant. I meant you're so amazing." "No, that's not it either. I mean, I can't explain it." The more anxious she got, the less sense she made, and she ended up stomping her feet in frustration. Seeing this, she walked up helplessly, covered Lin Yu's mouth, and gave me an apologetic smile. "Brother Wu Di, don't mind her. Xiao Yu is just too impatient." Suan Wan couldn't help but laugh, looking at Lin Yu with surprise. The tense atmosphere was instantly diluted by Lin Yu's panic, becoming relaxed. I acted as if I hadn't heard Lin Yu's clumsy explanation and said calmly, "I've got the supply crate. Let's drive around the area to see if there are any missed crates. Then we'll go get your van." Lin Shi immediately volunteered. "Brother Wu Di, you should rest for a while. I'll drive. I'll have Sister Su watch the radar for me. It won't be a problem, don't worry." I thought about it, nodded, and turned to sit on the sofa. As soon as I sat down, Lin Yu leaned in, lowering her voice, her eyes full of curiosity. "Brother Wu Di, is the supply crate you just got really high level? Let me see it. I've never seen a high-level supply crate before." Looking at Lin Yu's curious expression, I couldn't help but marvel. The effect of the life and death bond item was truly unimaginable. In just 2 or 3 days, the level of trust and closeness between us had increased faster than I could have believed. I didn't refuse and took the Brave's Gift out of my wristband storage, placing it gently on the coffee table. The golden chest glowed faintly, its patterns clearly visible. "Wait until tonight when we find a safe place, and let your sister open it," I said casually. We have to wait until tonight." Lin Yu's face fell. "All right, Brother Wu Di, then I'll wait. I'll just look at it, I won't touch it." She leaned over to the coffee table, staring at the chest incessantly, her eyes full of anticipation. I smiled and didn't think much of it, leaning back on the sofa and closing my eyes to rest. She focused on driving the RV. Suan Wan sat in the passenger seat carefully watching the radar screen, and Lin Yu crouched by the coffee table, staring at the chest without moving. The cabin was silent. "Brother Wu Di, the radar shows 6 red dots, but no signal for a supply crate," Suan Wan suddenly said, her tone cautious. "These red dots are moving in a very regular pattern. Could they be other players? Should we avoid them?" I opened my eyes slowly and said in a flat tone, "No need to deliberately avoid them. Continue searching for supply crate signals. We won't initiate conflict, but we don't fear any either." "All right," She replied softly, continuing to drive the RV steadily while keeping a vigilant eye on the surroundings. Just as she finished speaking, a supply crate alert suddenly appeared on the radar screen, about 500 meters away from the 6 red dots. She immediately adjusted the direction, accelerated, and drove toward the crate. "Brother Wu Di, they are also moving toward us." Suan Wan stared at the radar, her tone becoming more urgent. I glanced at the radar, my expression unchanged. "Don't worry about them. Stick to the plan." Soon, my RV arrived at the destination. The supply crate was sitting right at the entrance of an abandoned convenience store by the roadside, and there wasn't a single black mist infected in sight. I pushed the door open, stepped out empty-handed, and walked quickly to the store entrance. I bent down, picked up the supply crate, and tossed it into my wristband storage. Just as I turned to head back to the RV, four vans slowly pulled up and parked steadily about 10 meters away. The doors opened, and 6 people, 3 men and 3 women, stepped out one after another. They were all covered in dust and bore varying degrees of injuries. When they saw the RV, everyone froze, their faces filled with expressions of disbelief. They hadn't known such a vehicle existed. No one had even mentioned an RV in the communication channel. Someone muttered subconsciously, "My God, is that an RV? Am I seeing things?" The 3 men frowned, their gazes darting back and forth between the RV and me. "Brother, are you alone? Is this RV yours? How did you get it?" asked a tall, thin man who looked to be in his early 20s. "Is there a problem?" I asked bluntly. "Brother, why don't you join us? There are 6 of us. There's strength in numbers, and our talents are quite powerful," the same man persisted. "Yeah, brother, let's explore the central area together. There might be good stuff in there, and it'll be very difficult for you on your own," added a short, stout man. "No thanks. And here's a piece of advice. Don't head toward the center. The temperature is too high. Ordinary people won't survive there." Although I was wary of strangers, we were all fellow countrymen, so I didn't mind offering a well-intentioned warning. With that, I walked straight back to my RV. The 6 of them watched my back, none daring to block my path. Only after the RV drove away did they huddle together to whisper. "Did you guys see that? That RV is definitely not ordinary. Where do you think he got that thing?" the tall guy asked first, his tone tinged with excitement. "Not ordinary is an understatement," the thin, tall guy replied. "I bet he's the one at the top of the world leaderboard, the guy whose vehicle points are miles ahead of everyone else. Think about it. Who else could own such a high-grade RV?" At these words, the others were stunned, followed by expressions of excitement. A girl with short hair quickly said, "Really? If he's really the world #1, doesn't that mean we'd be safe if we followed him?" "But looking at him, he doesn't seem to want to team up," a long-haired girl said worriedly. "Do you think it's a bit of a waste for him to drive such a big RV all by himself? Why don't we go talk to him and see if we can trade some resources for the RV?" the short, stout man suggested suddenly. "That's impossible. He definitely won't agree," the long-haired girl said flatly. "Why not? There are so many of us, and we're all from the same hometown. He'll understand our situation." The short, stout man's tone was urgent and stubborn, filled with unwillingness and a sliver of wishful thinking. "As long as we sweeten the deal, he'll surely agree. He can't just watch us die, right?" "But," the long-haired girl started to say, but was interrupted by another girl. "I think we should try. There are so many of us. At worst, we can just live with him." The thin, tall guy frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, "Stop arguing. Let's just follow him for now." Everyone exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Back inside the RV, Lin Yu immediately leaned in and asked, "Brother Wu Di, those people didn't give you any trouble, did they?" Suan Wan also stepped forward, her eyes full of concern. "Big boss, are you all right?" Lin She didn't say anything, just watched me quietly. I kept my expression neutral and shook my head slightly. "It's fine. Don't worry about them. Let's keep moving." Lin She nodded, turned to the driver's seat, and restarted the RV. Not long after we started, Suan Wan, sitting in the passenger seat, stared intently at the radar screen and whispered a reminder. "Big Boss Wu Di, they're still following us." I glanced at the 6 red dots on the radar, my tone remaining calm. "Ignore them. The temperature outside is so high, they won't last long." No one said anything more. Lin She focused on driving. Suan Wan watched the radar, and Lin Yu occasionally peeked out the window to keep an eye on the surroundings. The RV moved slowly, finding a few more supply crates along the way. Sure enough, by 5 p.m., the 6 red dots on the radar suddenly changed direction, heading rapidly toward the outskirts of the city, and soon disappeared from the radar's scanning range. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest. "They're finally gone." That group was like a tail, so annoying. I checked the time on the center console screen. It was nearly 6 p.m. After a moment of thought, I made a decision. We'll rest here for today. Tomorrow morning, we'll go retrieve your sister's van first, then continue searching for supply crates along the outer city. Got it. Lin Yu, Lin Shi, and Suan Wan replied in unison. Just as they finished, a flash of light swept through the RV, and a chest with a pale cyan glow appeared out of thin air on the coffee table. Lin Yu was startled and instinctively took half a step back, then leaned in, full of curiosity. Wow, what is this? How did a supply crate spawn inside the car? Suan Wan's cheeks flushed slightly as she explained softly, my talent triggered. It randomly produces a blueprint. Lin Shi immediately adjusted our course, parking the RV in the corner of an abandoned office building. She turned to everyone and said, "You guys sit and rest. I'll go make dinner." Dinner was simple but warm, and the four of us sat together, eating in silence. Once Lin Shi had efficiently cleared the dishes and wiped the table, I sat on the sofa and took out everything we had gathered today from my wristband storage, arranging them neatly on the table. There was 1 Brave's gift, 2 silver-grade supply crates, 8 black iron crates, 15 bronze crates, and 3 ordinary supply crates. I reached out to touch the pale cyan blueprint chest, but as my fingertips neared it, a faint light barrier shimmered, and an invisible force pushed my hand back. Everyone was taken aback. Lin Yu asked in confusion, "What's going on? Brother Wu Di, you can't touch it?" Suan Wan quickly stepped forward and said softly, "Big Boss Wu Di, I think I know why." She reached out and touched the chest, and the light barrier vanished instantly. "This blueprint chest seems to only open for me." I pulled my hand back and nodded slightly. "I see. Lin Yu, apply talent amplification to Suan Wan and see if we can get something better." Lin Yu nodded immediately, walked over to Suan Wan, and gently placed her hand on her shoulder, activating her talent. "Sister Wan Wan, the amplification is on. You're definitely going to get something good." Suan Wan felt the boost, shook her head slightly, and said with some helplessness, "It doesn't seem to have any effect. Talent amplification doesn't work on this blueprint chest. It seems to only be affected by my own talent level and the vehicle's level." I waved my hand. "It's fine, just open it and see." Suan Wan nodded, took a deep breath, and opened the chest. A blueprint fell into her hands, and her face showed surprise. "It's a protective coating blueprint, blue quality." Suan Wan was overjoyed and looked up at everyone, but as she saw their calm expressions, her smile faded. Lin Yu scratched her head, and Lin Shi bit her lip. Neither said a word. Suan Wan's heart sank, and she quickly asked, "What's wrong? Is this blueprint not good?" Lin Yu waved her hands quickly, comforting her urgently. No, Sister Wan Wan. This blueprint is great. It's just, we already have this protective coating blueprint." Hearing this, Suan Wan looked self-reproachful, lowered her head, and said softly, "I'm sorry. I thought I could open something different and good. I didn't expect it to be a duplicate." Lin Shi stepped forward, patted her shoulder gently, and comforted her tenderly. "Sister Su, this isn't your fault. Blueprints are random, and getting a blue quality one is already impressive. You'll definitely open something rarer in the future." Lin Yu chimed in. Yeah, Sister Wan Wan. Besides, we might need to upgrade the RV later, so this blueprint might come in handy. It's not a waste at all." I also spoke up calmly, my tone gentle. "It's fine. These are all resources that can be traded." Listening to their comfort, Suan Wan's self-reproach dissipated. She nodded slightly and handed the blueprint to me. After putting the blueprint away, I didn't waste time. I pulled all the remaining chests on the table, except for the Brave's gift and the 2 silver supply crates, toward me and opened them. Everyone leaned in. Aside from a large amount of daily necessities, there were only basic materials: 60 units of fuel, 86 metal blocks, 32 plastic, 36 rubber, 48 glass, and 16 electronic components. Other than that, there was nothing else. No blueprints, not even a single low-level item. Lin Yu wrinkled her nose and couldn't help but complain. "Brother Wu Di, your luck is terrible. You opened so many chests and got nothing but materials and daily supplies. Next time, let me open them. I'll definitely get something good." Suan Wan quickly waved her hands and said softly, "No, little Yu. This is already a lot. When I open supply crates, I usually only get 2 to 3 items, Mostly just ordinary daily supplies. Big Boss Wu D averages 3 to 4 items. That's already very impressive. I was slightly stunned, a look of surprise on my face, but I didn't say anything. I had never paid attention to how other players opened chests, always assuming everyone's results were similar to mine. Hearing Suan Wan, I realized for the first time how important the lucky pendant I had obtained at the very beginning was. It had been quietly increasing my loot and the probability of rare items, but I had taken it for granted and never looked into it. I hid my surprise and looked at the table, where only the 2 silver supply crates and the dazzling Golden Braves gift remained. The gazes of myself, Lin Yu, and Suan Wan fell simultaneously on Lin Shi, filled with anticipation. "The rest is up to you, Lin Shi," I said softly. Lin Shi looked at the 3 chests, especially the Golden Braves gift. Her cheeks tightened slightly, her expression showing tension and pressure. She bit her lip. I'll try my best. My talent only gives a chance to increase chest loot. It's not guaranteed. If I don't open anything good, please don't be disappointed. Sister, don't be nervous." Lin Yu immediately stepped forward, grabbed Lin Shi's hand, and comforted her urgently. "Your talent is amazing. You'll definitely open something good. Plus, I'll add an amplification for you. It'll definitely work." Suan Wan also comforted her softly. Shi, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Big Boss Wu Di definitely won't blame you." I added, "Don't feel pressured. Whatever we get is an extra gain. Just relax." Hearing their comfort, Lin Shi's pressure dissipated. She nodded, took a deep breath, and her eyes became more determined. "Okay, I understand. I'll do my best. I'll add the amplification now." Lin Yu immediately raised her hand, pressed it on Lin Shi's shoulder, and activated her talent. "Sister, the amplification is on. Luck is maxed out. You're definitely going to get something good." Lin Shi smiled, then opened the 2 silver supply crates. 28 metal blocks, 32 electronic components, 100 units of fuel, 1 spirit fruit seed, 1 energy core, blue, and the rest are daily supplies. Spirit fruit seed? What's that? And is this an energy core? I've only seen these in the communication channel. Lin Yu immediately leaned in, staring curiously at the seed in Lin Shi's palm. Lin Shi displayed the spirit fruit seed to everyone. Spirit fruit seed, a special crop seed containing gentle life energy. The fruit it bears has a sweet taste and improves physical fitness when consumed, with no side effects. Planting requirements. Needs an environment containing life energy to grow. Maturity cycle, 72 hours. Suan Wan's eyes lit up. "That's amazing. I thought only monster meat could improve attributes." "It's definitely a good item," I said, praising her to keep her confidence up. To me, something that could improve physical fitness was far less important than a blueprint. The tension on Lin Shi's face vanished, replaced by a relaxed smile. She handed the spirit fruit seed to me. "I'm glad I didn't let you down. Next, it's the Braves gift." Lin Shi took a deep breath and reached out to touch the Golden Braves gift chest. The chest opened. Lin Yu couldn't hold back, leaning in and urging impatiently, Sister, hurry and see what's inside." "Let me see." Lin Shi didn't respond to Lin Yu immediately, but looked at me, her eyes filled with a questioning look. With just one glance, I understood what Lin Shi meant and nodded slightly. Getting my signal, Lin Shi felt relieved and displayed the attributes of the items to everyone. Gene Optimization Serum, special item. Increases physical fitness by 20 after consumption. Can only be used once. Vehicle Accessory Selection Voucher. After use, you can choose one of the following 3 blue quality accessories: Turbo Pulse Engine, Explosion-Proof Tempered Glass, or Full Coverage Frame. M249 Light Machine Gun. Purple quality fully automatic suppression light machine gun, 5.56 caliber, comes with a 2,000 round magazine. Talent Fragment. Silver grade, a mysterious energy fragment containing the power of talent promotion. Collect 10 to synthesize a talent promotion stone, silver grade. Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes wide with shock. "Wow, purple quality. I've only heard people in the communication channel say there's purple quality above blue, but I've never seen it. And it's a machine gun? That's too exaggerated." Suan Wan was also full of admiration, looking at Lin Shi with respect. Shi, your talent is too powerful. to open so many rare items. I've seen people discussing this talent fragment in the communication channel. Many players are collecting them. I looked at the 4 items on the table and said, being able to open so many good things must be due to your talent, Lin Shi, combined with little Yu's amplification. That's why we have such a rich harvest. Although I wasn't sure what kind of items a Brave's gift could produce, I understood that praising my teammates would increase our cohesion. Lin Shi's cheeks flushed slightly as she said softly, Brother Wu Di, you take these. You know better than us how to use them most effectively. I didn't decline, nodded slightly, and then said to the 3 of them, Lin Shi, you and Suan Wan are tired today, go get some rest. Little Yu, wait a moment. I'll need you to apply talent amplification to me later. You got it, Brother Wu Di. Lin Yu agreed readily, her eyes full of curiosity. She had always wondered what my talent was, but she was sensible enough not to ask, just waiting obediently. Lin Shi and Suan Wan nodded and sat down on the sofa. I turned and walked to the driver's seat, lay down, and without delay, activated my talent, focusing my consciousness on the vehicle accessory selection voucher to test if this item could be enhanced. A moment later, I frowned slightly, a hint of disappointment on my face. The talent feedback was clear. The vehicle accessory selection voucher was a special item and could not be enhanced. I then began to think about where to use my 5 talent opportunities for the day. After much thought, I decided. The first priority was undoubtedly the purple quality M249 light machine gun. This was the first vehicle-mounted attack weapon I had obtained, and with it, the vehicle's safety would be greatly improved. The second priority was the turbo pulse engine blueprint. This blue-quality blueprint was something I had enhanced with my talent yesterday, Chapter 58, and I had planned to craft it today and then further enhance it with my talent. The third priority was the vehicle accessory selection voucher. I decided to choose the full coverage frame to enhance it, which would significantly boost the RV's defensive capabilities. By then, only the tires would remain blue quality, effectively filling a major gap. For the last 2 opportunities, after much consideration, I decided to use them on the vehicle workbench blueprint, green quality, Chapter 40. This was an item I had obtained earlier. Although I wasn't sure what its specific functions would be, I believed that after enhancement, it would bring a huge improvement to the vehicle. Having finalized my talent usage plan, I slowly opened my eyes, looked at Lin Yu waiting obediently, and said softly, Little Yu, we can start. Okay, Brother Wu Di. Lin Yu quickly moved to the driver's seat, and her talent activated instantly. Amplification added. I nodded slightly, and without further ado, locked my consciousness onto the M249 light machine gun. This was my first priority for talent enhancement and the item I was most looking forward to. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 2 tiers. M249 light machine gun, purple quality, has been promoted to 30mm chain autocannon, orange quality. The moment I saw the talent notification, I suppressed my excitement and clicked Install. A slight sound came from the roof and body of the RV. I saw a panel on the roof in the middle of the RV unfold, revealing a neat opening, and a retractable metal mount hung steadily from the roof. Lin Shi and Suan Wan, who were resting, and Lin Yu, who had been waiting nearby, all noticed the change in the RV and looked at me with surprise and confusion. I installed a vehicle-mounted weapon, don't worry, I explained, noticing their gazes, and then checked the detailed attributes of the 30mm chain autocannon. 30mm chain autocannon, orange quality vehicle-mounted item. A core firepower unit suitable for wheeled and light, tracked vehicles. Can fire armor-piercing incendiary rounds and high-explosive grenade chains. Comes with a magazine capacity of 120 rounds, 60 each. Can be remotely controlled or manually fired. Effective range, 1500-2500 mobile against ground targets, 3000 m against air targets, maximum range 10,000 m. The magazine refreshes ammunition at midnight daily. Speed -20, fuel consumption plus 100%. Note, the caliber isn't big enough, but the ammunition is plentiful, isn't it? Caliber is justice, power is confidence, and truth is always within the range of the cannon. Lin Yu's mouth was open wide enough to fit an egg. After a while, she exclaimed, My God, Brother Wu Di, What did you install on the roof? It looks so powerful. Little Yu, don't bother Brother Wu Di. She glared at Lin Yu with a headache, scolding her softly, though her eyes also hid a hint of curiosity. However, she knew better than to ask too many questions. I didn't reply to Lin Yu's exclamation. Instead, I crafted the turbo pulse engine and immediately used my talent. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Turbo Pulse Engine, blue quality, has been promoted to Turbo Pulse Supercharged Engine, purple quality. Turbo Pulse Supercharged Engine, vehicle accessory. Based on the core structure of the basic Turbo Pulse engine, a supercharging module has been added, significantly increasing power output. It enables the vehicle to achieve rapid starts, climb slopes, and traverse complex terrain. Speed plus 60, fuel consumption plus 50%. I used the system's one-click installation and activated my talent again. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Full Coverage Frame, blue quality, has been promoted to Heavy Armor Core Frame, purple quality. Heavy Armor Core Frame, purple quality vehicle accessory. Strengthens the overall vehicle structure and thickens core load-bearing areas. Improves load capacity and impact resistance, capable of withstanding high-speed collisions and medium-sized explosive shock waves, effectively protecting the vehicle's structural integrity. As the installation of the heavy armor core frame finished, the original bright silver walls inside the RV dimmed slightly. However, under the soft interior lighting, none of the three noticed this subtle change. Lin Yu watched me intently the entire time, wondering what my talent was, but she never asked. I didn't pause. I had 2 talent uses left, both for the vehicle workbench blueprint, green quality. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Vehicle workbench blueprint, green quality, has been promoted to Vehicle workbench blueprint, blue quality. Vehicle workbench blueprint, blue quality vehicle item. Increases center console capabilities upon use. Vehicle warning range, 30 meters. Crafting requirements. Electronic components times 15. After crafting it, I immediately triggered my final talent use for the day. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 2 tiers. Vehicle Workbench, blue quality, has been promoted to Smart Hub, gold quality. Smart Hub, gold quality vehicle item. Equipped with a central vehicle intelligent control system, integrating 4 core functions: autonomous driving, full vehicle status monitoring, control of all interior equipment, and weapon system linkage. Holy! I stared at the notifications on the system panel, my heart pounding with excitement, emotions nearly overflowing in my chest. I never expected to trigger the 30% promotion probability twice in one day. The results of these 2 upgrades were beyond huge improvement. They were a qualitative leap. I immediately opened the vehicle panel to check. Vehicle, Level 4 vehicle, top speed, 240 km per hour. Vehicle accessories/items, Lucky Pendant, gold. Turbo Pulse Supercharged Engine, purple. Composite Bulletproof Crystallized Glass, purple. Heavy Armor Core Frame, purple. Heavy-Duty Explosion-Proof Off-Road Tire, blue. Vehicle Nuclear Reactor, orange. Smart Constant Temperature Refrigeration Box, purple. Atmospheric Water Collection Unit, orange. Super Alloy Fortress Armor, purple. Vehicle Global Scanning Radar, gold. 30mm Chain Cannon, orange. Smart Hub, gold. Seeing the vehicle info, I knew the communication channel must be going crazy. My vehicle points had jumped from 22,430 to 33,610. Looking at the points and accessory info on the panel, I let out a long breath and stretched, the fatigue of the past few days seemingly dissipating. Lin Yu, unable to hold back any longer, leaned in and asked with blinking eyes, "Big Brother Wu Di, are you finished?" Before I could answer, the center console screen suddenly lit up on its own. A cold, precise mechanical voice slowly resonated, clearly filling the entire RV cabin. Smart Hub loaded. "Commander Wu Di, at your service." The sudden sound broke the silence in the cabin. Lin Shi, Lin Yu, Suan Wan, and I all froze, turning our heads toward the screen in shock, speechless for a moment. Lin Yu was the first to react. Her eyes went wide as she pointed at the screen, her tone filled with disbelief. The RV is alive? How can it talk? And it called Big Brother Woody Commander? This is too magical, just like in a sci-fi movie. She couldn't help but lean in and poke the screen, full of curiosity. Suan Wan also recovered from her shock, looking at me with confusion and awe. Big Brother Woody, what is this? Is it what you just installed? It can actually talk. Lin, she hadn't fully recovered yet, staring blankly at the screen and murmuring subconsciously. See, could it be Xiao AI? I reacted as well, saying uncertainly, this should be the smart hub I just installed. It's like an artificial intelligence, right? As soon as I finished speaking, the mechanical voice from the screen sounded again. Yes, Commander Woody. I am the smart hub system. To facilitate your future commands, would you like to give me a name? Lin Yu's eyes lit up. She forgot her shock and grabbed my arm, saying, Big Brother Woody, it wants you to name it. How about we call it Xiao Yu? It's the same as my name. How intimate. I glanced at Lin Yu, silently thinking to myself, this girl's train of thought is all over the place. Lin, she finally came to her senses. Hearing Lin Yu, she couldn't help but rub her forehead and say helplessly, Xiao Yu, don't be silly. Why would you name the smart hub after yourself? That's so strange. The smile on Lin Yu's face collapsed. She looked at Lin Shi with grievance, then turned to me with a pitiful expression, muttering, Sister, I'm not being silly. I waved my hand. It doesn't matter. Call it whatever, as long as it's easy to remember. To me, the smart hub was just a tool. The name wasn't important. Lin Shi frowned. That won't do, Big Brother Woody. Xiao Yu, think about it. If it's called Xiao Yu, what will I call you? It'll get confusing. Lin Yu paused, scratched her head, and suddenly had an epiphany. Oh right, why didn't I think of that? Then what should it be called? She looked at me, waiting for me to decide. Just then, Lin Yu's eyes darted, and she had another idea. She clapped her hands excitedly. I've got it. Let's call it Xiao Shi. Sister, look, it sounds so nice, similar to your name, and it's easy to remember. Lin Shi froze, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. She looked away, as if thinking of something, and said softly, Xiao Yu, stop talking nonsense. Don't be silly. Suan Wan looked at Lin Shi's blushing face, smiled, and chimed in softly. I think Xiao Shi sounds quite nice. It's gentle and easy to remember. It really works. I looked at their interaction and said, I have no objections. Call it whatever. Seeing this, Lin Yu triumphantly looked at Lin Shi, lifting her chin. Sister, look, Sister Wan Wan says the name I picked is nice. And Big Brother Woody doesn't mind either. She looked at me expectantly, waiting for final confirmation. I nodded slightly, giving my tacit approval. Lin Yu immediately ran to the screen and shouted, Smart Hub, did you hear that? We all agree you're called Xiao Shi. Hurry up and call me sister. However, the screen didn't react at all, remaining dimly lit without a sound. Lin Yu's smile froze. She scratched her head, confused. What's wrong? Why isn't it talking? Did it not hear me? Suan Wan frowned and guessed. Could it be that it only listens to Big Brother Woody's commands? Hearing this, Lin Yu turned to me, looking pleadingly, and shook my arm gently. Big Brother Woody, please make it call me sister, okay? Please. I found it amusing and said to the screen, Smart Hub, from now on, your name is Xiao Shi. The mechanical voice immediately responded, still in that cold, precise tone. Received, Commander Woody. Xiao Shi is at your service. I asked again, do you only listen to my commands? Can't the three of them communicate with you? Xiao Shi's mechanical voice replied, Commander Woody, you hold my highest command authority. You can grant them secondary authority. Once granted, I will be able to communicate with them normally and respond to their commands. Grant all three of them secondary authority. Also, from now on, you don't need to call me Commander Woody. Just call me Commander, I ordered calmly. Understood, Commander. Secondary authority granted and effective. I nodded and asked, what are your specific functions? Explain in detail. Reporting, Commander. My core functions include autonomous driving, full vehicle status monitoring, control of all interior equipment, and weapon system control. These functions require you to grant corresponding operational permissions. Shall I grant all functional permissions, Commander? Yes, I said concisely. Received, Commander. I have taken over all vehicle information and equipment control. For any future operations, simply call Xiaoxi, and I will respond immediately. I checked the time on the screen and said, all right, it's almost 2100 hours. Everyone, get some rest. If you have anything else to ask or say, you can chat with Xiaoxi back in the bedroom. Lin Yu perked up immediately. She grabbed Suan Wan's hand and pulled Lin Shi's arm, hurrying toward the bedroom while muttering, let's go, Sister Wan Wan, sister, let's go back to the bedroom. The night passed without incident. No monsters appeared, as if all the monsters in this ruined city had vanished into thin air. At 5:10 a.m., I woke up. After my physical enhancement, the sleep I needed grew shorter and shorter. Daily sleep had become more of a long-standing habit than a necessity. After waking up and washing, I sat in the driver's seat, frowning as I pondered today's plans. I clearly remembered that today was the final day of the 7-day survival cycle set by the system. I didn't know if there would be any abnormal changes in this ruined city, nor what the next stage of survival would look like. Just as I was lost in thought, the bedroom door opened, and Lin Shi, Lin Yu, and Suan Wan walked out. Lin Shi was as gentle as ever. Seeing me, she greeted softly, Big Brother Wu Di, you're awake. She then turned and walked into the kitchen to start tidying up and preparing breakfast. Suan Wan also nodded at me with a smile and said softly, good morning, Big Brother Wu Di. She then followed Lin Shi to help prepare breakfast. Lin Yu, full of excitement, ran to my side and shouted at the air, Xiaoxi, hurry up and greet the commander. The next second, a sweet, pleasant female voice sounded in my ear, no longer the cold, rigid mechanical tone from last night, but something much softer. Good morning, Commander. Lin Yu immediately lifted her chin triumphantly, looking at me as if asking for credit. Big Brother Wu Di, how is it? Isn't it nice? I told Xiaoxi last night to change to a nicer voice, and she really did it. I was surprised. I hadn't expected the smart hub to be able to adjust its voice tone. I nodded slightly, my tone affirmative. It is indeed pleasant. Just then, Lin Shi's voice came, helpless yet gentle. Xiaoyu, stop messing around. Go wash up. We need to leave as soon as we finish eating. Lin Yu stuck out her tongue and didn't dare delay, rushing off to wash. Before long, breakfast was ready. The four of us ate quickly, packed up without any hesitation, and prepared to depart. I returned to the driver's seat, checked the time on the screen, exactly 5:58 a.m., and turned to the three of them. We'll follow yesterday's plan. First, we'll retrieve your van, then head to the outer city to see if there are any supply crates. Okay, the three replied in unison. I ordered the screen. Xiaoxi, start the RV and let's go. The RV started slowly. Not long after we pulled away, everyone's personal panel lit up simultaneously. The system announcement popped up right on time, exactly at 6 a.m. Region-wide announcement. Congratulations to all survivors for successfully surviving the initial 7-day survival phase. 1. The public area is closed today. Survivors, please evacuate. 2. Today marks the final stage of high-temperature survival. Safe zones will appear ahead. As soon as the announcement ended, the earth began to shake violently. Accompanied by a dull roar, the buildings of the ruined city began to collapse rapidly. High-rise walls cracked, rubble tumbled, and low houses collapsed instantly, kicking up clouds of dust. The entire city seemed to be on the verge of destruction in an instant. My expression changed. I never expected that on the final day of the 7-day cycle, such a catastrophe would occur. The ruined city was collapsing. Just as I was stunned, Xiaoxi's voice came through. Commander, extreme danger detected in the surrounding environment. Buildings are collapsing continuously, and ground fissures are appearing. I suggest immediate full-speed evacuation from the ruined city. Evacuate. Full-speed evacuation. I snapped back to reality, my tone firm and resolute, without a hint of hesitation. Received, Commander. Full-speed evacuation, maximizing vehicle speed. As soon as she spoke, the RV's speed climbed rapidly. The RV's top speed was 200 kilometers per hour, but I had rarely exceeded 100 kilometers per hour before. Now, under Xiaoxi's precise control, the speed soared to 120 kilometers per hour. The vehicle vibrated slightly, but remained stable. If not for the rubble and potholes on the road, it would have climbed even higher. Watching the buildings collapse and the dust fill the air outside, Lin Yu turned pale, full of worry. Big brother Wu Di, what about our van? It's still where we left it. If we don't go back to get it, can we still get it? What time do you think it is, and you're still thinking about the van? She frowned and scolded Lin Yu, her tone full of anxiety. Survival is what matters now. If the van is gone, we can find another, but if we're gone, everything is gone. I kept my eyes on the road, focused on the conditions, and added calmly, forget about the van. We must hurry and leave. If we're a step late, we'll be buried in the ruins. Lin Yu looked at the increasingly dangerous scene outside and finally stopped talking, her face full of tension. Under Xiaoxi's control, the RV wove through the collapsing ruins, speeding toward the edge of the city. Under Xiaoxi's precise control, the RV moved like an arrow, nimbly weaving through the collapsing ruins, avoiding falling stones, broken walls, and cracked ground without a moment's pause, speeding toward the city's edge. Just then, Xiaoxi's sweet voice sounded again with a clear warning. Commander, a large obstacle has appeared 900 meters ahead. Cannot bypass. Preparing to activate the 30mm chain cannon for bombardment. Please be aware. As she spoke, the RV shuddered slightly. The 30mm chain cannon installed on the roof just last night aimed at the obstacle 900 meters ahead. A roar echoed as armor-piercing incendiary rounds were fired, hitting the target precisely. A massive explosion erupted nearby, fire soaring into the sky and debris flying everywhere. The broken walls blocking the path were instantly blasted into ruins, opening a narrow but passable channel. Xiaoxi drove the RV through the channel at full speed, the vehicle brushing against the edge of the ruins. We could clearly hear the dull thuds of debris hitting the RV, accompanied by slight vibrations. Every second was nerve-wracking. Lin Yu, sitting in the passenger seat, was already pale with terror, her eyes wide. She turned to look at me, her expression one of pure shock. Her lips moved, but she couldn't say a word. She had never seen such a thrilling scene, and she couldn't fathom how yesterday's M249 machine gun had turned into a 30mm chain cannon. In this life-or-death moment, no one in the cabin spoke. Everyone held their breath, nerves taut, gripping whatever they could, letting the RV speed forward through the bumps. Lin Shi and Suan Wan sat on the sofa, their bodies swaying with the RV's jolts. They leaned against each other, hands gripping the sofa armrests tightly, trying to steady themselves, their faces full of tension and lingering fear. Time ticked by. After more than an hour of violent jolting, the RV finally broke through the boundary of the ruined city and sped toward the open plains outside, showing no signs of slowing down. Lin Yu slowly turned to look back at the ruined city, her eyes filled with confusion and loss. There was no trace of the city left. Looking out, there was only a mess of ruins, with occasional collapses and dust clouds obscuring the sky, appearing desolate and hopeless. The city was gone forever. Lin Yu's lips trembled as she murmured, "It's gone. My and my sister's van. It's really gone." Her tone was full of grievance and loss. That van had been their vehicle in the apocalypse, carrying their initial hope for survival, but now it was buried under the ruins, never to be found again. Suan Wan also let out a sigh of relief, her face still pale. She said softly, "Just now? I almost thought we would be buried inside." That feeling was too terrifying. Thinking of the scene of the city collapsing, she still felt a lingering fear. However, before they could fully recover from the thrill and loss, Xiaoxi's voice sounded again. "Commander, I detect that the road behind is still collapsing, and the collapse is spreading rapidly. I will maintain high-speed driving to avoid danger." Hearing this, everyone's hearts tightened, and they looked out the window. The road behind the RV was like wax melting in high heat, rapidly softening and collapsing, turning into boiling lava in the blink of an eye. The red lava surged like a fierce fire dragon, chasing rapidly in the direction of the RV. Lin Shi looked at the surging lava, her face turning pale again, her tone full of terror and disbelief. "Is this the final stage of high-temperature survival?" I kept my eyes on the road, watching the screen while observing the speed of the lava behind. After a moment, I said calmly, The lava's spread speed is stable at 150 kilometers per hour. As long as we keep our speed above 150 kilometers per hour, it won't catch us. As I finished speaking, my brow furrowed tightly. I felt something was wrong. My RV had been upgraded multiple times, and its top speed was 240 kilometers per hour, so maintaining 150 kilometers per hour was no problem. But what about other survivors? At this speed, how many of them could survive? I turned to the three of them and ordered calmly. Keep an eye on the communication channel and see what the situation is for other survivors. Understood. The three of them replied in unison and immediately checked the messages on the communication channel. I turned my head again, focusing my attention on the outside world, keeping an eye on the spreading lava while scanning the road ahead for any signs of a safe zone. Time slipped away during our tense, high-speed dash. Before I knew it, the time on the center console screen hit 9:09 a.m. Lin Yu suddenly looked at me and said, "Big Brother Wu Di, all the survivors are in the same situation as us, being chased by the lava. But I saw someone say that the more people gather together, the faster the lava spreads, as if it's being drawn to the number of people." Suan Wan added, "That's right, Big Brother Wu Di. It seems to be related to the level of the vehicles as well." Lin Yu frowned, her tone filled with lingering fear as she continued. "Also, Big Brother Wu Di, I saw many people on the communication channel saying that many teams died last night. They said the more people gathered, the more monsters appeared, and in the end, all those people died." I kept my eyes on the road ahead, my tone steady. "You three keep monitoring the communication channel and notify me immediately if there's any new information. Also, keep an eye on the trading channel to see if there are any suitable vehicle blueprints." "Understood, Big Brother Wu Di." Lin Yu, Lin Shi, and Suan Wan replied in unison. The RV fell into silence once more. I remained focused on everything outside, observing the road ahead while keeping track of the lava behind us, not daring to relax for a second. Is it really just the lava spreading? After watching for a long time, a sliver of doubt began to grow in my mind. The system said today was the final stage of the high-temperature period, but aside from the collapsing ruins and the lava pursuit, no other thorny crises had emerged. To me, this disaster felt too simple, perhaps even abnormal. No, it's just that I don't have to worry about fuel, high temperatures, or even driving, which is why it feels so easy. After a moment of thought, a flash of determination crossed my eyes. In that case, let's push the speed to the limit, see where the safe zone is, and prepare for any subsequent crises. With that thought, I immediately commanded the center console screen. Xiao Shi, while ensuring safety, increased the vehicle speed to the maximum. "Received, Commander," Xiao Shi's sweet voice replied immediately. "Based on current road conditions, the estimated maximum speed is 240 kilometers per hour. I will gradually increase the speed to ensure the vehicle remains stable." Following Xiao Shi's command, the speed climbed steadily from 150 kilometers per hour to 200 kilometers per hour, finally stabilizing at 240 kilometers per hour. Even at its limit, the RV drove smoothly without the slightest bump. Sitting inside, I could barely feel the high-speed travel, save for the scenery flying past the windows. Hearing my words, Lin Yu, Lin Shi, and Suan Wan just looked up for a moment before lowering their heads to focus on their respective panels again, without asking too many questions. After spending this time together, they had grown accustomed to my decisions and trusted that my arrangements were always the most secure. Time passed slowly during our high-speed dash, the numbers on the center console screen ticking forward until it was 11:23 a.m. Suddenly, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. She leaned toward me, her tone filled with excitement and urgency. "Big Brother Wu Di, Big Brother Wu Di, look at this. A front bumper blueprint. Is this useful to you? I found it on the trading channel. It was just posted." Hearing this, I immediately shifted my gaze and quickly checked the details. Front bumper blueprint, green quality vehicle item. Installs a reinforced bumper on the front of the vehicle, enhancing ramming capabilities. Can easily smash through small obstacles and resist minor impact damage. Crafting requirements, 8 metal blocks. Installation requirements, level 2 or higher vehicle. Fuel consumption plus 10%. After reading the attributes, I nodded slightly. Although it was only green quality, the front bumper would enhance our ramming ability, making it a useful item. I immediately asked, what does the other party want in exchange? He wants 100 units of fuel. Lin Yu said immediately, her tone tinged with hesitation. Big Brother Wu Di, isn't 100 units of fuel too much? The RV must consume a lot of fuel, right? Reply to him and say that with the current lava pursuit, fuel is too precious and our own reserves are low. We can only offer 50 units of fuel at most. If he doesn't want it, forget it, don't force it. Got it, Big Brother Wu Di. Lin Yu nodded immediately. I leaned back in my seat, calculating internally. I still had 340 units of fuel. Previously, the Lin sisters' minivan needed fuel, but now that the minivan was buried in the ruins, the extra fuel was just sitting there. Trading it for a blueprint to strengthen our vehicle was undoubtedly the most cost-effective move. Facing the unknown 7-day crisis ahead, the stronger our vehicle, the higher our chances of survival. No amount of preparation was too much. At this moment, I checked the time and said to Lin Shi, go prepare lunch. Let's eat early. We don't know what might happen this afternoon, so we should be prepared. Understood, Big Brother Wu Di, I'll go right away. Lin Shi nodded and stood up to head to the kitchen. Seeing this, Suan Wan also put down her panel and stood up, saying, Shi, let me help you so it's faster. Okay, Sister Su, Lin Shi said with a gentle smile. During the meal, Lin Yu looked up and said, Big Brother Wu Di. The other party replied. They agreed to the 50 units of fuel for the blueprint. Should we trade now? I nodded while eating. Yes, go ahead. All right. Lin Yu immediately operated the panel and completed the trade, a smug smile appearing on her face. Done, Big Brother Wu Di. Here is the blueprint. Even while we ate, there was no delay. Xiaoxi continued to precisely control the RV, speeding forward at the limit of 240 kilometers per hour without any sign of slowing down. After a quick lunch, I didn't linger and immediately returned to the driver's seat. Although Xiaoxi's precise control and emergency response had fully proven its excellence throughout the morning, I still harbored a sliver of vigilance. Only by personally monitoring the road conditions could I truly feel at ease. Seeing me return to the driver's seat and focus intently on the road ahead and the movement behind us, Lin Yu, Lin Shi, and Suan Wan didn't disturb me. They silently returned to their positions and stared at their panels, continuing to monitor the trading channel for suitable vehicle blueprints while keeping an eye on the survivors' updates in the communication channel, not daring to relax for a moment. The cabin fell into silence again. Time ticked away in this quiet, and before we knew it, it was 1:45 p.m. Commander, road conditions have changed, Xiaoxi's voice suddenly announced. I raised an eyebrow and looked behind the vehicle, discovering that the lava that had been chasing us so closely had disappeared. I wondered to myself, have we reached the range of the safe zone? With a hint of doubt, I asked the center console screen, Xiaoxi, how far have we traveled since leaving the ruined city? Reporting, Commander. Since evacuating the ruined city, we have traveled a total distance of 1,003 kilometers. Slow down to 100 kilometers per hour. Keep a close watch on the surrounding environment and alert me of any abnormal changes. I calculated internally. No wonder the lava couldn't catch up. At the speed of a standard level 2 to 3 minivan, which is about 100 to 120 kilometers per hour, this 1,000-kilometer distance would take those survivors over 10 hours to cover. I fear many are still being chased by the lava. Whether they survive depends entirely on luck. Received, Commander. Gradually reducing speed to 100 kilometers per hour. Hearing the conversation between me and Xiaoxi, Lin Yu couldn't help but speak up, leaning in to ask, Big Brother Wu Di, what's wrong? Is the lava gone? Are we safe? As she spoke, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in her eyes, and she added cautiously, Big Brother Wu Di, can I see what the autocannon on the RV looks like? I was slightly taken aback, feeling a bit helpless. I never expected that the moment the lava disappeared, the first thing Lin Yu would think of was the autocannon. This girl's mind was always so flighty. She had no sense of the tension of surviving in the apocalypse. Before Lin Shi could speak, Suan Wan gently advised, Little Yu, don't be impatient. Let's wait until Big Brother Wu Di confirms the surroundings are completely safe. If we go out now and there's danger, it won't be good. Lin Shi also frowned, looking at Lin Yu helplessly. Little you, can't you use your head for once? I waved my hand, cutting off their conversation. The lava behind us is indeed gone. Looking at the situation, the safe zone shouldn't be far. Once we reach the safe zone and confirm it's completely secure, you can look at whatever you want. Hearing this, Lin Yu beamed and nodded repeatedly. MHM, MHM. Big Brother Wu Di. Just then, Xiao Shi's voice suddenly rang out. Commander, an anomaly detected 1,000 meters ahead. This sentence instantly grabbed the attention of all four of us. Everyone looked up in unison, eyes fixed on the road ahead. As the RV slowly approached, it wasn't long before a massive curtain of light appeared before us. The light curtain was pale white, standing straight in the middle of the road and completely shrouding it. We couldn't see anything on the other side, as if it were an invisible barrier blocking everyone's path forward. Xiao Shi approached to within 100 meters of the light curtain and stopped. I said, staring at the barrier. Received, Commander. The RV slowed down and came to a steady stop 100 meters from the light curtain. I stood up and said, You three stay in the RV, don't get out. I'll go down and check. Big Brother Wu Di, be careful. Lin Shi urged, her tone full of worry. Suan Wan and Lin Yu also nodded, their eyes filled with concern, and said nothing more. I nodded, pushed the door open, and stepped out. I walked quickly toward the light curtain and checked around it, finding nothing unusual. Nothing could be seen on the other side. I took a military tactical dagger from my inventory and threw it hard at the light curtain. The dagger passed through instantly without meeting any resistance. In the blink of an eye, it vanished on the other side, leaving no trace. There was no sound of impact, nor any abnormal reaction. I frowned, turned around, and quickly returned to the RV to tell the three of them what I had discovered. After hearing my report, the three fell silent, their faces showing hesitation. No one knew what was on the other side of the light curtain. Was it a safe zone or a new danger? Once we crossed, there would be no turning back. A moment later, Lin Shi looked at me and said softly, Big Brother Wu Di, we listen to you. You make the decision. No matter what, we'll follow you. Suan Wan and Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Looking at their trusting eyes, I took a deep breath, a flash of determination in my eyes. We can't go back. We have to go through. Besides, this is a survival game. It shouldn't let us die so inexplicably. The other side of the light curtain is most likely the safe zone. Get ready. We're moving out, I commanded in a low voice. As soon as I finished speaking, Lin Yu rushed to the passenger seat like a gust of wind, her eyes fixed on the light curtain ahead, full of anticipation. Lin Shi and Suan Wan also quickly found their spots, gripping the fixed handles tightly to steady themselves, ready to pass through the light curtain. Received, Commander, Xiao Shi's sweet voice replied, and she steered the RV toward the light curtain ahead. As the RV slowly drove into the light curtain, I felt the scenery before me change abruptly. The desolate road outside the window vanished, replaced by a neat and tidy scene, and the surrounding light became soft. The four of us looked closely and realized we were in a small parking lot. The ground was flat and clean, marked with neat parking lines, with no debris or other vehicles around. 30 meters away from the parking lot stood a two-story building that looked like a homestay from the real world. It had no signs or text, appearing simple and quiet, yet it carried a hint of mystery. Before we could react to this sudden change, a system notification popped up. Ding! Congratulations on being the first in this region to arrive at the safe zone. You have received 1,000 base points, plus 33,610 vehicle points, for a total of 34,610 points. Points cannot be transferred and can be used for consumption and item exchange within the safe zone. Ding! From now until 6 a.m. tomorrow, it is the exclusive rest period. There are no survival crises within the safe zone. Survivors, please enjoy. I reacted instantly, my brow furrowed as I wondered to myself. Is this another place similar to the previous supply point? Just larger and safer. Did you all receive the notification? Big Brother Wu Di, that's so many points. Lin Yu exclaimed in awe. At the previous supply point, she and her sister had only managed to get a little over 100 points. Let's go. We'll check out that building first. Stay alert and don't spread out. Okay, Lin Shi. Lin Yu and Suan Wan replied in unison, following me as I pushed the door open. The four of us walked side by side toward the homestay-like building, keeping an eye on our surroundings. Wow, it's so comfortable here. Finally, no more high temperatures, Lin Yu exclaimed as soon as she stepped out. As soon as we entered the lobby, our wristbands lit up simultaneously, and a system notification popped up again. Ding! You have entered the core area of the safe zone. Any form of aggressive behavior is prohibited here. Violators will be directly executed by the system. Please strictly follow the safe zone rules. I frowned and muttered to myself, what does that mean? Does the parking lot outside not count as the real safe zone? Only the inside of this building. I was truly confused. The system's definition of a safe zone was divided into inner and outer areas. Suan Wan thought for a moment and guessed softly. Could it be that we will encounter other players here? The system prohibits attacks to prevent players from killing each other. She nodded in agreement. That's possible. The parking lot outside is large enough to hold many vehicles. Presumably, other survivors will arrive one after another. When everyone gathers here, conflicts are inevitable. The system's regulation is likely to maintain order. I didn't nod, saying in a low voice, don't worry about that for now. It should take some time for other players to arrive. Let's hurry and see what we can do here, and if there are any supplies or blueprints we need. Our eyes swept across the lobby. It was about 100 square meters, very bright, yet there were no visible light sources. The light was soft and not glaring, and the room was empty. Directly in front of the lobby was a prominent entrance with a wooden sign hanging above it, engraved with the 4 black characters, Supermarket Entrance. The font was clear and very conspicuous. From the moment she entered the lobby, Lin Yu's eyes had been glued to the Supermarket Entrance sign. She had long been unable to contain her excitement. Hearing my words, she immediately grabbed my arm and said urgently, Quick, Big Brother Wu Di's sister, let's go to the supermarket. I haven't been to a supermarket in so long. I looked at her helplessly, didn't refuse, and nodded. Let's go, let's take a look. The 4 of us walked into the supermarket entrance. As soon as we stepped inside, we were stunned by the sight. The space inside the supermarket was much larger than the lobby, stretching out of sight. Shelves were arranged neatly, packed with all kinds of goods. We wandered around and found that any daily necessities available in the real world were here, and the price of every item was clearly marked, mostly 1 point per item, which was very cheap. What surprised us even more was that there was a special rule here. As soon as any item was taken from the shelf, the wristband would automatically deduct the corresponding points. Lin Yu held a drink in her hand, her eyes shining. She looked at me with excitement, her tone full of anticipation. Big Brother Wu Di, I want to buy lots of things. Snacks, drinks, and pretty clothes. I want to go on a shopping spree. After experiencing so many days of brutal survival, she had long missed the feeling of shopping to her heart's content. Seeing this, she couldn't help but glare at her and said helplessly, Little you, don't mess around. The most important thing for us now is to find useful things. Big Brother Wu Di, don't mind her. Let's look for necessities first, like medicine, common tools, and vehicle accessories. Suan Wan looked at me, also feeling tempted to find some things she needed. I looked at the 3 of them and couldn't help but smile. No rush. No one should be coming here for a while. Let's split up and look for useful items like weapon blueprints or vehicle enhancement blueprints. Once we find those, you can shop to your heart's content. We'll meet at the supermarket entrance in half an hour. Don't go too far. Hearing this, Lin Yu beamed and nodded repeatedly. MHM, Big Brother Wu Di. I'll definitely find them as soon as possible. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed into the depths of the supermarket, her steps light and her eyes full of anticipation. She only had time to call out to her back. Little you, be careful. Don't run around. And remember to meet in half an hour. Suan Wan also nodded at me and said, Big Brother Wu Di, I'll go look too. Okay, be careful. Call me immediately if anything happens, I urged. Suan Wan nodded and turned to walk toward the shelves on the other side. She also straightened her clothes and said, Big Brother Wu Di, I'll go take a look too. MHM, go ahead. We split up and headed toward different areas. Half an hour later, the 4 of us gathered back at the supermarket entrance. I spoke first, my tone concise. Well, did you find anything? Lin Yu bounced in front of me, full of excitement, but shook her head slightly. She hadn't found anything critical. Lin, she stepped forward, her expression serious. Big brother Wu Di, I found some. There are weapons and blueprints here. I'll take you there, and you can decide. Good. I nodded, and the three followed Lin Shi into the depths of the supermarket. After walking past rows of food and daily necessities for a while, a prominent sign finally appeared ahead. Weapon area. Big brother Wu Di, the blueprint area is right next to it. Lin Shi pointed to the side. The four of us walked into the weapon area, and I scanned it to get a general idea. It contained almost all common cold weapons from the real world, machetes, daggers, spears, bows, and crossbows, but the highest quality was only green. As for thermal weapons, they were pitifully scarce. Looking around, there were only a few long guns and handguns. I walked straight to the most expensive and prominently placed firearm and picked up a rifle marked at 200 points. QBZ 95 Assault Rifle, blue quality, a modified version of a standard assault rifle. Caliber 5.8 millimeters, 30-round magazine, equipped with simple mechanical sights and tactical rails. Effective range 280 meters. Prone to overheating during continuous fire. I put it down and picked up another firearm that was also marked at 200 points and looked very familiar. AK-47 Assault Rifle, blue-grade classic modified model, 7.62 millimeters caliber, fixed stock, 30-round magazine, 250-meter effective range. Poor accuracy during continuous fire. The weapon is somewhat heavy. I made a rough comparison and quickly reached a conclusion. There was essentially no difference. Upon closer inspection, all rifle-type firearms came with only one initial magazine. Extra magazines had to be purchased separately at a flat rate of 10 points each, and ammunition was not sold individually. Seeing this, I felt that these firearms were of little use to me now. My Ghost Shadow pistol, while only having a 15-round capacity, could automatically regenerate ammunition, albeit slowly. Furthermore, there was an autocannon on the roof that regenerated 120 rounds daily. Most importantly, given my currently enhanced physical strength, it was questionable whether these ordinary firearms could even break my skin. Let's go. Leave these firearms for now. Let's look at the blueprints first and decide later if we need them. I turned and headed straight for the blueprint section. The blueprint section was much smaller than the weapons area, mostly containing basic upgrade blueprints for level 1 to 3 vehicles and ordinary accessory blueprints, with the highest quality being blue. Amidst a pile of common blueprints, one stood out with its unique style. Space Expansion Scroll, special item. Increases vehicle space by 10 square meters upon use. Price, 1,000 points. I didn't hesitate and reached out to take it. Previously, when I was alone, the space was more than enough. Now, with 4 people in the vehicle, the original space was clearly insufficient. Most importantly, this blueprint could be used directly without requiring crafting materials. After securing the Space Expansion Scroll, I scanned the remaining blue-grade blueprints and bought them all. Level 3 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. Upgrades a Level 3 vehicle to Level 4. Price, 500 points. I plan to use my talent to reinforce it again to see if I could push my already Level 4 RV to break through further. Heavy-duty explosion-proof off-road tire blueprint. Blue-grade vehicle accessory. Significantly increases tire strength. Immune to ordinary puncture and cutting damage. Can withstand small-caliber gunfire. Reduces the impact of extreme heat and cold. Speed plus 30. Crafting requirements. Metal block 10, rubber 10. Price, 200 points. Crystallized bulletproof glass blueprint. Blue-grade promoted from reinforced glass. Forged using a special crystallization process, possessing both high strength and toughness, and can insulate against some external temperatures. Crafting requirements. Metal block 5, glass 25. Price, 200 points. Vehicle frame blueprint. Blue-grade high-strength alloy frame. Significantly improves vehicle defense, durability, and stability, greatly reducing wear from impacts and damaged roads. Crafting requirements. Metal block 20. Price, 200 points. Turbo pulse engine blueprint. Blue-grade core vehicle accessory. Uses multi-stage turbine and pulse boost structure for significantly increased power output, faster startup response, and stronger sustained acceleration. Effect: speed plus 50, fuel consumption plus 20%. Crafting requirements: metal block 8, rubber 1, plastic 1. Price: 200 points. I stored the blueprints in my inventory. Looking at this complete set of core vehicle reinforcement blueprints, I knew clearly that these items could not be immediately converted into strength. I remembered clearly that the purple blueprint I had seen earlier mentioned a brand new material, atomic mass matter. Up until now, not only had I never seen it, but no one in the communication channel had even mentioned it. However, with these blueprints in hand, as long as I had sufficient materials later, my vehicle could undergo a massive leap at any time. I glanced at the point balance on my wristband and did a quick calculation. These blueprints cost a total of 2,300 points, leaving me with 31,310 out of my original 34,610. I stood there, lost in thought. Lin Shi, Lin Yu, and Suan Wan saw my solemn expression and stood quietly to the side, waiting patiently without disturbing me. I calculated quickly in my mind. I am the first in the region, which is why I got 1,000 base points. Those who arrive later will have even fewer. But since there are vehicle upgrade blueprints in this safe zone, it won't be long before a batch of level 4 vehicles appears. The overall strength of other players will soon see a surge. I must take this opportunity to widen the gap in my own strength again. My second talent effect can be used today. Where should I use my 5 reinforcement opportunities today to get the best value? After a moment of thought, I had made my decision. I looked up at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, come back to the RV with me. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's face turned bright red. She avoided my gaze and stammered, "Big brother Wu Di, this isn't very appropriate. Big sister and sister Wan Wan are still here, and Lin Shi and Su Wan Wan were also stunned, looking at me with bewildered expressions. The atmosphere turned awkward instantly. Seeing their expressions, I realized what was happening immediately. What are you thinking? I just need you to provide the talent amplification. Once that's done, you can come back and continue shopping." The three of them suddenly realized their mistake and awkwardly looked away. Lin Shi and Su Wan Wan nodded, their expressions returning to normal. I instructed them, "You two go around the supermarket, see if there are any basic materials like metal blocks, rubber, or glass, and stock up on daily necessities." Okay. Lin Yu was no longer shy. She grabbed my arm and hurried toward the door. Hurry, big brother Wu Di. Let's get to the RV." Once back at the RV, Lin Yu immediately activated her talent to apply the amplification. As soon as she finished, she said impatiently, "I'm going back to the supermarket now." Before the words were even out of her mouth, she had already dashed away. I was left alone in the cabin. I took a deep breath and began today's reinforcements. I first took out the level 3 vehicle upgrade blueprint and activated my talent. Ding! This blueprint is already at the current maximum quality and cannot be promoted. I frowned slightly. Does this mean that after a level 4 vehicle, I can't use ordinary vehicle upgrade books to break through anymore? I didn't dwell on it for long and immediately switched to the next target. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. Front Bumper Blueprint, green grade, has been promoted to City Breaching Blade Ram Blueprint, blue grade. City Breaching Blade Ram Blueprint, blue grade, a triangular ram made of military-grade thin manganese steel and wear-resistant alloy edges, equipped with shock-absorbing rubber pads. Enhances the vehicle's ability to break through obstacles and impact, can cause significant damage to light vehicles. Installation requirement, level 2 or higher vehicle. Energy consumption plus 10%. Crafting requirements, metal block 15, rubber 5. Ding! City Breaching Blade Ram crafting complete. I didn't stop and continued to use my talent on the finished product. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 1 tier. City Breaching Blade Ram, blue grade, has been promoted to Titan Armor Piercing Ram, purple grade. Titan Armor Piercing Ram, purple grade, thickened military-grade manganese steel plus tungsten steel ram tip, dual-layer composite structure. Can cause fatal damage to medium-sized vehicles and penetrate the outer armor of light armored vehicles. Features obstacle braking, armor piercing, and shock absorption functions. Installation requirement, level 2 or higher vehicle. Energy consumption plus 20%. Install immediately. Titan armor piercing RAM installation complete. Shaoxi, new vehicle equipment added, check status. Received, Commander. Titan armor piercing RAM has been integrated into the vehicle control program. I nodded and proceeded to the next reinforcement. This time, I took out the gene optimization serum I had kept for a long time. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 2 tiers. Gene Optimization Serum has been promoted to Gene Reconstruction Serum. Gene Reconstruction Serum, special item. Comprehensively optimizes human gene sequences, repairs genetic defects, and significantly improves physical constitution and environmental adaptability. Immune to most viruses, radiation, and toxins. Achieves an evolutionary transformation at the fundamental level. Ineffective if constitution is greater than 200. Note: life iterates from here. The mortal body moves toward rebirth. Every breath is an evolution. Looking at this shimmering serum, a trace of astonishment finally appeared in my eyes. Although I couldn't use it yet, the value of this gene reconstruction serum was immeasurable. I knew clearly that I wasn't just one person now, but a team, and everything had to be considered from the perspective of the whole. I put the gene reconstruction serum away and solemnly took out 2 other items. Talent Fragment, silver-grade mysterious energy fragment containing the power of talent promotion. Collect 10 to synthesize a talent promotion stone, silver grade. Talent Fragment, black special grade mysterious energy fragment containing the power of talent promotion. Collect 10 to synthesize a talent promotion stone, black special grade. These were the 2 talent fragments I had obtained earlier. I had always wanted to know if my mythical grade talent could continue to break through, and the only clear path was through these fragments. Previously, to prioritize vehicle and combat strength, I hadn't dared to use them. Now, the time had finally come. I focused and activated my talent. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 2 tiers. Talent Fragment, black special grade, has been promoted to Talent Fragment, gold grade. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker activated. Item promoted by 2 tiers. Talent Fragment, silver grade, has been promoted to Talent Fragment, legendary grade. It really works. Does this mean that as long as I continue to collect talent fragments, my mythical talent can one day break through even higher? I could barely suppress my excitement. My mythical grade talent was the foundation of my rise and my greatest reliance for staying far ahead of other survivors. Now that I had seen with my own eyes that there was still a path for talent promotion, how could I not be thrilled? A moment later, I forced myself to calm down and took out the Space Expansion Scroll. Space Expansion Scroll, special item. Increases vehicle space by 10 square meters upon use. The team-up items from before and the Gene Optimization Serum just now taught me a lesson. Once such special items are promoted by my talent, their value undergoes a qualitative change. I didn't hesitate and activated Rule Breaker again. Ding! Talent Rule Breaker, Effect 2 activated. Space Expansion Scroll has been promoted to Void Domain. Void Domain, special item. Opens up an independent, self-contained small world completely isolated from the outside time and space. Base space area, 10,000 square meters. Can consume energy to expand the area. Features stable day-night cycles, air, and ecological circulation. Opening this space requires continuous energy consumption. Note: a world born from the void, containing its own heavens, sun, moon, and twilight. Holy crap. Every time I used the second effect of my talent, I knew it would bring a massive transformation, but looking at the description of the void domain, I still couldn't control my shock. Just then, a notification sounded on the center console screen. Report, Commander. Vehicle item installation request detected. Optimal plan recommended. Shaoxi, you have this function too? I looked at the screen in surprise. Commander, Shaoxi is the vehicle, and the vehicle is Shaoxi. I looked at the recommended plan on the interface and saw that a light door had appeared in the empty space between the kitchen and the bedroom of the RV. Install. As the words fell, a metal door appeared silently in the same spot inside the vehicle. I walked over, opened the door, and stepped inside. Before me was an open space about the size of 2 soccer fields, the ground covered in soft soil, with nothing else in sight. Looking up, the sky was even bluer than in the real world, with a few white clouds drifting slowly, as if I were truly in an independent world. I stared for a moment, then slowly exited the domain. Xiaoxi, detect how much energy is required to maintain the basic functions of the domain: day-night cycle, air, and ecological circulation.